Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Konoha, Uchiha, Lie Flat. Chapter 41. Shisui fell silent. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and his mind was in intense thinking. Obviously, the path Uchiha Jin mentioned was not consistent with his beliefs. However, it must be admitted, although doing so will go against your own beliefs, the probability of success is really high. How to change the family? He has been thinking about this since he was a child. He graduated from ninja school early a few years ago in order to find a way out faster. Of course he gained something through learning the will of fire, and being the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen extended an olive branch. He promised to help him, but now after several years, nothing has changed in the clan. He had been confused before, but, after a brief period of confusion, he still chose to believe that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he had no choice. But, it's different now. He has Uchiha Jin, this new track. Different from what Sarutobi Hiruzen promised, the path Uchiha pointed out to him was full of blood and killing, but he could really see clearly ahead. He knew that as long as he succeeded, it would definitely change the family. After such a comparison, he understood instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought about really helping himself or the Uchiha clan. He just wanted to use himself to achieve his ulterior purpose. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. I see. I will go on with firm belief. As long as I can truly save the family, I, Uchiha Shisui, am willing to give everything. Blood and killing cannot defeat me. He had a serious face. Yes, in the past, he was at a loss because he could not find the way. Now that he has found the way, he will continue to walk even in difficulties. Uchiha Jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. After hearing Shisui's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fine, I just said a lot, but finally it was not wasted. Just as he was sighing, he saw Shisui asking again. Jin, what slogan should I use? Shisui looked confused and said awkwardly, and who should I win over? I have basically no friends in our clan. And whether they are radicals or moderates, they are very hostile to me. It's really a headache. Is there anything you can do, Mr. Jin? Uchiha Jin. While he was sighing, he almost broke his waist when he heard Shisui's question. Good guy. He had already guided him to this point, so he just had to feed him himself. That's all, still can't do it. A black line suddenly appeared on his forehead, and then he let out a long sigh. All right, it seems that the abilities of Uchiha guys are all based on those eyes, but their brains have not evolved at all. They are probably comparable to the idiot Senju Hashirama. But, forget it. Anyway, Shisui was doing something for him, so he shook his head helplessly and said. Shisui, you forgot a group of people. In addition to radicals and moderates, there are a large number of fringe Uchiha within the clan. They only enjoy the basic welfare of the clan. In fact, they are no different from civilian ninjas. As long as you take out a C-level ninjutsu scroll, they are willing to follow you directly. If you are willing to take out a B-level ninjutsu scroll, they are willing to sell you their lives. Your background is too high, and you don't understand how difficult it is to be at the lowest level. Of course, don't just give away all the good things at once. Even if they are of the same race, if they do this, they will definitely be doomed. Because within a power, corresponding rules and systems must be formulated. In this regard, you refer to the village. There are no rules, just rely on feelings, okay. So if you want to build a force, you must not act emotionally. If you want your things, you have to do something. Do as many things as you can and take as many things as you want. As for what slogan to use, I suggest you ask Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. It's just that the radical faction within the clan cannot be won over, and even the moderate faction has their own plans. They can't completely succumb to the village. So you decided to form your own faction. You are a Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must believe you when you say this. When the time comes, he will not only find a way for you, but he will even ask Anbu to help you, so that it will be easier for you to build up your force. Shisui, remember one sentence. There are no eternal friends or enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Destroy the enemy in large numbers, and defeat the enemy in small numbers. You must distinguish between enemies and friends, because friends and enemies change at any time. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen for example. When he helped you form a force, he was considered a friend. However, once you successfully formed a force and even completely controlled the Uchiha clan, then you and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be enemies. Uchiha Jin is very dedicated to this matter. After all, if Nara Kazama's plan is really implemented, then Uchiha will become very important. Although Uchiha has brain problems, as long as he can be used well, he is one of the top thugs. And, on the other side, Shisui, looking shocked. He really didn't expect that there were so many ways to do this. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. It was after he figured this out that he realized how naive he was before. After taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. Okay, I understand. Let's stop chatting here for now. Let's get down to business. The clan leader and Nara Shikaku have already discussed the follow-up placement of your team. You and Nara Kazama join my team, and you will be paired with a member of the Hyuga tribe. Our team is considered an elite team. As for Kudo Shin, he was assigned to the ordinary team and served as captain. Get ready, we will take action the day after tomorrow at the latest. Uchiha Jin looked stunned. He was stunned. You're just a jobber, so how come you were assigned to the Shisui team? Is this too sudden? How could I become an elite when I was just a fisherman? But wait, Nara Shikaku in the original work should go to the front line of the Land of Rain. If a top strategist like him wasn't going to deal with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, why would he be on the Mist Shinobi front line? Wait, Shisui, the Nara Shikaku you are talking about is the Jonin squad leader and the Nara clan leader. Shisui was a little surprised when he heard this. He couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Jin, why do you care about this? Although he couldn't figure it out, he still nodded. The Fugaku clan leader is the commander-in-chief, and Nara Shikaku is the deputy commander-in-chief. I heard that the village originally wanted Chief Nara to go to the Rain Kingdom front line, but he took the initiative to find Hokage-sama, hoping to come to the Mist Shinobi front line. Lord Hokage, I am convinced. Hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Jin's face began to look more and more ugly. Good guy, this Nara Shikaku, isn't he coming for you? Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, the importance of the Mist Shinobi battlefield is actually very average. What Konoha is most concerned about is the Kingdom of Rain. Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are the strongest outside of Konoha. Mist Shinobi is actually just a little stronger than Sagakure. Now they are just trying to gain an advantage by declaring war on Konoha. Nara Shikaku is Konoha's military advisor. Why are you on the front line with Mist Shinobi if you don't go to the Land of Rain honestly? Nothing big happened here. His eyes were obscure and flickering, and his brain began to work crazily. But, it's useless. There is too little information available to analyze. But forget it. It's just that the soldiers came to block the water and the earth covered it up. He just grabbed his little pigtails and wanted to take advantage of him. Jin-jun, what are you thinking about? Shisui asked in confusion. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. I am an ordinary ninja, and joining your elite team is honestly a lot of pressure. Shisui rolled his eyes at this. He didn't know Uchiha Jin's strength without seeing it. But he knew very well that it was definitely not low. Otherwise, there's no way he can persist until now. Okay, there's no need for this. You are smarter than me, so I don't need to persuade you. It's difficult for people to hide for a long time, because no one is a fool, especially on the battlefield. Uchiha Jin nodded. Of course he understood what Shisui said. He just simply hoped that this time would come later. But now it seems that it is very difficult. Even if he didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew that the old man was definitely targeting him now. After all, only a few of them survived the previous army of cannon fodder. And, on the other side, in a slightly larger tent, Nara Kazama walked in, looked at the man in front of him and spoke respectfully. Lord Patriarch, Nara Shikaku, who was sitting behind his desk and reading various battle reports, put down the battle report after hearing these words, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's Kazama. Hurry up and sit down. We uncle and nephew don't need to see each other outside. I haven't seen you in a few days, and I feel a little more manly now. It seems that being on the battlefield is indeed very training. Nara Shikaku stood up with a smile, let Kazama sit on the reception table, and then poured him a cup of tea himself. He spoke softly. Just like facing real relatives, he doesn't care about the relationship between superiors and subordinates at all. Nara Kazama was naturally moved. After the two sat down, they started chatting for a while. Nara Shikaku first cared about his body, and then expressed his feelings about the close relationship between the two families. Subsequently, after everything was almost done, Nara Shikaku got down to business. Correct. How do you feel about the teammates your uncle arranged for you this time? I didn't lie to you, did I? Nara Fengjian looked calm. Honestly, he actually didn't expect to see this dear clan uncle on the Mist Shinobi battlefield. Therefore, he was really not prepared at all for this. But it doesn't matter. He considered himself to be no match for this clan uncle in terms of resourcefulness, but he wanted to deceive the situation from himself. Haha, I think too much. He thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Uchiha Jin, he is indeed a good teammate. His ability is enough to join the elite version of Class A. I really can't figure out what that guy is thinking. A strange Uchiha. When saying these words, Nara Kazama began to perform. He expressed Uchiha's strangeness and his own doubts. It can even be regarded as leaking a little bit about Uchiha Jin's strength. But in fact, whether this leak is leaked or not, it actually doesn't matter. Because since Nara Shikaku arranged for him to come, it proves that he has noticed it. Whether you say it or not, it makes no difference. The most important is, he used this dispensable situation to directly cover up his biggest secret. That was himself, already allied with Uchiha Jin. So, that's it. Nara Shikaku's face was calm, and then he smiled and said, Uchiha Jin's strength, does it sound very strong? Nara Shikaku nodded slightly to this. Yeah, very strong. Not to mention the basic three-body technique, he also has the Grandmaster Fire style, and his strongest skill is Taijutsu. We were able to hold on to the Mist Shinobi base camp for 3 days. On the one hand, we relied on the shadow secret skills of our clan, which can barely be used to detect the reality ahead. On the other hand, there's Uchiha Jin. We were able to escape from Mist Shinobi's encirclement many times because of Uchiha Jin's Taijutsu ability. Many times he can outrun the chasing Mist Shinobi with us. Ah, very good. Some more information leaked. But, for that, there was nothing Nara Kazama could do. After all, it is a bit unreasonable that their team can persist in the Mist Shinobi base camp for so long. If there is no reliable reason, it is definitely seeking death. So, all I can say is, of course, Uchiha Jin wouldn't care about such a little information. After all, his ability has been exposed, so he naturally doesn't care about being known by others. Other than that, have you ever figured out what Uchiha Jin's purpose is? Why would he hide his strength? Nara Shikaku continued to speak. Obviously, this is his most fundamental purpose. He can now almost confirm that the 3 Uchiha who died were the hands of Uchiha Jin. He is not interested in matters within the Uchiha clan. But what he cared about most was the body of the Cloud Shinobi ninja. As Jonin's squad leader, he actually controls Konoha's intelligence department. Therefore, he confirmed that the Mist Shinobi corpse that suddenly appeared outside the Death Forest that day was the Cloud Shinobi ninja who suddenly disappeared for no reason when the Cloud Shinobi came to kidnap Shinkuna 2 years ago. So why? What happened that day? This is about Cloud Shinobi, and it's about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He must figure it out. This is also the reason why he asked Nara Kazama to join the Uchiha team. On the one hand, the other Nara clan are all in Class A. Forcibly being assigned to a small team will naturally attract a lot of attention. Although he doesn't trust Nara Kazama very much. But he was confident that he could control Nara Kazama, and it was just such a small matter. He believed that with Nara Kazama's insight, it would be easy to handle. But, it's a pity. Regarding his previous questions, Nara Kazama will answer honestly. But don't even think about this problem. This all involves him and Uchiha Jin, the biggest plan. Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly. That's not clear. To put it bluntly, the team that Uchiha Jin and I are on is just a cannon fodder team. Uncle, you should know very well about the cannon fodder team. This kind of team won't develop bonds, and they won't have time to do cooperative tasks. In a team like this, talking about trust is bullshit. So Uchiha-jin and I basically didn't have any discussions except for topics other than missions. But according to my guess, Uchiha-jin actually has no trust in the Uchiha clan. It makes sense to hide your strength. Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with this answer. But, same thing, he also had to admit that what Nara Kazama said made sense. Konoha actually doesn't value this kind of ordinary team at all, or even the cannon fodder team hastily formed to die. After all, the original intention of establishing this kind of squad was to bring death and consume the enemy's vitality. To put it bluntly, these teams are just consumables. In this case, who cares if there are bonds between members of these teams? So, here comes the question. Because there is no bond between them, they can cooperate a little on the battlefield, which is already quite good. The requirements are too much and unrealistic. We are not even friends with each other, let alone any bond, we just come together for the mission. They distrust each other and even fear each other. Do you expect me, Uchiha-jin, to talk to you about what's on your mind? What nonsense. Why, it was precisely after understanding this that Nara Shikaku was also very helpless. After thinking for a moment, he spoke quietly. Well, I understand. It doesn't matter. I believe there will be opportunities in the future. The members of your new team have come out. They are still on the same team as Uchiha-jin, and Uchiha's genius, Shisui, will be your team leader. You will even have a Hyuga in your team this time. Did you see it? Unlike the previous cannon fodder team, the team you reorganized this time is a truly elite team. The missions carried out by the elite team are relatively dangerous, so it is necessary to cultivate bonds between teammates. Kazama, this matter is very important. You must make this clear. As long as you can succeed, I will consider you an A-level mission within the clan. Hiss. Hearing this, Nara Kazama took a breath of air instantly. Yes, the surprise this time was not a performance. He really couldn't figure out what kind of evil thing this guy Uchiha-jin had done. How could he actually make his clan uncle care so much about this matter? No, absolutely not. After I go back this time, I must figure out this matter, and then I can quickly find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, how can they deal with important matters when they are always being watched by their clan uncle? He didn't think that he and Uchiha-jin could truly develop their own power under the gaze of his family uncle's magnifying glass. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Pretending to be surprised, Nara Kazama said slightly excitedly. I see, uncle, don't worry, I will do my best. Nara Kazama's face was full of determination. He did not make a more specific guarantee, that was not something the Nara clan could make. There will be problems when performing transitions. This is just right now. This is also true. After hearing these words, Nara Shikaku smiled and nodded. Immediately, the two chatted about other things for a while before he waved Nara Kazama to leave. Team 7, inside the camp. Uchiha-jin sat on his bed, his brain starting to run wildly. Why did Nara Shikaku target him? Inside the camp, it was quiet. Kudo-shin had left to meet his new team members. I thought that unless the war was over, the two of them would never see each other again. After all, who let his luck be so bad that he was directly assigned to the elite team? Simply, Nara Kazama is not here either. But thinking about it in Uchiha-jin, there is a high probability that this guy was called away by Nara Shikaku. This is also a good thing. When Nara Kazama comes back later, she will be able to ask about this matter. For such a complicated matter, you really have to ask Kazama. It's so brain-burning. Even though he has been a person in 2 lifetimes, he is also a bit unclear. Time passes slowly. About 2 hours later, Nara Kazama walked in. Uchiha-jin stood up directly. After carefully looking around the camp and finding no one there, he spoke in a low voice. Kazama, you went to Nara Shikaku's place, right? Nara Kazama nodded. He also used the family's secret shadow technique, checked the surrounding situation, and then asked in a low and serious tone. Jinjin, we can be regarded as grasshoppers on the same rope, so I just asked some questions directly. What have you done to make my clan uncle pay so much attention to you? Do you know, he has been asking me to find out your secrets. As long as I can succeed, he is willing to give me an A-level task within the family. You must tell me honestly and let's plan this matter carefully. We must not let my uncle keep an eye on us, otherwise our plan will not be possible at all. My uncle is a smart man. If he really wants to keep an eye on us, any small behavior on our part will make him aware of the truth. In terms of resourcefulness, he is top-notch. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that before he could speak, Nara Kazama spoke first. But he was also confused. It would be nice if he knew the reason, but the key is that he doesn't know either. Why? After sighing helplessly, he shook his head bitterly. I really don't know. Uchiha thought for a moment, then said directly, the only time I have ever met your uncle was when 3 people from the Uchiha clan died. Nara Fengjian heard this and immediately spoke directly, tell me the specific situation. The more detail the better, and I need the truth to deduce it. Uchiha Jin nodded. Considering that this was really not a big deal, he thought about it for a moment and said it bluntly. He didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. Then, he looked at Nara Kazama, wanting to see how strong his strategist was in terms of resourcefulness. He was not disappointed. Almost instantly, Nara Kazama spoke. I see. Jin-kun, you are just superfluous. Just kill 3 Uchiha. Why do you want to throw away a Cloud Shinobi corpse? The more you do, the more doubts you have. If you had simply chosen to leave, there might have been some suspicion on you because there were few traces, but in fact no one would be looking at you. Because at that time, no one knew your strength. There is a high probability that in the end it will go to nothing. The simple death of 3 Uchiha means nothing to Konoha. But it's different now. The Cloud Shinobi corpse you left behind really had too big an impact. If my prediction is correct, the Cloud Shinobi's corpse must be from the time when Cloud Shinobi tried to kidnap Shinkuna 2 years ago. Shinkuna, it's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has too much to do with anything to happen. I think this is also the reason why my clan uncle insists on keeping an eye on you. 3 Uchiha, if you die, you will die. But it concerns Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so this matter must be investigated. Uchiha-jin, instant enlightenment. I was indeed wrong. The mistake made this time was indeed a bit too inferior. There is no need to regret anything. Just pay more attention in the future. The most important thing now is to make amends and ensure that you don't make mistakes in the future. How to deal with it? Too lazy to dwell too much, Uchiha Jin said. Nara Shikaku is not easy to deceive. Nara Shikaku frowned and thought. Like Uchiha Jin, he doesn't dwell on the past. People, you have to look forward. As long as you learn a lesson and pay more attention in the future, you'll be fine. His mind turned quickly and he spoke directly after a moment. You're right, you can't lie to Nara Shikaku. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. You can only tell the truth. You must have a conspiracy. Use a small conspiracy to cover up a big conspiracy. What we are planning must not be exposed, so we must devise a small conspiracy that makes sense. First of all, you killed those 3 Uchiha. You also killed that Cloud Shinobi ninja. In fact, you had enough strength at the beginning, but you just didn't want to be too involved with the Uchiha clan. You were even slightly jealous of the Uchiha clan because you were treated differently when you were a child. Quote. You threw out that Cloud Shinobi ninja. On the one hand, you wanted to clear yourself of suspicion, and on the other hand, you wanted to find a powerful enemy for Uchiha. Cloud Shinobi is strong and just right. To put it bluntly, you just want revenge. Uchiha Jin was stunned. Can it still be like this? He couldn't help but ask, are you sure you can fool your clan uncle like this? I'm sure, Nara Kazama said. He just needs to be sure that your goal is not Konoha. He doesn't dare to be interested in Uchiha's internal affairs. Only. In response to this, Uchiha Jin still shook his head helplessly. I always feel that the Uchiha Jin in your mouth is a bit stupid. Haha, this is normal. Nara Kazama smiled and said, Uchiha's brain can only think of hiding his strength. On the other hand, Jin-kun, you really don't look like an Uchiha. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin smiled. Immediately, he didn't bother to think about it, as long as it could be solved. More, doesn't matter. As long as he is given time to develop, he will have the confidence to bulldoze everything with his strength. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Shisui led one person directly to the camp of the 2. It's a girl. She has beautiful long white shawl hair, and she looks soft and frail, but her white eyes are enough to represent her identity. Through the forehead protector on her head, a delicate mark can be faintly seen. Obviously. That's right, caged bird. Guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I am good at body flicker technique, sword skills, and illusion. I have average fire style skills. I have 3 Tomo Sharingan. I will be the captain of our team from now on. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Uchiha Shisui, with a smile on his face. Following his opening, Uchiha Jin spoke first. Uchiha Jin knows 3 body technique and fire style, and has stronger physical skills. Nara Shikaku, Grandmaster wind style and some family ninjutsu. Hyuga Aya possesses Byakugan, detection ninjutsu, and Grandmaster medical ninjutsu. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Because this team is indeed a bit too weird. Although it is indeed an elite team, the configuration of this team is really strange. First, 2 Uchiha, plus a Hyuga, and a Nara. Especially the Nara clan, it's really weird no matter how you look at it. After all, normally, Ino Shika Cho were not separated, but now they joined their team. Hyuga's Byakugan and Nara's Shadow Secret technique overlap in this aspect. Plus 2 Uchiha, forehead. Even in the history of Konoha, they are probably the only such strange team. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, it's time for us to do our mission. Because we are not very familiar with each other, we have temporarily arranged some sea-level basic tasks for everyone. The focus is to let everyone get along with each other. Of course, even if it is a low-level mission, because we are on the battlefield, accidents may happen at any time, so everyone must be careful. It is precisely because we are on the battlefield that the superiors will not give us much time to adjust. There are only 3 days, everyone works hard. Our goal today is to destroy the 12 strongholds on the left side of the Whirlpool Kingdom. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Set off. After everyone got to know each other briefly, Uchiha Shisui announced the mission. Immediately afterwards, everyone just left the camp and started heading towards the mission location. Because there are all elites present, even Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama, because their strength has been exposed before, it is naturally difficult to hide it now. Especially the leader, Shisui, has reached the level of Jonin. So everyone moved very quickly, and arrived at the first stronghold in just half a day. 9 Genin, 3 Chunin, and 1 Jonin. Hyuga Aya opened her eyes and spoke the data accurately. Shisui, his face calm. He glanced at everyone with a smile, and then said with a smile, I will deal with Jonin, Kazama and Jin will deal with the others, and Aya will take action at will to provide support. Everyone, try your best to protect Ling. The others nodded slowly. As a medical ninja in the eye of the team, Hyuga Aya is naturally in a closely guarded position. No one disputes this. After everyone was assigned, Shisui drew out his sword and rushed out with a flash. Nara Kazama and Uchiha Jin looked at each other and rushed towards the stronghold. During the war, there was no way to mess it up. In that case, kill him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, crush. Before the Mist Shinobi team could react, Shisui took the lead and slashed at Mist Shinobi Jonin's neck. Mist Shinobi Jonin, startled. But he was also dissatisfied with his actions and stopped him directly with a kunai. Next moment, the combination of fire style and wind style directly caused a big explosion, and the entire outpost was in chaos. Several Mist Shinobi Genin were blown away, and only 3 Chunin were able to carry them down. Just as they were about to take action, Uchiha appeared behind one of the people, and the kunai in his hand easily cut his throat. And, on the other side, Nara Kazama was not slow either. A dark shadow entangled a Chunin and broke his neck. Shadow, head binding technique. At this time, Shisui on the other side, after exchanging 3 or 5 moves, took advantage of Mist Shinobi Jonin's inattention and directly approached the opponent with the body flicker technique, and cut off the opponent's head with a sword in his hand. It's too late, but it's soon. In less than a minute, 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 1 Genin were instantly killed. Among them, Genin is the work of Hyuga Aya. Next, it's easy. Without waiting for the remaining Mist Shinobi to take action, they continued their attack and wiped out all the Mist Shinobi in the blink of an eye. Next place, let's go. After the battlefield was cleaned and the loot was collected, Shisui spoke softly. Time passes slowly. As their team kept taking action, their cooperation with each other became better and better, and their efficiency in killing tasks became higher and higher. In just 3 days, they raided 50 outposts. Jonin alone killed 9, and Chunin Genin killed countless more. Late at night, deep in the dense forest, there is an unknown hill. In an inconspicuous mountain col, in a small cave. Beside the small bonfire, Uchiha Jin and the other 4 people simply ate some food and then just stared at the bonfire in a daze. I now declare that the adaptive mission is over. After these 3 days, everyone's cooperation is getting better and better. When we go back this time, we will have to take on difficult tasks. Uchiha Shisui smiled and spoke. For him, these past few days have been like a vacation. Yes, although he is only a Chunin for the time being, his actual combat power has long surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. The missions I accept on weekdays are either unimaginably complicated, or the enemies are famous masters from each village. The tasks of the past few days were indeed not difficult for him. But, it's a pity. In response to Shisui's opening, others were just silent. Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama will not talk about it. They just want to survive the war in peace. Even Hyuga Aya frowned slightly and did not mean to be happy at all. Shisui. He looked confused. I've never encountered this situation before. It's not his fault, being a traditional Uchiha. The teammates he had come into contact with before were all of the same Uchiha race who had no brains and could only shout, Uchiha glory, and act recklessly. Even if you join forces with the Konoha shinobi, you will be exposed to the true elites who have been trained. Those people think about different things than Uchiha Jin and others. Hey, what's going on? Shisui couldn't help but ask, aren't you excited at all? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. What's there to be excited about? I just want to lie here until the war is over. Nara Kazama nodded quickly. He couldn't help but yawned and looked uninterested. Yes, don't look at him hooking up with Uchiha Jin, but it's just out of helplessness and self-protection. Essentially, he is a traditional Nara. He is not interested in anything unless necessary. He just wants to sleep lazily at home. Even Hyuga Aya couldn't help but speak. I hope this war can last as long as possible. It's best if it never ends. In this case, there is no need to go back to the village. She spoke softly. Her eyes were full of sadness, and her tone was extremely bitter. Obviously, after 3 days of contact, she had some understanding of these 3 teammates. There is some trust between them. Especially when you have just escaped from the fighting and finally relaxed, you naturally open your heart slightly. Shisui. The corner of his mouth twitched. He still doesn't quite understand the thoughts of the 3 teammates in front of him. The Nara clan all have a lazy attitude. Uchiha Jin is okay. If a brother of his kind hadn't come to war, he would have been able to survive forever. Only, Hyuga Aya. Why is this the case? But seeing the sadness in Hyuga Aya's eyes, Shisui couldn't help but frown. Is there something hidden here? After pondering for a moment, he spoke first. Ling, did you encounter any difficulties? If you have anything to say, you might as well say it. We are now considered comrades in arms. If there is anything we can do to help, we don't mind helping. Especially, Kazama. He is from the Nara clan, and his family has the best minds. He can definitely think of a way. Shisui, not stupid. As an Uchiha, of course he knows what the Hyuga clan is like. Her problem is most likely caged bird. Only, although this problem cannot be solved, it does not mean that the specific problem cannot be solved by using another way of thinking. After all, the Hyuga clan knows everything. Maybe it was all kinds of bullying and tyranny against the branches within the clan, but when it came to the whole of Konoha, it turned into a coward. So, no matter what Hyuga Aya encounters, as long as she has the right methods, it's really not that difficult to solve it. Nara Kazama hesitated slightly. He was really too lazy to waste his brain cells on things that had nothing to do with him. But, Hyuga Aya is indeed good. Although she is imprinted as caged bird and is only a branch house. Honestly, there is no value in winning over. But considering the friendship between them in the past 2 days, as long as it doesn't affect my layout, it doesn't matter if I help a little. Thinking of this, he smiled and spoke. Yep, If you trust me, Aya, then you might as well tell me and listen. As long as I can help, I'll do my best. As the two spoke, Hyuga Aya fell silent. Uchiha Jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had paid attention to Hyuga Aya. But, he's a piece of shit himself, how can he have time to deal with this? Although she was very beautiful, Uchiha Jin had no intention of thinking about men and women at this time. But Shisui and Kazama both spoke, considering that this girl is indeed pretty good. Thinking of this, he also smiled and spoke. Aya, tell me. It's fate that we all meet together. If we can help, we will do our best. Only, in response to the three people's remarks, Hyuga Aya could only smile bitterly. So, silence. After a long time, she sighed helplessly, took a deep breath and spoke. Since everyone is interested, I will tell you about it, just to relieve my boredom. Everyone should know that I come from the Hyuga branch house. Last year, the Hyuga clan was a loser. Because my parents accidentally bumped into him, he ordered my parents to be executed directly. This, forget it. The fate of the Hyuga branch house, we branch houses, have actually accepted. But this year the clan fell in love with me again. He asked me to go back and be his concubine after this war is over. Isn't it ridiculous? He just killed my parents last year, and now he wants me to marry him. It's really, really sad. If I were alone, at worst I would choose to commit suicide. But, I have a sister. In order for that beast not to harm my sister, I can only accept this. Hiss. As Hyuga Aya spoke, all three people present took a breath. Even Uchiha Jin, who has read the original work, did not expect that the Hyuga clan would be so domineering. This is humiliation. The first one who couldn't help it was Shisui, who immediately cursed. How can the dignified Hyuga clan be so shameless? What a person. Kazama, do you have any idea? You, the Nara clan, have the highest IQ, so you can definitely think of a solution, right? We must help Ling, she is our teammate. Shisui, looking excited. He, who is kind-hearted by nature, cannot accept this darkness. Only, although his face was full of anger and his eyes were full of murderous intent, he was not too impulsive. Because this is Hyuga's family matter, and he's just an Uchiha. Konoha's rules. The Hokage only cares about the village and its ninjas. Only during wars can one have the right to mobilize and command family ninjas. Each ninja clan adopts autonomy within itself. Although that Hyuga clan member is annoying, he is not a ninja being fabricated by Konoha. Even during the war, the Hyuga clan did not participate in the war. Even if Shisui is angry in her heart, she can't interfere with the Hyuga family's affairs. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to declare war. In this case, he can only turn to Nara Kazama. As he said before, the Nara family has the best brains, and they might be able to come up with some good ideas. But, about this, Nara Kazama looked helpless and shrugged before saying, Captain, you think too highly of me. Nara Kazama said helplessly, this is a matter of the Hyuga family, we can't interfere. And because of Caged Bird, Aya essentially can't refuse. The only thing I can think of is to find a long-term garrison mission outside of the Fire Country before the end of the war. And this task must be done by us. Only in this case will Hyuga have to bow to Hokage. It's very difficult to accomplish this. And even if we do manage to do it, it's actually just a temporary delay. The mission will eventually end, and no one can change this. This problem has no solution. Everyone, silent. Even if Nara Kazama didn't think of a way, no one meant to blame him. After all, everyone knows how complicated this matter is. Hyuga Aya smiled. There's no need for this. This is the fate of the Hyuga branch house. I've long accepted that, and I'm happy to get to know you all. This is enough. Her face was full of tenderness, and although her mouth was full of bitterness, she still spoke to persuade everyone. Obviously, as he said, she had long since accepted her fate. Uchiha-jin, only silence. His eyes flickered, but he did not speak. This matter is very complicated. The key is that even if you succeed, it won't do you much good. And to put it bluntly, Hyuga Aya's fate may be unbearable, but she can still save her life. But what about yourself? The dark cloud of Uchiha's genocide is still hovering over him. Actually, don't talk about yourself. Even Shisui, Kazama. In fact, Everyone is pretty much the same, so don't laugh at the second brother. But, at this moment, Shisui suddenly looked at Uchiha Jin and spoke in a very serious tone. Jin, I want to help Ling. I know you must have a way. We are all comrades who have experienced life and death. Help Ling. Shisui now looked serious. Yes. He may not have been in contact with his clan brother for a long time, but he still knows something about him. Don't look at his lazy, ordinary look. In fact, it's all disguise. He was really angry and depressed about Hyuga Aya. He is kind and really wants to help. Following Shisui's opening, Kazama and Aya both looked at Uchiha Jin. Shisui, let's not talk about it. He knew Uchiha Jin a little bit, so he looked thoughtful, wanting to see if his collaborator could think of a better way than himself. As for Hyuga Aya, she was slightly surprised and looked at Uchiha Jin in astonishment. Yes, she didn't understand. She had been in contact with Uchiha Jin for 3 days, but to be honest, she didn't feel anything. Ordinary and featureless, so she didn't understand. How could a genius of Shisui's level ask for help from this ordinary Jin? Uchiha Jin. He looked confused, especially when he saw that the big guy's eyes were all focused on him. The corners of his mouth twitched even more. Good guy, what does this have to do with me? But he really didn't expect Shisui to be so kind. Thinking of this, he fell into deep thought. He really didn't want to care about this matter, but the atmosphere has reached this level. Even if Hyuga Aya's face is not enough, he has to give Shisui's face. Thinking of this, Yu spoke. This matter is difficult to say, but it is actually very simple to say. The reason why you can't think of a solution is because of your way of thinking or how you play within the rules of the game. In fact, as long as you step outside the rules, there are not many solutions. I'll just name a few. First of all, frame the blame. Even if the Hyuga clan won't participate in the war, it's impossible to stay in the Hyuga clan's land forever, right? After he leaves the Hyuga tribe, we will find a way to get him to conflict with others, and then accidentally kill a few Konoha civilians. Then we will make this matter bigger and ask all the civilians to go to the Hokage to protest. Even if he is from the Hyuga clan, unless he is a truly important clan member, the Hyuga clan will not dare to protect him. As for how to make him conflict, there aren't many ways. The simplest way is to control Sharingan, or knock him unconscious and hide him first, and then use transformation technique to do it. If you feel unsafe, then be more direct. Just dress yourself up as a cloud shinobi ninja, find a way to rush directly to the Hyuga clan and kill him, then take his Byakugan and retreat directly. With Hyuga Aya, a member of the Hyuga branch house, even if the Hyuga clan is heavily defended, it is not difficult to find a loophole. If this is not safe, then don't alarm anyone. Use Sharingan to set up a psychological hint for the Hyuga clan, making him feel that he will be too bored to stay in the clan for the rest of his life. He will feel that the Hyuga clan is like a cage. Let him have the idea of going out of Konoha village. After he left, I kidnapped him and sold his body to the black market. Whether you dress up as Cloud Shinobi, a rebel ninja, or a bounty hunter. In short, there are many ways. As long as we are not limited to the identity of Konoha Shinobi and are mentally prepared to break the rules, we are all Konoha Shinobi, and there is also a Hyuga ninja among us. Is it difficult to find loopholes? Hyuga's defense is indeed tight. Even if other ninja villages want to white eye, it is indeed difficult to succeed. But don't forget, we are internal thieves. As long as we plan properly, we may have difficulties, but the probability of success is high. And as long as that Hyuga clan dies, Aya's problem will naturally disappear. Quote. Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Uchiha Jin as if they were looking at a god. Good guy. Those who didn't know thought you had defected. Yes, every word that came out of Uchiha Jin's mouth was simply a provocation to the entire Konoha. Once they fail, they can only become traitorous ninjas. Isn't this too dangerous? Shisui couldn't help but shake his head. Hyuga Aya was silent. She was like a drowning person who finally saw a glimmer of life. But to truly capture this glimmer of life, he needs to pay the courage and price of his life. Therefore, she was at a loss. I didn't know what to do for a while. On the contrary, Nara Shikaku only pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. I see. Jin is absolutely right. My thinking is indeed limited. As long as you break out of the small circle of Konoha, there aren't many ways to solve this problem. I really didn't expect that the wisdom of our Nara clan would have such a big flaw. What a mortal wisdom. He had a look of emotion on his face. Yes, today, Nara Kazama is too lazy to think about Hyuga Aya, and instead falls into deep thoughts at home. As a member of the Nara clan, smart planning is standard. Now that he has discovered such a big loophole, he must deeply reflect on it to prevent him from falling into such limitations in the future. Uchiha Jin looked calm. He glanced at everyone briefly before shrugging indifferently. What you want to get, you have to pay for. There is no free lunch in the world, and the problem Aya faces is caged bird. As soon as we don't have a way to unlock caged bird, if we want to avoid this, we have to hide it from everyone. At least we can't let the Hyuga clan link the death of this clan member to Aya. Wanting to do it without taking the risk. Shisui, are you kidding me? Shisui, there is only silence. Yes, the problem faced by Hyuga Aya is quite complex in itself. Even the wise Nara clan has no good solution to this problem. It's not easy for Jin to think of a way. In this case, I don't want to take the risk and solve the matter easily. How can it be? But how can he do this? So what is the difference between him and the traitorous ninja? Regardless of the issue of success or failure, he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. He frowned. The whole person fell into silence. Seeing this, Hyuga Aya couldn't help but take a deep breath. Forget it. This matter is too dangerous. It is my private matter. How can I let everyone take such a risk? I have accepted my fate, so there is no need for you to worry so much. But I'm still grateful to everyone for thinking about me. I'm so happy to meet you all. Yes, he still chose to give up. This thing is too dangerous. If she were to take the risk alone, then she might be willing to fight for her freedom. But it's different now. If you want to achieve what Uchiha-jin plans, then everyone must work together. But, no, we have known each other for such a short time, and our feelings for each other are really not that high. After all, if this kind of thing fails, everyone will become a traitor. The consequences are too serious. Unless you truly love your relatives and friends, most people cannot do this. So, she could only choose to give up. But, although the decision had been made in her heart, when Hyuga Aya looked at Uchiha Jin, the complexity and confusion in her eyes became more and more intense. This Uchiha is just so weird. He seems to be just an ordinary person, and it is easy to forget him even if you are not careful. To put it simply, he has no sense of existence. But, at the same time, the strategies that came out of his mouth were so vicious, and they were always aimed at killing people. What a weird Uchiha. Undeniable. Hyuga Aya is indeed a little interested in Uchiha Jin. Due to a woman's 8 trigrams mentality, even if she is a ninja, she still can't help but want to explore what Uchiha Jin hides. And, on the other side, Shisui slapped his thigh hard and immediately spoke with hatred. I did this. I'm still very sorry. I decided to help Ling. When something like this happens to our teammates, I, Shisui, cannot turn a blind eye. Ling, you are our friend. I, Uchiha Shisui, will never give up on my friends. When he said this, he seemed to be very convincing. Even Sharingan couldn't help but show it. Nara Kazama looked astonished. He really didn't expect that Shisui would make this choice. Simply, can't believe it. After all, if this fails, Shisui's life will be ruined. Actually, don't talk about him. Even Uchiha Jin has a complicated face. Uchiha, maybe this clan has more or less shortcomings, but for the people they recognize, it can really be considered as heartbreaking. Not to mention Shisui, he is one of the few extremely kind people in the Uchiha clan. So, he remained silent. His brain started thinking non-stop. If he really did this thing, what would be the probability of success? Yes, he may still be able to ignore Hyuga Aya, who has not been in close contact with her, but he cannot do this with Shisui. The most shocked among everyone is Hyuga Aya. He never thought of it. Shisui, who had only been a teammate for 3 days, was actually willing to make such a decision for himself. But, just as she was thinking about how to answer, her face suddenly turned sideways. Everyone, be alert. There are 7 mist shinobi ninjas approaching quickly. The chakra energy in them is very strong. At least it is, elite Jonin. Hyuga Aya spoke quickly. As she spoke, the guy's expression changed instantly. This is not good news. There was no nonsense after that, and everyone stood up quickly to be on guard. But, the next second, 7 mist shinobi ninjas suddenly appeared and surrounded him. 7 ninja swordsmen, Shisui murmured. His tone was extremely solemn, and his face became extremely ugly. Yes, although he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, he has not really grown up yet. At the very least, Mangekyo hasn't opened yet. Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him, or facing one of them alone, he might still be able to win, or even kill them completely if he tried his best. But, these are 7 people. Facing the combined forces of Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen, all he could do was escape. Only, there were 3 classmates beside him, and he couldn't escape no matter what. What to do? Shisui's brain was working rapidly, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But, at this moment, Uchiha Jin stood up and lay directly in front of Shisui. Shisui, forget it, you can't solve this matter, so let me do it. Jin, you. Shisui looked stunned. Only, at this time, Uchiha Jin had no intention of talking to Shisui. Simply protecting him behind him, he narrowed his eyes and faced the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him. He looked gloomy. It was supposed to be Might Dai who ended the Mist Shinobi battlefield in the original drama. Now, I never thought about it. He was actually met by their team. It seems that this little butterfly of mine, even if it has survived for so long, has already caused the butterfly effect. If he continues to hide his strength, then all of his team will die. Even if you really use your full strength, to be honest, you may not be able to escape unscathed. No solution anymore. Shisui, stop talking nonsense. Even if you fight desperately, the 3 of us can't escape. I attack from the front, you attack from behind. Kazama, protect Aya as much as possible. You 2 don't need to fight. Being able to protect yourself is a big help. Hiss. As Jin opened his mouth, everyone looked surprised. No one expected that in the face of such a desperate situation, Jin would suddenly stand up. But, can he? Everyone admits that he has strong planning ability, and Uchiha Jin also showed this just now. But in front of us, this is a head-on fight. Even the strongest among them, Shisui is now just a chunin. Even if he already has the strength of a jonin, he is faced with 7 management jonin in front of him, and all of them have special blades in their hands. Okay, I'll cooperate, Shisui suddenly said. I also want to see your true strength, Jin. From now on, Li Ting's command will be yours. Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya naturally nodded quickly. Even if they still have doubts. But on this kind of fighting battlefield, they can only obey orders. And, the other side. The 7 ninja swordsmen did not take the lead in taking action. In their eyes, the Konoha team in front of them is the meat on the chopping board. Hey, you brat from the Uchiha family. Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost sneered, I never thought we would be so destined. This time, let me see where you run. Yes, seeing Uchiha Jin in front of him, he was furious. I don't think he has ever encountered such a one in all his time in the ninja world. He doesn't have much strength, but he runs very fast. Now that enemies meet, they will naturally be extremely jealous. Loquat Juzang said calmly, don't be careless. Our Mist Shinobi outpost was killed by these 4 brats more than 50 times in 3 days. Why are you talking so much? Just kill him quickly. Black Holea said coldly. Before Jinchuriki arrives, we must let the Konoha blow. Muri Jinpachi said coldly. That's right, kill. He snorted coldly. Then he held a blasting knife and sprayed it, and rushed over to kill him. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Jin gave Shisui a look, and then began to seal quickly with both hands, using the strongest ninjutsu at this stage for the first time. Fire style. Extinguish with great fire. This time, Uchiha Jin showed no intention of holding back. This was also the first time he used his full strength. Boom. His mouth opened slightly, and raging flames swept across it. Although Uchiha Jin's strength cannot reach the effect of Uchiha Madara, the sea of fire still submerged the entire dense forest. How could you be so deceitful? Is he really a genin? Water style, water barrier. When Uchiha Jin made a move, all the 7 ninja swordsmen were shocked. Don't hesitate and use water style immediately. Moment. Under the blending of water and fire, a large amount of mist rises. But, even so, Uchiha Jin's powerful fire is extinguished, and not a few water styles can stop it. Under the raging flames that fill the sky, the water barrier of the 7 ninja swordsmen was like a few wisps of water in the sea of fire. This moment, not to mention the 7 ninja swordsmen, even Shisui and the other 3 looked confused. Hyuga Aya was the most surprised. They have been in contact with each other for 3 days, and she has always believed that Uchiha Jin's strength is only a little stronger than hers, and at most he can barely reach the qualifications of a chunin. Now she knows how wrong she was. Even an ordinary jonin would find it difficult to reach this level, right? Actually, don't talk about her. Even Shisui and Kazama, who knew that Uchiha Jin was hiding something, were deeply shocked by the scene before them. Is this the true strength of Uchiha Jin? The next second, Shisui's eyes narrowed, and he burst out with all his strength. The whole person disappeared in an instant. This is the 3-body technique that can only be taught by joining Anbu, including the body flicker technique. Although Shisui has not joined Anbu, this technique is nothing to a wealthy family. In Shisui's hands, the body flicker technique may not be as fast as the flying thunder god, but it is not something that ordinary people can match. Whoosh! In an instant, he came behind Black Hole Ya. Swinging the sword in his hand, Uchiha's sword skills reached the ultimate speed. Clang! Although Shisui was very fast, Black Ho-Raiga, as a veteran ninja, still reacted quickly, and the thunder sword in his hand was still slightly blocked. Haha, kid, Black Hole Ya snorted, his eyes filled with anger, and his back was wet with cold sweat. Obviously, he never thought that he would almost die in the hands of a kid. But, the next moment, Marine 6 styles, finger pistol. Uchiha Jin's speed is no worse than water. Under the flames that filled the sky, he instantly appeared behind Black Hole Ya, and smashed his heart with his right index finger. Black Ho Thunder Fang, die. How come, even until death, Black Hole Ya was still frightened? He doesn't understand. He died so easily in the hands of a group of Konoha brats. You kid, you're looking for death. Seeing the death of Black Hole Ya, Black Demon Oiwa, who was holding 2 swords, slashed Uchiha Jin's neck with such anger. Uchiha Jin, his eyes changed slightly. Facing this speed, he could no longer avoid it. Marine 6 styles, paper arts ooze. Fukuru's unique move in one piece can instantly soften his entire body into a ball of ooze. He dodged narrowly and narrowly, Black Devil Oiwa's double swords. Are you kidding me? Black Devil Dion was stunned. Obviously, he couldn't understand. Is this an action that humans can do? Actually, don't talk about him. Even Shisui was confused and looked at this scene stupidly. Although they were stunned, Uchiha Jin did not. He smashed the heart of the Black Rock Demon with a finger pistol. In an instant, 2 people were killed. Of Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen, only 5 were left. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate. His speed reached ultimate, and before everyone in Mist Shinobi could react as the flames filled the sky, it only took more than 10 seconds to kill Muri Jinpachi and Kurumaru Kushimaru. Marine 6 styles, Tempest Kick. White Thunder. Uchiha Jin jumped up high and used Kaku's signature. The whole person rotated 180 degrees in the air, white light flashed from his feet, and he hit the wild bait man in the grass. Weed man, be careful. Loquat Juzang yelled. But, it's too late. Before Tongsao Bailei could react, Tempest Kick. Bailei smashed him into pieces and set off a violent wind on the ground. The earth is cracked and grass and rocks are flying. There was deathly silence on the battlefield. Flames flew all over the sky, the earth was torn apart, and countless vegetation was wiped out. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Uchiha Jin's slightly thin body looked like a god and demon in their eyes. Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost and Loquat Juzang, with cold sweat on their foreheads, looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Both of them were dumbfounded. How can this be? They are the top experts of Mist Shinobi. Except for Mizukage and Jinchuriki, the 7 ninja swordsmen are considered their signatures. But, what now? In less than a minute, 5 people were killed by Uchiha Jin. This is under the premise that he has not turned on Sharingan. This kind of record is so impressive that even if it is in front of them now, they still can't believe it. Actually, don't talk about them. Even Shisui and Kazama looked in disbelief. As for Hyuga Aya, her mind went blank. Her face was full of confusion. Is this still the ordinary Uchiha in her mind? Escape. Loquat Juzang didn't talk nonsense. After simply saying one word, he immediately turned around and prepared to run. Zigwashan puffer fish, there is no objection. The two of them didn't talk nonsense and immediately started to jump into synergy mode. What a joke. Although the two of them are Mist Shinobi Elite Jonin, they have no courage to fight against a guy like Uchiha Jin who is simply unreasonable. Even the blades in their hands are famous in the entire ninja world. But they themselves are only Elite Jonin. Although the Uchiha Jin in front of them did not reach the level of Kage, it was not something they could face. In their feelings, perhaps only Mizukage and Jinchuriki are qualified to fight Uchiha Jin. Shisui, stop them. Uchiha Jin, with a serious face, and Kazama, use the shadow secret technique. Aya, open your Byakugan. No matter what the cost, these two people must be killed. My strength cannot be exposed for the time being. His eyes were solemn. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and chased after the two of them. Shisui and the other three looked at each other without any intention of questioning and just rushed forward. In an instant, anti-change. Jin takes Hyuga Aya, Shisui takes Kazama. A group of 4 people, very fast. Even though the speeds of Loquat Juzo and Tsukuyama Fuguge have reached the limit, and they have used Mist Shinobi technique, Earth style, and transformation technique back and forth along the way, they still have no effect in the face of Hyuga Aya's white eyes. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. After getting close to a certain level, Uchiha Jin unfolded the Sharingan, put down Hyuga Aya and rushed forward. Marine 6 styles, Iron Body Jade. Without saying a word, it immediately turned into a black whirlwind and flew towards Loquat Juzang like a cannonball. Earth Formation Wall. Loquat Juzang had no choice but to turn around and face the enemy. Boom! Almost in an instant, the Iron Body Jade smashed the wall of the Earth Formation, and the two men directly began to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Iron Body Magic Serious, Wolf Bullet, Heavy Step Wolf, Wheel, Steel, Shatter. The two of them went back and forth, fighting nearly 30 times in just 10 seconds. Loquat Juzang also tried his best, and the decapitating sword in his hand was swung into a whirlwind. But it's no use. Uchiha Jin was also extremely anxious. He would never allow the two of them to leave alive. The battle here is too fierce, and Konoha may come over at any time. He must end the fight as soon as possible. It is precisely for this reason that he has no reservations and uses the iron body boxing method to the ultimate. He didn't even bother to dodge the decapitating sword, and just relied on the iron body's hardened fist to catch it. Especially with the blessing of the Writing Eye, Loquat Juzo's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Just 2 minutes, Loquat Juzang's bones were broken in many places, and the corners of his ferocious mouth were covered with blood. Now he was holding on with almost all his willpower. And, the other side. Shisui also used the body flicker technique to the limit. On top of the blood-red Sharingan, the 3 Tomo kept spinning, directly entangling the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost to death. If Samahata wasn't really tough, Shisui would be able to kill him completely even if he was an elite Jonin. Only, although the two of them were constantly fighting, they were all watching the battle on Uchiha Jin's side. So the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost was really panicked. He could tell that Gonzang couldn't bear it anymore. Ceasefire, I surrender. You conceal our chakra, and we are willing to surrender to Konoha. Without our ninja sword 7 BFEG, we Mist Shinobi will definitely be willing to surrender, and let Mizukage-sama redeem us when the time comes. Zigwashan pufferfish ghost spoke quickly. He is afraid of death. And even to Mist Shinobi, he actually doesn't have much loyalty. He even hooked up with Danzo behind his back. Therefore, facing this desperate situation, he really didn't want to fight anymore, otherwise he might really die. But, it's a pity. Shisui turned a deaf ear to this, and even after accidentally revealing a flaw when the pufferfish ghost was talking, he slashed his throat with the sword in his hand without saying a word. Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost died. Yes. Maybe at another time, he would have accepted Mist Shinobi's surrender. Now, that's not possible. Uchiha Jin's strength cannot be exposed to the top management of Konoha, so he must die here, and even due to the existence of the Yamanaka clan, even his body cannot be left behind. Uchiha Jin on the other side is naturally very efficient. When Shisui succeeded, he also shattered Loquat Juzang's heart with a finger pistol. So far, 7 people with ninja swords, destroyed. After finishing all of this, Uchiha Jin had no intention of stopping, and instead used fire style, Storm Dance, which directly destroyed the dense forest in front of him, and also completely destroyed the bodies of the 2 of them. As for the same shark and the beheading sword, they were naturally collected by him. Let's go back to the mountain call. We can't keep the corpses over there, and by the way, we took the handleless ninja sword as well. Others nodded. Probably 15 minutes later. After completely destroying the scene, their team breathed a sigh of relief. Jin, what are you going to say later? Shisui frowned and couldn't help but say, there is too much noise here, and the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen will never be hidden from the village. What are you going to say? Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin. Obviously, after today's battle, the 2 of them already had a hint of respect in their eyes for Uchiha Jin. In the ninja world, martial arts is respected. Whoever is strong enough will naturally be respected more. Especially, to Kazama. Even though he had already bet that Uchiha Jin would become a strong man in the future, only when he saw what was happening before him did he realize that he had won the bet. Your own plan has a higher probability of success. Looking at it this way, I have to make plans quickly. Uchiha Jin, he frowned slightly. Regarding Shisui's problem, he couldn't think of a solution for a while. The battle was so urgent that he had no time to calm down and think. You must find an excuse for your own strength. Otherwise, if the village and clan knew that he deliberately concealed his strength, his future situation would be even worse. After pondering for a moment, he spoke quietly. Well, let's do that. To the outside world, I accidentally awakened Mangekyo under the threat of death. And the method of killing these people is Susanoo. Uchiha Jin spoke directly. He looked a little helpless. You must know that he has always had a go mentality since he traveled through time. I hope to truly become the strongest, and then make a stunning appearance to sweep everything Yuki Snake God. And now in the 3 battles, he only stopped paddling. Never thought about it. The appearance of the 7 ninja swordsmen completely broke all this. Now it seems that only Plan B can be implemented. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I'm Uchiha. Unlike other ninjas, Uchiha's Sharingan is so unreasonable. Even the tribesmen who have not opened their eyes can increase their combat power by 2 or 3 classes just by opening their eyes, let alone Uchiha's Mangekyo. It's just 7 people with ninja swords, in front of Mangekyo Sharingan. They're all scum. Yes, in Uchiha Jin's view, since he can't hide it, he might as well be more generous. As a weak person, of course the benefits are greater. Not only can it avoid all kinds of disgusting things between high-level officials, but more importantly, it can quietly lay out the plans in secret. But, same thing, a strong person has benefits. Although it is inevitable to enter the spotlight and fall into the struggle between the top management and Uchiha. But as a strong man, his autonomy will definitely be higher than before. There will be much less constraints when operating some things. Overall, the pros and cons are equal. Of course, if you let him choose, then he will definitely be willing to hide it. Why, isn't this impossible? But, it doesn't matter. Even if he has to reveal his strength, there is no way he can stop him. At best, it's just a different way. Is this possible? Shisui couldn't help but say. Mangekyo Sharingan, it is indeed possible. But what if this is revealed? After all, Mangekyo is the glory of Uchiha. From now on, both the clan leader and the elders in the clan must confirm this matter. Jin, have you considered this? Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya also frowned slightly and began to think silently. Yes, before you know it, everyone has formed a small group. No one thought about reporting it, they all wanted to hide it for him. I think it's better to put it another way. Nara Kazama said. How about putting all the achievements of killing 7 people with ninja swords under Masami's head? Hyuga Aya nodded. He also felt that this method was reliable. After all, Shisui's reputation as a genius had long existed in Konoha. Others believe him more if he says he broke out. No, absolutely not. Uchiha Jin heard this, but shook his head and refused. I don't care about this mere achievement, the key is that if you do this, Shisui will be too dangerous in the future. Shisui is so kind. He is basically unwilling to refuse other people's requests. Once this happens to him, from now on, both the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage will regard Shisui as the former Hatake Tsukumo. Shisui is so small, can he carry it? Everyone, silent. Everyone also thinks that Uchiha Jin's consideration is quite reasonable. Even Shisui, who was about to nod, couldn't help but fall silent after hearing this. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Jin chuckled. Everyone, don't worry. I can feel that my Sharingan is already showing signs of breakthrough. It won't be long before I can fully unlock Mangekyo. He didn't lie. With the system data panel, everything is so clearly visible. During this period of time, even on the battlefield, he was actually paddling all the time, so his experience naturally increased very quickly. Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt that as long as he stayed around for a few days, he would evolve naturally. Emotionally exciting. He doesn't need this. As he opened his mouth, others took a breath of air. Even Shisui is the same. Actually, he also feels like Jin, who can directly activate his Mangekyo with just a little stimulation. But, I never thought about it. He, a genius, has yet to find a way to start the final step of Sharingan. Jin, the Uchiha that everyone regarded as a shame, actually took the lead in turning on Mangekyo. That's good. Shisui smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief. The same is true for Hyuga Aya and Nara Kazama. Next moment. After reaching an agreement on this matter, he opened his mouth and shouted to everyone. Even if Mangekyo is turned on, the threat to the human body is still great. Especially for someone like me who has activated Mangekyo for the first time, it is even more impossible to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen without any injuries like this. I'm going to disperse the chakra and put myself into a coma. Next, how to explain to the frontline camp, I leave it to you. Fire style, Sha Miek. After saying that, Uchiha Jin clenched his hands and used fire style again. Unlike other fire styles, although Hauhuo Mika is only a B-level ninjutsu, its strength depends entirely on personal strength. Even if Genin takes control, he can only cast a small flame. But in the hands of Uchiha Madara, it can directly spray out a sea of fire, and even directly rely on this ninjutsu to destroy a small ninja village. In the previous fight, he had to leave some room. Now, it's different. In order to exhaust the chakra in his body, he directly turned on the full power mode. Almost instantly, a sea of fire rose up. Shisui, Nara, Aya, looking at the sea of fire in front of them, the three of them were inexplicably shocked. Who dares to say that this is B-level ninjutsu? Even the legendary forbidden technique is only as powerful as you think, right? 10 minutes later, with his chakra exhausted, he passed out directly. Shisui supported him, and just when he was about to speak, a large number of Konoha shinobi descended. Looking at the doomsday ruins in front of him, the leader Uchiha Fugaku spoke quickly. Shisui, what happened? As Fugaku spoke, other people's eyes naturally focused on Shisui. Shisui, silence. This was the first time he had lied, so naturally he felt a little embarrassed. After brewing his emotions for a while, he slowly spoke. We met the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just when we were about to be destroyed, Jin awakened and evolved directly from the Namagatama Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then he used Susanoo and completely killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. What? Hearing Shisui's words, the Konoha Jonin who came over were all shocked. Especially, the Uchiha clan. After hearing Mangekyo Sharingan, I couldn't help but look at the unconscious Uchiha Jin. No one wants to believe it. Fugaku took a deep breath and spoke with disbelief on his face. Shisui, what did you say? You said Uchiha Jin, he awakened Mangekyo, and then used Susanoo to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. Are you sure you're not joking? Please like and subscribe. Chapter 51. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hide his excitement. Even if he wants to believe Shisui in his heart, this matter is indeed very important to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he must be cautious. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan, that is Uchiha's ultimate secret. Actually, don't talk about him. Even the other Uchiha who came with him had extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Surprise, astonishment, disbelief, but also a hint of excitement and expectation. To know. Since Uchiha Madara left Konoha and Uchiha Kagami died mysteriously and tragically, the Uchiha clan has not awakened Mangekyo. Now that a pair of Sharingan is suspected to appear, how can this make them not excited? Of course, I'm very sure. Shisui nodded and said very seriously. The importance of Mangekyo to Uchiha, how dare I, 053, lie about this kind of thing. If Jin hadn't awakened Mangekyo, how could the 4 of our team have killed the 7 ninja swordsmen? Although Susanoo was so powerful that almost no intact corpses were left behind, but Miss Shinobi's 7-handled ninja sword can't be fake, right? Nara Kazama saw this and said directly, I can also prove this. I am also willing to testify. Hyuga Aya also nodded. That huge skeleton energy giant is so shocking even thinking about it now. Different from the Nara clan. The Hyuga clan, which belongs to the same wealthy family as Uchiha, naturally has records about Susanoo. At the same time, Shisui didn't hesitate and immediately handed the scroll that sealed the 7 ninja swords to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku didn't take no for an answer. He immediately opened the seal and saw the 7 ninja swords, and then returned the scroll to Shisui. Yes, during the war, any seizures belong to the individual. Since the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed by Uchiha Jin, then these 7 ninja swords belong to Uchiha Jin. He only needs to look at it and use it for recording. Say it again, Uchiha Jin is from the family. As the leader of the clan, can he still withhold the property seized from his family members? The Uchiha clan really looks down on these things. Shisui, you didn't lie. It is indeed Miss Shinobi's 7 ninja swords. This also proves that the 7 ninja swordsmen died. Hiss. With the opening of Uchiha Fugaku, even if Mangekyo has not been seen with his own eyes yet. But Uchiha, who was present, still had a party. Surprisingly, it's really Mangekyo. We, Uchiha, are the strongest. Uchiha, glory. Many Uchiha fell into carnival. The other Konoha Jonin couldn't help but frown slightly, and their eyes looked extremely stained. Yes, even though the Nine Tails Rebellion hadn't happened yet, Uchiha's reputation in Konoha was quite bad. Ever since Uchiha Madara left Konoha and second Hokage Senju Tobirama took over, Uchiha's position in Konoha has been very embarrassing. Now, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took over, and Konoha F4 completely occupied Konoha's top management, which suppressed Uchiha from beginning to end. Especially Danzo. His hatred and suppression of Uchiha reached a pathological level. Fortunately, Uchiha is strong enough. Although Uchiha has some mental problems, Konoha's top brass tried various methods during several wars to weaken Uchiha's tribe as much as possible. But, it's a pity. Uchiha's Sharingan, riding a horse doesn't make sense at all. Although many people did die, more strong people emerged. Who would have thought? At this time, Mangekyo awakened again. It's no wonder that these Konoha Jonin's eyes become loose and complicated. After all, he's not stupid either. Regardless of whether they belong to the Hokage faction or not, if they can become Jonin, they are naturally eligible to join the Jonin class. No matter what policies the Hokage pursues, they have the right to vote even in Hokage elections. They all knew the dirty work of the upper echelons of Konoha. So they knew better that the appearance of Sharingan with Uchiha would definitely be a major blow to Hokage Jujo. Well, you can imagine. Next, there will be more excitement in Konoha. If it were normal, it wouldn't matter. The key is, this is war time. If there is civil strife in Konoha at this special time. Think of this. They looked at each other and sighed helplessly. After confirming the truth of the matter, everyone naturally returned directly. The unconscious Uchiha Jin was sent directly to the middlemost camp of the Uchiha clan. All the people living around are Uchiha. Especially outside his camp, there are 3 elite Uchiha teams, providing round-the-clock protection. Obviously, Mangekyo Sharingan, too heavy on Uchiha. But now Uchiha Jin has no protective ability at all because he is in a coma. In order to prevent accidents, Fugaku directly uses the highest defense measures. It can be said, now Uchiha on the front line can die, but Uchiha Jin cannot. This is the terrible thing about being a wealthy family. And, the other side. Nara Shikaku's tent. Just after listening to Nara Kazama's narration, Nara Shikaku's expression changed instantly, and he even became a rare loser. He stood up from his seat and looked at Nara Kazama in disbelief. What did you say? Uchiha Jin, awakened Mangekyo. How can this be? Are you kidding? How did he awaken Mangekyo? Yes. At this time, Nara Shikaku's face was full of disbelief. Only, as a traditional Nara, he took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He frowned. He thought for a moment before looking at Nara Kazama again. Kazima, please tell me more specifically. Uchiha Jin, what is going on? How did he awaken Mangekyo? As a high-ranking member of Konoha and the leader of the Jonin class, he was born into the Hokage lineage. Actually, it's not just him. The entire Ino Shikacho clan all stand in the Hokage lineage. Even Nara Shikaku can see that Hiruzen is not a good Hokage. But, so what? As long as Konoha can be kept in chaos and the Ino Shikacho clan can benefit, nothing else matters at all. As a Hokage, he doesn't care about Uchiha. After all, no matter who is the Hokage, Ino Shikacho will always be the Hokage. But before Uchiha became Hokage, he had to plan for Sarutobi Hiruzen wholeheartedly. Now that Uchiha appears Mangekyo, he must fully understand such an important thing. And, the other side. Nara Kazama sat opposite, looking at the shocked clan uncle in front of him. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly spoke. How do you say this? Our team was cornered at that time, and then Uchiha Jin suddenly broke out, and the whole person awakened Mangekyo directly from Namagatama. Uchiha, that's so unreasonable. Nara Kazama's face was full of bitterness. His performance was so superb that even Nara Shikaku couldn't find any flaws. But, thinking about what Uchiha Jin said, he also agreed very much in his heart. Yes, Uchiha, just unreasonable. Even if he is useless on weekdays, once he awakens Sharingan, his combat power will soar several times. No one can beat him originally, but as long as he can awaken Sharingan, he can beat 3 in an instant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel admired. The reason Uchiha Jin found is indeed impeccable. Okay, Nara Shikaku was silent for a moment. Uchiha's Sharingan is indeed unreasonable. Let me think about it. He sighed. At this time, Nara Shikaku felt that his head hurt. Although he felt that this reason was nonsense, he felt that something was wrong. But when asked to tell him what the problem was, he really couldn't tell for a while. Nara was silent in the wind. He didn't bother the clan uncle, and he didn't think he could find any flaws. Uchiha that Sharingan is so unreasonable. Obito in the original work is the representative character. He was originally the weakest person in the class, even though he was an elite class A, but he couldn't even spit out a great fireball when he graduated. Then what? The moment he saw Nohara Rin's death, Namagatama immediately transformed into Mangekyo. And it's also the most unsolvable space class, Kamui. Time passes slowly. About 10 minutes later, Nara Shikaku spoke again. How about this? Change your mission a little bit. Regarding the secret of Uchiha Jin, stop probing from now on. You need to develop as much of a bond with him as possible and become as true a friend to him as possible. Everything you need during this period, the clan can support you. Nara Fengjin's eyes changed. However, in a blink of an eye, he understood the plan of his clan uncle, which was to see Uchiha gaining momentum, so he was preparing a way out for the Nara clan. I have to admit that my clan uncle is really smart. In this case, no matter whether third Hokage wins or Uchiha wins. Anyway, the Nara family can sit firmly on the Daiyutai. Okay, I understand, Nara Kazama said. After he nodded in agreement, the two chatted casually for a while before Nara Kazama resigned. After he left, Nara sighed softly. What a troubled time. But, forget it. This is a headache for Master Hokage. I'd better do my job well. If Hokage-sama doesn't mention it, I'll just pretend it didn't happen. If you want me to give you advice, then I will do my best to help Hokage-sama. Anyway, there is Nara Kazama over there at Uchiha. No matter who wins or loses, the stability of the Nara family can be maintained. Brother, you really have a good son. Nara Shikaku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Especially when talking about Nara Kazama, the look in his eyes became extremely complicated. Yes, as the leader of the Nara clan, his wisdom is well deserved. How could he not see Nara Kazama's little thoughts at all? It's just that I don't want to say more. After all, it was his own brother's child, and he could really kill it ruthlessly. So he could only take one step at a time. As for the rest, choose to leave it to time. After thinking about all this, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Keeping these thoughts deep in my heart, I continued to write the letter. He wrote down everything that happened on the front line in detail, especially about Uchiha Jin, and he focused on explaining it in detail. He knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. As the Jonin squad leader, he naturally knew what he should do. After everything was written down, a Nara tribesman was called. Saki, please make a trip. Give the letter to Lord Hokage as quickly as possible. Go ahead. Nara Saki nodded. After picking up the letter, he turned around respectfully and quickly headed towards the Kingdom of Destruction. Shortly after he left, an Uchiha walked in. Shikaku-sama. Commander Fugaku, please go to the command tent to discuss. Nara heard the words and understood instantly. Now that the 7 ninja swordsmen are dead, the Fuyuker camp has no boundaries at this time. Even if Mizukage and Jinchuriki wanted to come, they couldn't do it in a short while. Since he has such a big advantage, Uchiha Fugaku must not be able to resist. Thinking of this, he nodded immediately. Okay, let's go. No nonsense, Yingliang Luju nodded. Then he cleaned up briefly and went straight to the command camp. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku looking at the map, Nara couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that you can't wait, Fugaku. Are you ready to launch a general attack?" "Well, yes," Fugaku said with a smile. It would be a shame to give up such a huge advantage. Shikaku, what do you think? Fugaku was not surprised that Nara could guess his thoughts. Very normal. He had no intention of hiding the deaths of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Not to mention that there are also members of the Nara clan in Shisui's team. He didn't even think about hiding Uchiha Jin's situation. In his opinion, this is a good opportunity. Just in time to show the village the strength of Uchiha. I think doing this will also allow some people to be a little more restrained in their secret methods. But, it's a pity. Uchiha Fugaku, who lacks experience in power struggles, simply does not understand the complexity of human hearts. The awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan's Uchiha will not only not make the Hokage line restrained, but will instead make their methods more radical. Especially, Danzo. Yes, I agree. Nara Shikaku nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. It would be a pity to let it go. Take the opportunity to devour the mist shinobi in the country of Whirlpool, and then kill them in the country of water as soon as possible. When that time comes, we will have bargaining chips. I have just notified the village. I think after that happens, our village's negotiators will arrive. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He is not too stupid. Of course, he knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill Mist Shinobi when he took the opportunity. Every village has considerable heritage. Despite killing the 7 people with the ninja sword, it seems that many strong men were lost. But, same thing, being able to become one of the 5 great ninja villages is enough to show everything. At least, unless Konoha uses all its strength and no other ninja villages cause trouble, it is absolutely impossible. Not to mention, now Konoha is 1 against 4, and the most important ones are Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, as well as the Sagakure who is the first to fight. The best thing to do is to end the war here as soon as possible. He even tried his best to get Mist Shinobi to turn around and unite with Konoha. Okay, I understand, Fugaku said directly. In that case, let's give the order. Let everyone be prepared to enter the Jungyuan Yin camp early tomorrow morning. Late at night, Uchiha Fugaku and Nara finished talking about business before returning to their room with tired faces. At this time, there were already several Uchiha Jonin kneeling in the room. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku appear, everyone quickly bowed and spoke. I've seen it before, Chengtian. Well, let's stop talking. Fugaku said in a solemn tone. Uchiha Jin, are you awake? Yes. He was very anxious. Now just wait for Uchiha Jin to wake up, and then finally confirm whether Uchiha Jin has turned on Sharingan. If it is really open, then it must be won over. Otherwise, if the time drags on too long and this person is attracted by the radicals, the problem will become troublesome. Not yet. In addition, the clan leader, the Setsuna clan leader sent a message, hoping to allow Uchiha Jin to return to the clan to cultivate. My subordinates also feel that Mangekyo Sharingan is of great importance to our Uchiha clan. Especially since Uchiha Jin is still in a coma, it is indeed a bit dangerous to stay in the frontline camp. It's best to send him back to his clan as soon as possible to ensure safety. The leader was the first to speak. His name is Uchiha Suru, Uchiha Elite Jonin, a representative of the radical faction. A Mangekyo finally appeared in the clan, so he was naturally more anxious than anyone else. After all, as long as Uchiha Jin is cultivated, he will be Uchiha's top combat power. This is really important to the family. Others also spoke one after another. No matter which faction they belong to, deep down they still want Uchiha's good. Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo is so important to their clan. Before he regains his strength, he shouldn't stay on the dangerous front line. Uchiha Fugaku, silence. He really didn't expect that the elders in the clan would be so well informed. Since they learned about this matter, it has not been more than 5 hours at most, and the elders in the clan have known about it. No need to guess. He knew that he must be someone on the front line, using the Ninja Cat clan to deliver information to the clan. After pondering for a moment, he spoke quietly. I understand your considerations. But this is a war period, and all clans in Konoha are under the command of Konoha's top brass. I cannot make this arrangement at will without Hokage's consent. But, don't rush. I have reported this matter to the top management of Konoha through special channels. As for Lord Jin's arrangements, I think we can get accurate information within 2 days at the latest. During this period of time, the safety of Lord Jin can only be left to you. Yes, even Uchiha Jin, already blessed Mangekyo. But he still hadn't thought about actually going head-to-head with the top management of Konoha. Trying to stabilize the clan as much as possible, and as for changing Uchiha's reputation in Konoha, he placed his hope on the next generation of Hokage. To put it bluntly, he is a man of little ability and is essentially not suitable to be a clan leader. It was only when Uchiha Madara left Konoha that the Uchiha clan pushed him to the position of clan leader in order to live in peace with the village. What matters most is the weakness of this lineage. He has great ambition but little wisdom, he is fierce but timid, he is restrained but has little authority. There are many but unclear divisions, and the generals are arrogant but their political orders are inconsistent. These words were used to evaluate Yuan Shao, but they are actually quite applicable when applied to Uchiha Fugaku. This is also true. Everyone felt very unhappy after hearing Fugaku's words. This is Mangekyo Sharingan. For Uchiha as a whole, the importance can be imagined. How can you simply leave such a strategically important thing to the village? The top brass of Konoha are in a hostile camp. Normally, in terms of small things, it's okay to show respect to the village's top management, but this kind of thing can be called a strategic nuclear bomb. Why? Everyone looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Neither can they. If it's okay within the clan, the elders are qualified to speak. But, they can't. They are just some jonin, the decision made by the clan leader, how can they not obey it? No, we will protect Uchiha Jin. Several jonin nodded and then retreated. Uchiha Fugaku. Of course he could see that these tribesmen had opinions about him. Even he himself knows that if the village learns about Mangekyo Sharingan, there will definitely be some small moves. But, he was helpless. The village itself is targeting Uchiha, and now it is during the war. If he takes the lead and disrespects the village's decision, the gap between Uchiha and the village will be even deeper. So, he'd rather take a risk. I have to say that what he considered makes sense. But, it's a pity. It's just that I don't see the general trend clearly at all. Even if he respected the top management of Konoha this time and put on a posture of obeying orders, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel the slightest gratitude to him, but would intensify his efforts. On the contrary, if you don't listen. Because there are indeed special circumstances, and Konoha has not yet prepared a real layout for Uchiha. So, Konoha, on the other hand, would not say anything and would curse a few words behind his back. Then, gone. Even because of this incident, you may be more afraid, but you will be less and less afraid to do anything. On the contrary, Fugaku's behavior directly showed his cowardice, which will make Sarutobi Hiruzen not take him seriously. Fearing power but not being virtuous is nothing more than this. This is actually the fundamental reason why Uchiha Jin chose to be a coward after time travel and didn't bother to talk to Fugaku at all. If you get close to this guy, you will be tricked to death by this guy sooner or later. But, this time, there's just no way around it. Konoha, due to the building. In Hokage's office at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the letter in his hand, his face looking gloomy and uncertain. In his eyes, murderous intent overflowed. Because what he feared most has happened now. Uchiha, since second Hokage Senju Tobirama, why can't the Hokage family tolerate Uchiha so much? This is the reason. Uchiha's Sharingan is so unreasonable. No matter how weak he is when his eyes are not open, his strength will soar as soon as he opens his eyes. Secondly, there is also something wrong with Uchiha's brain. Being arrogant, looking down on others, etc., it doesn't matter. The crux of the matter is that Uchiha is emotionally unstable. Although he looks innocent and kind now, his temperament will change drastically once he is stimulated. If it were another ninja clan, it wouldn't matter. Even if your character changes drastically, it won't cause much loss. Uchiha is different. After their character changes, their strength will be greatly improved. Uchiha Obito is the representative figure. Before awakening, he was at the bottom of the class, but just because he saw Nohara Rin's death, his whole personality changed drastically and his strength increased countless times. With Kamui, who is called a bug, even Namikaze Minato, who shoots yellow flash, can't deal with this guy Obito. Faced with this unstable ninja clan, the Senju Hashirama brothers didn't care. They are two brothers, either the strength is strong enough, or the means are powerful enough. In short, they don't take Uchiha seriously. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. His strength is not good, but his methods are enough to stretch his hips. No matter how good the will of fire is, it is actually a joke among all ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen can secure his position as Hokage if he is reliable enough and is willing to part with the money. Yes, it is the finance given to Konoha Shinobi Village by the daimyos of the Land of Fire every year. Sarutobi and other Konoha F4 eat the bulk, and other ninjas can also eat the leftovers. But, Uchiha can't. First of all, he has not integrated into the small circle of the ninja clan. Since we can no longer share the spoils, do you think I dare to treat you as one of my own? Secondly, Uchiha doesn't look like Hyuga either. Although Hyuga also adheres to the rich heritage and does not participate in the sharing of spoils among the ninja clan, the problem is that Hyuga is too cowardly. While respecting the Hokage, he plays behind closed doors. Uchiha, nothing. For such a misfit, Sarutobi Hiruzen will certainly kill you. But, I never thought about it. Uchiha's unreasonable Sharingan, even though he has been suppressing it for so many years, has not declined at all. On the contrary, a group of tribesmen with open eyes will emerge as soon as there is a war. This made him helpless. What was written in the letter in front of him made him feel even more headache. Paralyzed, Uchiha, a loser in the ninja school, directly awakened Mangekyo because of his participation in the war. Then doesn't the suppression he has put in all these years have suppressed loneliness? Uchiha, the unreasonable one, even when faced with Fugaku, the unsatisfactory clan leader, still gets stronger and stronger. Can you still have fun playing? Uchiha, Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. His tone was full of anger, because his brain started to work crazily. He is thinking, how should I deal with this Uchiha? Winning over, or find a way to destroy it? Even if he wants to destroy it, is the controller still sure of victory? He faintly regretted it. He shouldn't have ignored Uchiha Jin in the first place. He knew that Uchiha Jin was unreasonable. How could he ignore Uchiha Jin's speech on the will of fire just because he was useless? But, it's a pity. It's too late to say anything now. Uchiha Jin is different from other Uchiha. Previously, because of lack of strength, I directly joined the cannon fodder team, and there was no bond between teammates. On the contrary, because he was asked to be cannon fodder, it was impossible to get close to him as a Hokage. And, what's even more disgusting is, Uchiha Jin, this guy, even his parents are dead. He and the Uchiha clan have not moved around in these years, so naturally there is no bond. This guy Jujin is a barefoot guy in Konoha. If he dares to force him to come, Uchiha Jin will dare to defect. thinking of an Uchiha hiding in the dark, or an Uchiha who opened Mangekyo, just staring at Konoha and preparing for revenge. Hiss, he gasped, and just as he was thinking, the office door was opened directly. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he waved immediately as he walked in. Hiruzen, you should have gotten the news. The evil Uchiha clan, Mangekyo Sharingan appears again. Uchiha Jin, let me handle this. Danzo, looking haughty. Yes, as an elder of Konoha and the leader of the root, this kind of thing cannot be hidden from him. After learning that Uchiha Jin had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was angry and frightened, and at the same time, he also immediately developed evil thoughts. Dangerous people like this must be controlled at the root. If brainwashing can be reformed, then it can be used as a weapon. If not, then kill and dig out the eyes. He was very familiar with this set of procedures, but he didn't believe that Uchiha Jin would dare to attack him, an elder. Just be prepared for a sneak attack. He is sure. Only, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen to Danzo's words at all. No, absolutely not. You are not allowed to get involved in this matter, just leave it to me. Danzo, listen, this Uchiha Jin is different from the Uchiha you came into contact with before. He has no ties to the Uchiha clan, and he was assigned to the lowest level cannon fodder team after graduation. So it's impossible to develop bonds between the members of his team. More importantly, his parents also died. Do you understand? Such an Uchiha who has no ties to Konoha and awakened Mangekyo Sharingan himself. If it were simply suppression, he might still be patient. Do you think Uchiha Jin will defect once you use your base method? What can you threaten others with when the time comes? So, just think about it. Once you make a mistake and let Uchiha defect, what we in Konoha will face is a Mangekyo Uchiha without any means of restraint. What if he keeps his eye on Konoha and keeps sneak attacks? Can you be on guard for the rest of your life? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very familiar with Shimura Danzo's methods. So, he would never agree to take action against Uchiha Jin until he understood Uchiha Jin and found a way to restrain him. Because, once it fails, Konoha cannot afford the consequences. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Danzo said with cold eyes and disdain. It is because Uchiha Jin is dangerous, so we should use all means to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Otherwise we will be in real danger if we let him grow up. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Even if there is a certain risk, it is bearable. I recommend paying all costs BFFD to nip the danger in the bud. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Of course he understood what Danzo said. But, no, he is the Konoha Hokage, and he must act with great justice. Otherwise, once his prestige is lost, will he still be able to sit in this position? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Danzo, don't move. I still say what I said, leave this matter to me. Danzo, stunned, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, he looked incredulous. Yes, although he also has a lot of selfish motives, he always wants to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen down. But in the matter at hand, he didn't have any selfish motives. Uchiha Jin, it's too dangerous. Who would have thought? Even though he was so public-minded, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't accept it. His face became more and more gloomy. You'll see me later. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Facing Danzo in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give any face. Yes, for him, Danzo, although he has the bond of classmates, is more of a black glove. You are the Hokage. Now that the decision has been made, Danzo is not allowed to interfere. Therefore, after Danzo left angrily, his face remained calm. Anbu, Lord Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Anbu wearing a fox mask bowed and knelt down on one knee. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke directly. Notify Elder Udatane Kaharu to lead a team to the Mist Shinobi front line to prepare for negotiations. Also, Uchiha, once the situation in Mist Shinobi is stabilized and Nara Shikaku takes over the frontline command, the Uchiha clan can retreat. Genin Uchihajin, this time you killed 7 people with the ninja sword, and you have made outstanding achievements. Special order, promotion to Special Jonin. Uchiha Shisui, your merits are enough, let's be directly promoted to Jonin. Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya in the team, open Chunin at a special price. Let their team return to Konoha for repairs. The third day, the Whirlpool Kingdom camp. Uchiha Jin was lying on the bed with a lazy look on his face. Although his eyes seemed dull, he had already opened the attribute panel secretly. Host, Uchiha Jin, Chakra, 5013. P.S. Taking Kakashi as the standard unit, the adult Kakashi Chakra is 1000. Fire Style Master 131 500s. Lightning Style Elementary 32 100s. Taijutsu Master 12 500s. Yin Escape Advanced 17 300s. Sharingan 3 Magatama can be upgraded. Skills 3 Body Technique, Marine 6 Styles, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Bullet Technique, Fire Extinguishing, Storm Dance. Comprehensive Evaluation. Elite Jonin is at its peak. Ding, congratulations host. Close black lens bracket. Under the host's helplessness, the Yin Escape level successfully broke through to the advanced level. Do you want to upgrade to Sharingan now? Close black lens bracket. Upgrade. Uchiha Jin didn't waste any time and clicked confirmation immediately. Immediately afterwards, his Sharingan opened on its own, and the 3 Tomo kept spinning. The moment he confirmed the upgrade, a huge amount of Yin Escape ability from the void instantly poured into his Sharingan. Subsequently, the 3 Magatama in his eyes rotated faster and faster, and then directly formed a complex Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram on the inside, and a special Sharingan with a bright hexagonal prism pattern on the outside. Obviously, this is his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Jin didn't waste any time and immediately began to explore his Sharingan ability. Left eye, none, tearing apart the soul. Close black lens bracket. Right eye, empty, tearing the flesh. Close black lens bracket. The fusion of the left and right eyes can lead to the control of heaven, and the words and dharma will follow. It was a very simple introduction, but when Uchiha Jin heard the words, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. Simply, so powerful. It doesn't matter if Obito's Kamui is strong, the ability of his left eye can ignore everything and directly tear apart your soul. The right eye is more capable of destroying the body. Almost. As long as his eye power is enough, it will be beneficial to the invincible force. As for Tianji Yuzhong, whose left and right eyes are fused, he can even control his words and actions, which is a miraculous ability. This made him think of God. Yes, a true God. Even when you truly reach ultimate, you may be able to create your own world. Of course, this is also imagination. He was almost certain that if he wanted to use this level of ability, perhaps in the moment of his imagination, the pupil power could directly suck him into a human being. While he was thinking, Shisui, Aya, and Kazama walked in. Jin, are you awake? Shisui, with a happy face. What a pity. His mood these past 2 days was really bitter. He is not very good at lying. In the past few days, he has been asked by various Uchiha tribesmen, and he can only lie tirelessly about it. Fortunately, the Uchiha family has relatively simple brains. If anyone sees it, they will immediately notice that something is wrong with Shisui's face and tone. So, he was relieved to see Uchiha Jin wake up. Jin, you should thank Shisui. Nara smiled and said, you don't know how uncomfortable Shisui has been these past 2 days. He is not very good at lying, and he still has to keep fooling your people. I'm worried for him. As soon as he said this, everyone laughed. Even Shisui looked helpless. He is really not good at lying. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile and said, Shisui, you can't do this. You will have to tell more lies in the future. Now you can just get used to it in advance. Well, Shisui wanted to retort, but after thinking for a moment, he still sighed, okay, I'll try my best. But this is really not my strong point. To be honest, I'm really afraid of delaying important events. Uchiha Jin smiled and shook his head. He was not worried about Shisui's worries. Shisui, don't worry. Just because you can't lie, you are more successful. This is human nature. On the other hand, people who tell lies in daily life may be the first to be disbelieved by others. On the contrary, Shisui, an honest person like you, as long as you perform normally, I don't think anyone can tell. If you don't understand, I can give you an analogy. We have a ninja in Konoha named Might Die. Do you believe that he will lie to you? Following Uchiha Jin's words, everyone present fell into thinking. Might wear it. Among all Konoha, this is a very special ninja. I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of chakra early, so I specifically took the path of physical arts. But, it's a pity. After all these years, he is still a genin. But because of this, might die as a celebrity in Konoha, and basically everyone doesn't know him. Think of his face, if he is lying. Good guy. Even Shisui had to admit that he didn't believe Might Dai could lie. Okay, I understand. Shisui smiled and said, I didn't expect you to compare him to this. Nara Kazama couldn't help but laugh and said, if Jin hadn't mentioned it, I would never have remembered that we have such a ninja in Konoha. Might Dai's spirit is indeed worthy of admiration, but he is not suitable for the profession of ninja. Hyuga Aya couldn't help but speak. But, about this, the way Uchiha Jin looked at everyone was really hard to describe. To put it simply, it is full of ridicule. Jin, what's wrong? Nara couldn't help but ask, did we say something wrong? The look in his eyes. Although Uchiha's taunt only lasted for a moment, he still saw it directly. Especially with everyone's relationship, he naturally didn't bother to think too much, so he asked directly. Hearing this, Shisui and Aya couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin, silence. He began to think about this matter and whether it was appropriate to talk about it. But, think about it. By dealing with the 7 ninja swordsmen, everyone seemed to be on the same boat. There is a bit of a bond between them. What's more, there are a lot of disgusting things happening behind each other. So now everyone has really become friends. Thinking of this, he spoke directly. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I look down on all of you and seem to look down on Might Dai, so I despise you a little bit. Don't be fooled, Might Dai is strong. If Might Dai really explodes with all his strength, to be honest, even if I can barely hold on now, I will be seriously injured. Of course, he will die. It's just that compared to you, if you really face Might Dai, you can't stop him from kicking him. Hiss. As Uchiha Jin opened his mouth, everyone took a breath of air. Even subconsciously, everyone thought Jin was joking. Only, looking at Jin with a serious face, everyone couldn't help but look confused. Jin, are you kidding? Nara spoke first. Hyuga Aya looked incredulous. If Might Dai is really that strong, how can he be just a genin? Shisui didn't speak, but looked at Uchiha Jin seriously. Yes, as an Uchiha genius himself, he suddenly heard such a name, and he could not be his opponent. Of course he is interested. Especially, Might Wear. Think about the guy in your mind who wears green leather tights every day and looks youthful. Forehead. He shuddered. Uchiha Jin smiled and spoke. Of course I'm not kidding, it's just that you have too high standards and subconsciously look down on ninjas like Might Dai. Might Dai's physical skills make even me feel intimidated. Ever heard of 8 inner gates formation? This is what Might Dai tried to practice on his own based on some ancient books. Once the last door of death is opened, even I can't handle the power that bursts out. 0. Of course, even if you only open the 6th gate, Might Dai can compare to elite Jonin. It's just that Dai is a simple-minded person and has never thought about asking for treatment from the Hokage. This is his sad part. Unless someone actively discovers him, he can only stay in Genin's position for the rest of his life. But, same thing. This is also where Might Dai Chang comes in. It is precisely because his heart is pure that he can cultivate the complete 8 inner gates formation. As long as he takes action, he will definitely surprise everyone. Everyone, silent. 8 inner gates formation, none of them had heard of it. Even Hyuga Aya, who was born in Hyuga, has no special knowledge of the history of the ninja world. But, they still admired Might Dai in their hearts. Especially, Nara Kazama. He had even begun to plan in his mind whether he could win Might Dai into his camp. Yes, even though Uchiha Jin said that he was innocent at heart, he was still just an ordinary person. He has a wife and children, right? He has to eat and drink, right? Is just one genin really enough? If you can guarantee this, you can use justice, righteousness, etc. to slowly brainwash him. You don't need to be loyal to yourself, you just need to be victorious even if you choose not to help each other at the most critical moment. Okay, no more chatting. Let's get down to business first. The news that you woke up has already spread. Tonight at the latest, the Fugaku chief will come in person. Can you really fool me about Mangekyo Sharingan? Shisui, with a worried look on his face. This is what he is most worried about now, although Uchiha Fugaku is now fighting on the front line, responsible for cleaning up the last remaining power of mist shinobi in the land of Whirlpool. But the problem is, it will be over by night at the latest. The news of Uchiha Jin's awakening has already spread. Fugaku will definitely come to Uchiha Jin by night at the latest. He understands in his heart. Uchiha Jin hasn't opened Mangekyo yet, won't it be revealed tonight? As Shisui spoke, Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya couldn't help but frown and look at Uchiha Jin. Shisui, well said, we have to find a way to solve it, otherwise it will not be a good thing for us once the secret is exposed. Once you don't activate Mangekyo and you have the strength to kill 7 people with the ninja sword, you will definitely be more feared by the village. 60-90, the two of them spoke one after another. Their moods were a little heavy, and the worry between their brows was very strong. To put it bluntly, everyone is too weak. Uchiha Jin is indeed very strong, but it is only a little stronger than Elite Jonin and is far from cage level. 7 ninja swordsmen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha Sanin, Inoshika Cho team up, Namikaze Minato. Those who can kill them with one hand can find a lot of them among the trapped leaves. In addition, the chiefs of the major ninja clans, Anbu and the like, not to mention. Didn't look at the Mist Shinobi battlefield this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen only sent out one Uchiha. Even Nara Shikaku insisted on coming here. Even, to put it bluntly, even Danzo, who hides in the basement and rarely takes action, has this ability. To know, although Danzo in the original drama rarely does anything, as a disciple of the second Hokage, he was transplanted with Hashirama cells and Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo. In the original drama, he was able to fight Orochimaru, and even opened the 4 elephant seals before he died, almost directly take Sasuke away in one wave. There are only 7 ninja swordsmen, even if Danzo doesn't have the Sharingan arm, he really doesn't take it too seriously. Now the 7 ninja swordsmen are allowed to run wild, just because Konoha is 1 against 4, many people can't get rid of it for the time being. Konoha is known as the strongest ninja village, but it was created by fighting. Even though it has declined a lot over the years, even Hatake Sakumo was killed. But Konoha really didn't take a mere 7 ninja swordsmen seriously. If it weren't for other battlefields, they would have been killed long ago. So, Uchiha Jin is stronger only in the younger generation. If you want to be really tough and fight Konoha, even if you can win over the entire Uchiha, it won't be enough. There is no need for anyone else to do it, just Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya are enough. As soon as Jiraiya turns on Sage mode, he brings Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Myoboku with the Great Toad Sage, which is enough to block almost all Uchiha senior officials, including Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as Namikaze Minato opens Flying Thunder God, it is enough to harvest everything. This is still the best case scenario. The actual situation is that now Uchiha is in a mess internally. Who is willing to listen to him? Uchiha Jin. Hidden and kept in hiding. Developing strength silently is the most important thing. As Lu Bowen said, accumulate grain widely, build walls high, and become king slowly. Everyone, don't worry, you are here by chance, my Mangekyo has just been turned on. Keep your heart in your stomach. Uchiha Jin, with a faint tone. Along with his opening, he immediately opened the Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, a cold aura swept over him, and the 3 tomo in his Sharingan instantly began to connect with each other, and outlined a pattern of a yin-yang diagram on the inside and a prismatic 6-pointed star on the outside. Deep, distant, lonely and mysterious. This is it, Mangekyo Sharingan. The ultimate secret that belongs exclusively to Uchiha is also the source of Uchiha's pride. It was displayed directly in front of the 3 people. Less than equals. Kazama, Aya, looking at Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 of them were shocked, but also felt a little surprised. Yes, incredible. A few days ago, Uchiha Jin said that he could open Mangekyo. Although everyone believed Uchiha Jin's words, in fact, everyone did not believe it deep down. After all, that's Mangekyo. If this thing wants to awaken, it is basically a matter of probability. It is best to be extremely stimulated to have the slightest possibility to activate it. But, Uchiha Ember, how to say, he is such an extremely calm guy, how can he be stimulated by a ghost? So, why They can't figure it out. Especially Shisui, who couldn't help but speak. Jin, can you tell me something? According to the records in the clan, Mangekyo can only be activated if the brain is severely stimulated. You're not stimulated either, what's going on? Yes, it's okay for Nara Kazama and Hyuga Aya. They don't have Sharingan after all, so they are just surprised. But, he is different. As an Uchiha, who wouldn't want to turn on Mangekyo? In addition, his relationship with Jin was quite close, so of course he chose to ask directly. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Brain stimulation. That's just the external performance of Sharingan. In essence, Sharingan is no different from ordinary ninjutsu. General ninjutsu is divided into basic elements such as fire, thunder, earth, water, and wind, but our Uchiha and Senju clan are naturally able to use the other two energies. They are Senju's Yang escape and Uchiha's Yin escape. Senju's Yang release is developed to the limit, and the result is a strong body. If Yang release is combined with earth style and water style, it can be transformed into Senju Hashirama's wood style. Why can't anyone else in the Senju clan awaken wood style except Senju Hashirama? I think the essence is here. Not only must Yang Dun, water style, and earth style be cultivated to the top, but the most important thing is to integrate these three energy attributes. As for us Uchiha, all we need is Yin escape. It's just that Uchiha doesn't specialize in the art of Yin escape. When a person receives important stimulation, the brain will generate huge Yin escape energy on its own. And I was able to awaken Sharingan, and even Mangekyo, because I found the easy way. That is, the method of visualization. Find an object in life, the simpler the better, close your eyes and try to outline its appearance in your mind. The more detail the better. Then, visualize every day. Uchiha Jin knows very well what Shisui's true purpose is. Only, he doesn't know how to practice Yin escape either. After all, as long as he performs well, Yin escape will cultivate spontaneously with the help of the system. So, there is no calendar. He could only try to teach Shisui a method while thinking about the novels he read in his previous life. This so-called visualization method is the soul cultivation method in Yangshan. Soul and Yin escape, they reach the same destination by different paths. Whether it will succeed or not, he doesn't know. But if it is used to fool Shisui, there is no way it can be done. Because he has never received any mental stimulation, how will the Uchiha clan view him if there is no explanation? What do the top brass of Konoha Hokage think of him? I have to make one up. As for your failure in cultivation, what does that have to do with me? That's right, sorry, but it doesn't matter. When I get the real cultivation method from the system, Shisui will be compensated. Yin escape, Yang escape, contemplation method. How can ordinary people have heard of these unfamiliar words? But Uchiha Jin's success shows that these things are indeed true. So, that's it. It seems that I, the Uchiha clan, are not a clan that was born cursed. I just have the energy of Yin escape innately in my body. Jin, thank you. I will definitely practice hard and strive to open Mangekyo as soon as possible. Shisui, with a serious look on his face. Yes, before today, he had always believed that the Uchiha were a clan cursed by God. Otherwise, why do we have to open this cursed Sharingan under great sadness? But now, through Uchiha Jin's words, he finally understood. It turns out that my family is not cursed, but that the family is born with Yin escape, and there is no way to cultivate this energy. Therefore, it can only be severely stimulated to fully activate the Yin escape in the body, thus opening up Sharingan. Eye-catching technique. And the most important thing now is that Uchiha Jin didn't hand him method. That is, the method of visualization. He completely made up his mind that as long as he had time in the future, he would try to practice as soon as possible. Jin-jun, you are really a genius. Nara Fengjian couldn't help but say. You can actually know the problem on your own and even find a solution. Hyuga Aya sighed. She really didn't expect that Uchiha Jin, who seemed to be ordinary and invisible to everyone before, was the most talented and powerful person. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but nod. Jinjin, you are indeed powerful. Only, Uchiha Jin felt a little embarrassed by everyone's compliments. What a genius. If it weren't for the help of the system, he would have been just an ordinary jonin for the rest of his life. When the filial son Uchiha Itachi wiped out his family, he would be just a piece of shit who was hacked to death. Okay, let's not talk about this. Uchiha Jin shook his head. Did anything else happen in the past few days when I was in coma? Nara Kazama didn't think much about it. Seeing Uchiha Jin open his mouth, he told almost everything about the past few days. In general, on the front line of the Kingdom of Whirlpool, Mist Shinobi is either annihilated or captured. The Konoha army passed more than 20 large ships yesterday and has entered the hinterland of the Kingdom of Water. Now it has built a forward camp. However, there was no attack. Instead, they sent a negotiation team represented by Kaharu, who is now a relative, and are now starting negotiations with Sono Yin. As for their team, Lord Hokage personally gave the order. Kazama and Aya were promoted to Chunin, and Shisui was promoted to Jonin. In consideration of Uchiha Jin's great achievements, he was promoted to Special Jonin. After the negotiation with Mist Shinobi was over, their team returned to Konoha with the army to recuperate. Well, that's expected, especially Jonin. It's a very suitable position. On the one hand, it offsets the merits without giving any actual benefits. This is our Hokage-sama's method. Uchiha Jin smiled and spoke. Yes, even though he wiped out all 7 ninja swordsmen, he never thought of killing Jonin directly. After all, if you become a Jonin, you not only have the autonomy to lead the team as a teacher, but most importantly, you will automatically join the Jonin class. Autonomy. To put it simply, under special circumstances, you can refuse to accept your fate from the command above. If the general is away, why don't you give me military orders? Not to mention the leading teacher. As long as you take a few students with you, you can develop a bond. Among these students, it is impossible for civilians to let Jonin lead the team. Those who are qualified to let Jonin lead the team are basically the elites of the major ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hostile to Uchiha. How could he, as an Uchiha, have the opportunity to establish bonds with the major ninja clans? More importantly, it's class Jonin. Once you join the Jonin class, you automatically have the right to vote. From the highest position in the Hokage to the smallest financial approval, the Jonin class needs to vote. This is actually Hitaki Sakumo, the real place. Monitor Jonin has the right to organize and the right to say when meetings will be held. If Hitaki Sakumo is so ambitious, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is not in the village, and his supporters happen to be on a mission, and he directly opens the Jonin class vote in Konoha, he might be able to directly remove Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. In such an important position, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid. Hitaki Sakumo is not a Hokage series. Faced with this guy who controls the 3 major departments of Anbu, Jonin class, and interrogation and torture class, and also has the Hokage half-sleeve given by his daimyo, it is natural to do everything possible to kill him. So, same thing. Jonin's name cannot be given casually. Those have the right to vote. Even if Uchiha Jin only has 1 ticket, Uchiha, the enemy, must be restricted as much as possible. As for Shisui, that doesn't matter. This is Uchiha who possesses the will of fire, so Sarutobi Hiruzen is certainly relieved. In response to Uchiha Jin's opening, there was only silence. If it were in the past, Master Hokage would certainly not be able to help but refute if he said this. Now, it's different. Through communication with Jin, his mind broadened and he saw many things that he had not seen before. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally I no longer have the respect I had in the past. Hyuga Aya is indifferent to this. As a Hyuga branch house, she is just a tool. No one cares about what she thinks. Only, Nara Kazama. The corners of his mouth were filled with a disdainful smile. Although he is from the Nara clan, because of Nara Shikaku's relationship, he and the Hokage clan have nothing to do with each other. Okay, Mr. Jin, this is the situation now. Do you have any plans for the future? We are all our own people here, so just tell us. Yes, the Nara family is more practical. The existing things cannot be changed, he prefers to talk about the future. Waiting to return to the village. Uchiha Jin said faintly, if what I expected is true, I will not participate in the war. Our Lord Hokage will not let me perform meritorious deeds because I do not have the will of fire. It just so happens that I'm unconscious now, and our Hokage-sama is kind-hearted enough to let me recover. But, you are different. You will most likely be sent to other battlefields. The kingdom of rain cannot last long. Our Konoha is very strong. Especially Konoha, which has experienced World War II, we are not willing to put the war on our doorstep. I guess it won't take long before the battlefield will be pushed into the Kingdom of Grass. The Kingdom of Grass has both snakes and rats. This time it has taken refuge with Cloud Shinobi. Even if the Kingdom of Grass is destroyed, we Konoha don't care. Once you are sent into the country of grass, you must be careful. Cloud Shinobi, very strong. Especially Ling is the weakest, so we must protect her. As for what I said, it goes without saying. While I'm cultivating myself in Konoha, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to help Aya with Hyuga's affairs. Uchiha Jin, all smiles. He is not a war madman, especially when faced with such a system. Of course he would rather lie down and die. The longer he remains in ruins, the stronger he becomes. Although the Third War was far from over, he thought it had nothing to do with him. Just wait, and after this 3 wars are over and before the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha will generally be peaceful for a long time. Such a long time is enough for him to reach cage level. As for the crackdown on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he doesn't care at all. After all, Hokage is a world that respects martial arts. As long as he can reach the super cage level, he does not need the level of 6 paths Madara, just the level of pain brought to Nagato's 6 paths is enough. Seeing that you are unhappy, it's just a punch. With Shisui here, it won't be a big problem. Nara Kazama said calmly. On the contrary, it's Jin, so you have to be careful. There may not be a fight in the village, but if you are caught between Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups, you will have a headache. It's just about Ling, are you really sure about it? Yes, Nara Kazama, not stupid. When Jin was hiding in the past, the village and Uchiha didn't take it seriously, but they were able to form a team together. Today, things are different. In terms of Sarutobi Hiruzen's nature, he would never allow Uchiha to be bound to other ninjas. Just like what he said, ordinary lucky teams like them cannot take on missions that require death. For ordinary tasks, Shisui is enough. On the contrary, it's Uchiha Jin's side. Instead, he became more and more worried. Hearing this, Hyuga Aya also spoke quickly. There is no need to be too anxious on my side, at least the clan will not take action until the war is over. And the defense of the Hyuga tribe is very exaggerated. Especially the team on duty, maybe their strength is not that good, but their eyes are open 24 hours a day. Even if I can't stop foreign enemies, I can still detect your traces. Even if you use illusions, there will definitely be residues, and they will definitely be traced to you. She looked panicked. Although everyone had talked about this before, she had never taken it seriously. After all, she knows better than anyone how strict Hyuga's protection is. Trying to sneak in perfectly is a joke. Hyuga is a wealthy family second only to Uchiha in Konoha Shinobi Village, and its heritage is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Never thought about it. This time Uchiha Jin brought it up again, and he looked serious. This made her feel pleasantly surprised, but also more frightened. She had fantasized countless times, trying to escape from the family prison, but in the end it proved to be a delusion. But, this time is different. She naturally knows how powerful Uchiha Jin is. His invincible appearance a few days ago still remains in her mind, not to mention that Uchiha Jin has also awakened the ultimate secret of Uchiha, Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, there's no need for this. Uchiha looked proud. Since we are friends, there is no need to say more. You just need to tell me what you know about the defense map of the Hyuga clan, and even the warnings and secret sentries everywhere. I will take care of the rest. Yes, if it were before, he would certainly not be interested in such a thankless task. Now, it's different. He knows too many of his own secrets. Once they are leaked out, even if they don't kill him, they can cause him a lot of trouble. You can't kill her, right? So, forget it. It is better to help Hyuga Aya solve this matter and let her become her own person in a true sense. On the premise that the feelings are not enough, the interests are still more stable. As for wooing, Uchiha Jin never thought about it. The Hyuga branch house is too troublesome, and unless the caged bird can be hacked, there's no point. As long as it's not bad, everything else doesn't matter. Jinjin, thank you. Hyuga Ling took a deep breath, her eyes full of gratitude. Whether it succeeds or not, I will be grateful to you forever. She talks very little. Even though I was grateful, I didn't say too much. He just told Uchiha Jin almost everything he knew about the defense power of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Jin listened very carefully. He even opened a special Sharingan and directly copied all these words. Jin, can you really do it alone? Shisui hesitated a little and couldn't help but say, otherwise, we should wait until the war is over and I will come back and do it with you. Shisui, slightly embarrassed. He was the one who proposed this matter, but in the end it was Jin who went to do it for him. For an honest person like Shisui, it is natural to feel uncomfortable. Uchiha Jin simply shook his head and refused. No, it must not be delayed. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. On the contrary, the longer it takes, the more likely it is that unknown troubles will arise. It's easy to kill a Hyuga clan member. The key is not to let the Hyuga clan associate his death with Aya. Otherwise, it would be easy for us foreigners to say that even if the Hyuga clan were suspicious, they would not dare to take action against Uchiha and Nara. Ling, it's different. It's just a Hyuga branch house, there's no need for a reason to tidy it up. Others, silent. Uchiha Jin's thinking was right, and that's the fact. Uchiha, needless to say. If the Hyuga clan really dares to cause trouble, the simple brains of the Uchiha clan will not bother to consider whether this is true or not. They will only think that you look down on them, Uchiha. Then indiscriminately, the two races will fight first and then talk about it. 4. Uchiha glory. In this case, Uchiha doesn't care whether things are true or false. Not to mention the Nara clan. Even if Nara Kazama and the person in charge of Nara are not close, for the sake of the reputation of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku must support Nara Kazama. As Hokage, whose side will Sarutobi Hiruzen side with? No need to think about this. The Anar, Deer, and Butterfly belong to the Hokage clan, but the Hyuga clan does not listen to the Hokage's orders. As long as you're not stupid, you know what to do. Instead, Hyuga Aya. The Hyuga clan can't deal with others, so they can't deal with her Hyuga branch house. So, for Hyuga Aya's safety, it must be done before the end of the Third War and before Hyuga Aya returns to Konoha. Then this matter will trouble Lord Jin. Shisui looked solemn. Uchiha Jin waved his hand. Subsequently, after confirming the matter, several people chatted casually for a while, and then Uchiha Fugaku came to visit. Seeing Fugaku present, Shisui and others were very sensible and said goodbye directly. I've seen Patriarch County. Uchiha Jin is also very winking. After briefly looking at Uchiha Fugaku, he stood up and bowed. After all, he just ran out of chakra and became comatose, not suffering any other injuries. Now that he wakes up again, chakra has already recovered. In front of the tea table, the host and guest sit down. Uchiha Jin poured a cup of tea for each of them, and then sat quietly aside, waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's next words. Fugaku, looking serious, looking at the calm junior Uchiha in front of him, he even felt like he was in a trance. I feel that what I am facing is not an Uchiha, but a Nara who is planning and making decisions. Yes, maybe his decision-making ability is not good, but he still has good eyesight. Even though it was just his first contact with Uchiha Jin, he could still feel that the person in front of him was different from any other Uchiha. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Maybe, it's a bit disappointing. But Mangekyo Sharingan is too important to our clan. I need to take a look at your Mangekyo before I can decide how to talk to you next. He is very straightforward. As he said, Mangekyo Sharingan is the symbol of Uchiha. Even if Uchiha Jin achieved a record of killing 7 people with the ninja sword, he couldn't make any promises until it was truly confirmed. Uchiha Jin nodded. Without any nonsense, he started his Mangekyo directly. Fugaku, who actually saw this scene, couldn't help but feel trembling all over even though he had been mentally prepared. This cold and gloomy feeling is indeed Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, it can be closed. Fugaku took a deep breath, and then said directly, we, the Uchiha clan, come back to worship the strong. I know that you are somewhat unhappy with the clan, and I don't expect you to make peace with the radicals in the clan. The capable ones go up, the mediocre ones go down. Starting today, you are automatically promoted to Elder Uchiha. You automatically get the right to vote on anything within the clan. In terms of family property, each elder, including me, contributes a portion, and you can get about 3/10. Converted into silver taels, the annual dividend is about a little over 400 million, less than about 500 million taels. Starting from today, your branch has been promoted and become one of the main branches of Uchiha. The descendants of your lineage will automatically be trained according to the main line of ninjas. Also, Konoha guards. In the guards, everything is going well. Since you have awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, I naturally choose to abdicate in favor of others. From now on, you will be the head of the Konoha guard force. Hiss. As Fugaku opened his mouth, everyone in Uchiha was stunned. Yes, he never expected that he would be given such a gift package without even discussing anything. What a great guy. Every one of them contains huge wealth. Elder qualifications, voting rights, industry dividends, promotion to the main line. The most exaggerated thing is, the head of the Konoha guard. Regardless of the fact that the guardsmen are in Konoha, they are just the most arrogant among most of them. But that's also because Uchiha is simple-minded and doesn't know how to play. If it were really put in his hands, Uchiha Jin could defeat Konoha. Only, he really doesn't want to accept it. If you really swallow these things, you will be completely bound to Uchiha. That patriarch, Uchiha Jin said quickly. I am very leisurely, so forget about these things. I feel like I'm doing pretty well now. I am most afraid of taking responsibility, so you should let others do this. Fugaku, silence. Even though he was rejected by Uchiha Jin, his face remained calm. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. You really don't look like Uchiha, but more like Nara. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. Immediately. I couldn't help but get a chill down my back. Nara Kazama said this. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but Fugaku said the same thing, which instantly made him feel something was wrong. Even Uchiha, who has no brains, can see this problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can't you see? He fell into silence. Only, Fugaku couldn't tell what he was thinking, he just talked to himself. You have to accept these things. BFAA Uchiha has clear grudges and everything is done according to the rules. Giving you these rights is not because I want to win over you, but because the clan rules have long stipulated it. So, don't be afraid. Even if you accept this, you don't have to join my camp. But rights and obligations are mutual. As an Uchiha, you must work hard for the future of the tribe. Jinjin, come on. Everything is, for Uchiha. Uchiha-jin, I have a severe headache. Especially looking at Fugaku in front of me, I felt sick in my heart, but I didn't know how to vomit it up. How to say, this clan leader, Fugaku, is too honest-minded, right? Are clan rules and such important? As a clan leader, don't you have the final say? However, it's normal, Uchiha. If he really had this kind of mind, Uchiha wouldn't be able to do this. Thinking of the Uchiha Jin here, I really admire the Uchiha ancestors. The clan rules formulated are indeed powerful. The capable ones go up, the mediocre ones go down. As long as you are good enough, the clan will give you everything. After you are completely bound to the ethnic group, if there is a problem with the ethnic group, can you bear to leave the ethnic group alone? The annual dividends from the ethnic group alone are a huge amount. If such a group of solid-eyed Uchiha could really control them, they would indeed be a frightening force. Why? Thinking of Nara Kazama's plan, after thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. It really helps with your own plans. Okay, I agree. Uchiha Jin spoke directly. Fugaku smiled and then said with a smile. By the way, there's one more thing. I actually understand the relationship between our clan and the village. And I did notify the village about your opening of Mangekyo. Many people in the clan are very dissatisfied with this. I don't want to explain to them. But for you, I'd better explain it. The relationship between our Uchiha clan and Konoha is very delicate, and we Uchiha do not have enough strength to stabilize the village. I think it's normal to show weakness when necessary. And you don't have to worry about the village thinking wrongly about you, because the moment you become the elder of the clan, you automatically give up your qualifications as a ninja. According to the agreement between the village and each ninja clan when Konoha was established, the village cannot forcibly recruit every ninja clan elder. Even if it really has to be an elder, it can only be discussed but not given. So, there's no need to worry. When you return to the village, just calm down and work hard to become stronger. Ignore the rest. The village cannot order you unless Uchiha is destroyed. Fugaku left. He didn't have any intention to win over Uchiha Jin, he just briefly explained the arrangements within the clan, then gave him a gift package for opening Mangekyo, and left with a wave of his sleeves. Don't take away a single cloud. Uchiha Jin looked confused. Yes, he thought about countless scenarios of meeting Fugaku, but he never thought of this one. Fugaku, the clan leader, didn't even try to win over him. This makes him, Mangekyo, feel so helpless. But, forget it. Generally speaking, it can be considered a good thing. As for what to do today, we can only take it one step at a time. In the past, he had little bond with Uchiha, so he might have been able to sit back and watch the night of genocide, but with the bond with Shisui, a hole was torn open in his cold heart. This time Fugaku, although he didn't talk much, but with such a big gift package thrown at him, can he really not show any affection at all? Isn't he a ruthless person? The kindness of a drop of water is repaid by a spring of water. This was something given to him by his ancestors in his previous life. Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much. We'll talk about the specific things when the time comes. Anyway, Uchiha can also come in handy for Nara Kazama's plan. Just like Kazama said, if you defect, you will be done with it, but what about your descendants in the future? I was single all my life in my previous life. Do I have to be single in this life? You have to think about your children, right? Even if I traveled through time for so long, I still can't change my thoughts from my previous life. Carrying on the family line from generation to generation is in the bones. But Fugaku has been a big help. From now on, with the identity of Uchiha Elder, he will be able to sleep better in the village. Even Hokage and Danzo can't order me to do anything. No matter what I choose in the future, I can live a good life with peace of mind before the night of genocide occurs. Everything else is easy to talk about. This police minister really doesn't want to take over the trouble. But, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of time to show off. I didn't learn any other skills in my previous life, but when it comes to being lazy and arguing with each other, I learned it all in the company. Well, it's a joke. Uchiha Jin murmured. After thinking through all the problems, my mood naturally began to improve. As for the bad thing between Uchiha and Konoha's top management, he doesn't even bother to think about it now, and looks like he is just going to mess it up. Anyway, there is Shisui. Even if Shisui can't figure it out, Kazama can come up with ideas. Just let them work hard, and just be the mastermind behind the scenes, and just fish and make a fool of yourself. Well, cool. 2 days later, although Kaharu is fierce in internal fighting, he still has a talent for diplomacy. After simple consultations, a unanimous agreement was reached. The war is over. A week later, Mist Shinobi sent a team to Konoha to sign the armistice agreement and announced that he would join Konoha's side in the Third War. Subsequently, some ninjas were left on the front line, and the large force followed the negotiation team and returned to Konoha Shinobi Village. Uchiha Ember. Now he is still following the team, chatting with Shisui and others while heading towards Konoha in a relaxed manner. Yes, compared to going to the battlefield, when returning to Konoha, I naturally feel more relaxed. The only thing that surprised Uchiha Jin was that he actually saw an unexpected figure in his team. Uchiha Itachi. Today he is only 4 years old and just a little boy. The little face is so chubby that it makes people want to pinch it. In fact, he did. Well, take it. After pinching, I still want to pinch again. I have to admit that Uchiha Itachi still looked very cute when he was a child. It is a pity. It's just that it's crooked, and it's all Fugaku's fault. Why would you let a 4-year-old kid come to the battlefield? It's not a good habit to push back the growth. This is something that has been proven in previous lives. Before children's mental development is not perfect and their character has not been completely stabilized, it is best not to let children touch many things. It's like being in a previous life. Whose 4-year-old child is either watching cartoons or dealing with toys every day? Who dares to let their children read Hoheishui and Das Kapital when they are 4 years old? Isn't this just a brain problem? But, forget it. It's not his own child, so he doesn't bother to take care of it. Anyway, I'll pinch Itachi while he's still young, but he won't be able to pinch it anymore. Uchiha Itachi. He has a dark face. Unhappiness was written all over his face, and he didn't even bother to think about the meaning of life and why he wanted to fight. Yes, he was very unhappy. Mangekyo was originally born in the No clan, known as Uchiha's ultimate power, and he was full of awe for Uchiha Jin. That's why I asked my father to come and see the strong men in the clan with my own eyes. I was even more excited when I learned that this powerful person in the clan who unlocked Mangekyo was also teammates with brother Shisui. But I never thought about it. There was awe and excitement before, but now there is disgust and disgust. Paralyzed. I am Uchiha. Although I am still young, I am still a genius, right? It's so shameful for you to be so shameless. Obviously. The fantasy of a strong man in Itachi's heart was now shattered to pieces. Don't pinch my face. Uchiha Itachi, with a serious face, I have grown up, I am a ninja. Uchiha Jin, smiling all over his face. Hearing this, not only did he not stop, but he pinched Itachi's little face again. You're obviously just a little kid, why do you want to look like an adult? Hurry up and call me, brother. I'll go back and make you a toy. Okay, yes, he still looked like he was teasing children. Anyway, this is a little kid. He had no intention of treating Itachi as a peer. Uchiha Itachi has a headache. In desperation, he could only look at Shisui. Brother Shisui, help me. But, about this, Shisui just shrugged and pretended not to notice Itachi's request for help. He was also helpless. I have tried to persuade you many times, but it has no effect at all. Uchiha Itachi. He has a black hair. After trying various methods, but nothing worked, he had no choice but to destroy it. Never mind. Love as much as you like. Facing the completely defeated Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Jin also felt boring after a while. Just like that, laughing all the way. Finally. On the 5th day, everyone saw the gate of Konoha again. This moment, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. No matter which ninja clan they were from, or even if they were civilians, everyone relaxed so naturally when they saw the gate of Konoha. This is the collective, also called the feeling of home. Don't talk about them. Even Uchiha Jin still felt at ease when he saw the Konoha gate again. We're back. Uchiha Jin spoke softly. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 61. Konoha, the land of the Uchiha clan. The slightly dilapidated courtyard had been renovated by the clan before Uchiha Jin came back. This is normal. Since the death of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha as a whole has finally awakened to such a treasure until now. No matter how cautious you are, it is basically not too much. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is Uchiha's pride and Uchiha's ultimate power. They were also afraid that Uchiha would be so disheartened that he would turn around and join the Hokage camp directly. Therefore, even if Uchiha Jin did not join their camp, even the radicals who were most unhappy with him would not embarrass him on this matter. Yes, don't even call them radicals. But in fact, they are just a bunch of cowards. Even if he claims to be powerful, it's all nonsense. Don't they know clearly in their hearts that they and Uchiha Jin have become enemies? When Uchiha was weak, he cut off other people's pensions, relief funds, and all resources within the clan. Essentially, everyone has been enemies for a long time, and the probability of winning over them is very low, almost impossible. But, what then? They still dare not make trouble or break up with Uchiha Jin. Especially, for Fugaku's proposal. Whether it's dividends from the clan's industry, being the head of the police department, becoming an elder, being promoted to the main line. Therefore, the proposal was unanimously approved. Mangekyo Sharingan is so arrogant. Well, no poking. These little days are really leisurely. This is how people live, fighting and killing, it's so boring. It's so comfortable and refreshing. In the renovated courtyard, Uchiha Jin looked relaxed and just lay on the Taishi chair. Basking in the sun, with a smile on your face. He is naturally quite satisfied with his current little life. Especially for Fugaku, he gave a thumbs up. Thanks Leo T, double click. Especially when he listened to the notification sound from the system, the smile on his face was extremely satisfying. Yes, he is indeed happy. Everything he had guessed before has now become a reality. First, all the members of his team were sent to the battlefield of Grass Country, but he was left in Konoha. In Hokage's words, Uchiha Jin was still young and had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan again, and fell into a coma because of it a few days ago. Now is the time for self-cultivation. How can we be sent to the front line? As the Hokage, he makes the final decision. Specially approved Uchiha Jin, there is no need to continue on the battlefield. Of course, this is not accurate. To put it more accurately, it should be said that the entire Uchiha does not need to continue to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Shisui is the only exception. On the one hand, it gives Uchiha comfort. It's not that I don't reuse Uchiha, but it's really for Uchiha's good. And, on the other hand, he also showed his generosity to the entire Konoha. Uchiha's reputation is so bad that even his wife turned against him as a Hokage. Then what? As a Hokage, why don't you still treat Uchiha well? So, take a look. Am I a good Hokage? If you don't support me, who will you lose because you support me? You can imagine. In this situation, if Uchiha disobeys and even dares to take over the Hokage, who in Konoha will support Uchiha in the future? But, in reality, Uchiha Jin has long seen through everything. To put it bluntly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid. It was just a missed shinobi battlefield with a low frequency of battles. Although many Uchiha clan members died, there were 39 single Magatama, 12 double Magatama, and 2 triple Magatama clan members. Especially, Uchiha Jin. It's even more awakening Mangekyo. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost fainted in the toilet from crying. If he had known this, he would never have agreed to let Uchiha go to the battlefield. Isn't it good to stay peacefully in Konoha and become a waste? Even, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly made up his mind to strictly limit the frequency of Uchiha going to the battlefield in the future. Even if it's trash, it won't work. Under such circumstances, how could he let Uchiha go to the battlefield of Grass Country? But, it doesn't matter. Although Uchiha Jin has seen through everything within the Uchiha clan and even the top management of Konoha, he has no intention of intervening. Simply put, it has nothing to do with him. Isn't it good to just keep trying to become stronger? The only headache he has now is Yuling's matter. Late at night these past few days, he had tried several times. But, no way. Just like Hyuga Aya said, the defense of the Hyuga clan is simply outrageous. Even with the information provided by Hyuga Aya, even if he activated Mangekyo, he still couldn't find any solution. Etc. I remember the system said before that every time I improve, I can get corresponding rewards. You're already driving Mangekyo, doesn't it count as an upgrade? System, where are the rewards? Did you eat them all? Thinking of this, Uchiha became furious. Immediately. No nonsense at all, contact the system again in your mind. After a long time, the system finally gave a notification sound. Ding, host is really annoying. Close black lens bracket. Detection of Sharingan promoted to Mangekyo. Reward, observation hockey. Ding, reminder. Close black lens bracket. This system is in ruins. Please don't contact me if it's not important. Close black lens bracket. You can upgrade while lying down, so why does the host help? It is not in line with the noble temperament of this system at all. Despise JPG. Uchihajin. The corner of his mouth twitched. At this moment, he even wanted to curse. Doesn't he want to lie down and be put to pieces? I'm almost going crazy. But, is it okay? When you travel to the broken world of Hokage, can you mess it up if you want? Why don't you send me to the pirate world? In that case, you can make yourself miserable until the end of time. Yes. Although both are high martial arts worlds, the map of One Piece world is huge. As long as you don't want to cause trouble, you can just find a place to hang out for the rest of your life, and no one may be able to find him. But, forget it. Why are you angry with this dog system? Moreover, what a sight. This is a good thing, equivalent to the top secret skills in the detection category. The location and number of enemies outside the field of vision can all be detected, no worse than Hyuga's Byakugan. Even if you practice to a high and deep level, you will be able to condense your hard network. Even the enemy's future behavior can be predicted in advance, which has some powerful skills in the time system. The greatest experience. can better feel the enemy's thoughts and emotions, and can change the opponent's values and thoughts. This is horse riding. Isn't it just a weakened version of Shisui's Mangekyo skill, distinguished heavenly gods? Hold the grass, awesome. By the way, wait a minute, system boss, fire style has also been upgraded to the sky. Look, Uchiha Jin spoke again. Knowing the urinary nature of this system, he decided to be a little flattering in order to gain more powerful skills. Ding, okay, armament hockey, go play. It's okay, don't bother me too much. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket dot. The information color and the armed color, the two colors hockey are in hand. Uchiha Ember, heroic spirit suddenly arises. Now I feel quite confident about sneaking into Hyuga's house. Late at night, night once again enveloped the earth. Uchiha-jin put on night clothes and quietly left the Uchiha tribe. All the way, he saw more than 20 people Anbu, just hiding around the Uchiha tribe. Really, I didn't expect it. Now that the three wars are not over yet, the Hokage family is on alert to Uchiha to this level. But this has been expected for a long time, and there is nothing surprising. As long as it doesn't affect my ability to lie flat, why do you care so much? Uchiha Jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. Anbu had no intention of paying any attention to these, and just passed them by. Yes, even if he didn't major in genjutsu, the Anbu gang wouldn't even be able to detect it with Mangekyo Sharingan alone. Probably 15 minutes later, Uchiha Jin came to the Hyuga tribe again and immediately used observation haki. Immediately afterwards, within his range of perception, he found more than 30 pairs of white eyes, and he found a dozen more secret whistles during his last inspection. Seeing this, he secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, I wasn't reckless last time, otherwise I would have definitely been caught with a high probability. But he is riding a horse. The Hyuga clan is sick, right? This is still the outskirts of the Hyuga tribe. I haven't really gone deep into the hinterland yet, so I discovered so many hidden sentries. What about the hinterland? It's so heartbreaking. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Jin felt that the Hyuga clan must have paranoia of being persecuted. You know, the outskirts of Konoha. We already have Anbu, SEAL Squad, and Uchiha guards. Doesn't this make you feel at ease? Although Hyuga's Byakugan is valuable, is it really necessary? It was precisely because of this that he felt more and more. In the original drama, Hinata was arrested and Hyuga Hazashi committed suicide. How nonsense is this? With the Hyuga tribe under such tight surveillance, how could Cloud Shinobi, a mere ordinary ninja, walk in and snatch Hinata as if he had no entry level? What if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't approve of this, Anbu and Nibi teamed up, and Danzo did it deliberately behind the scenes? Haha, even the dogs don't believe it. He rolled his eyes secretly, complained in his mind, and then kept his sight on and quietly avoided the secret whistles everywhere. Even if you really can't escape, then just kill him directly. Yes, he had indeed considered using this blame on Cloud Shinobi before. But he gave up. Through chatting with Nara Kazama, he knew that the more he did, the more mistakes he would make, so he might as well just go in and forget it. Only this kind of random killing leaves fewer clues and makes it less likely to leave loopholes. So, he decided, if you just kill people like this, you might as well kill a few more Hyuga clan members and then dig out the Byakugan. In the entire ninja world, there are so many people and forces who peek at Byakugan. Check it out slowly. Half an hour later, he entered the core area of Hyuga. No nonsense, just sneak in quietly, and then kill people and gouge out their eyes. This process is so slippery. After probably killing several families, he came again to the Hyuga clan that had bullied Hyuga Aya. Who are you? Hyuga Ueni, who was playing some indescribable game with several Hyuga branch house girls, saw Uchiha Jin suddenly rushing in, and immediately shouted in horror. Uchiha Jin, no nonsense. The villain dies because he talks too much, but he still knows it. Immediately, without hesitation, he directly chopped off his head with a knife, then skillfully dug out the white eyes, and finally killed all the poor Hyuga branch houses and left leisurely. Everyone, don't blame me. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor, and I am here to protect myself. Anyway, you are still suffering while you are alive, why not let me completely free you? If you really want to complain, just blame you for your bad luck. I can't save you. After walking out of this house, Uchiha Jin spoke quietly. Even though he had traveled back in time many years ago, he still had a softness in his heart. He has never killed anyone. Except for people from hostile forces who have to kill, and those who affect his own safety, he will never take the initiative to kill. To the point of being exhausted, that is to say, watching indifferently. And today, he broke the rules. Originally, these poor Hyuga branch houses did not need to die. But, no, if such a big thing happened, Konoha would definitely investigate it strictly. In order to protect themselves from being exposed, everyone who has seen him must die, and their brains must be destroyed. Even though he was wearing night clothes. Because his strength is still low, even if Mangekyo is activated, even cage level dares to fight against him. But there is not only one cage level person in Konoha today. Rather, at least 5. In addition to the dozens of elite jonin, more than 200 jonin, 700 to 800 special jonin, and countless middle genin. Uchiha Jin, who is still in the dormant stage, has gained a lot of freedom and can even refuse Hokage's orders. But, same thing, his special treatment must be within the rules of the game, and he currently has no ability to break the rules or even make them. Once you do that, you will become a target. If you want to break the rules, or even make them, you must at least have the strength of Pain 6 paths. 2 hours later, Uchiha Jin had no worries all the way and quietly returned home again. Change out of the night suit and use fire style to destroy it. Then he put on his pajamas again, yawned and then went to wash up. Yes, not bad. Tonight's operation was perfect, leaving no clues. Even if Nara Shikaku comes out, there is no chance of detecting any traces. Hyuga Aya's matter is finally settled. Nothing's wrong, I'm lighthearted. This feeling is so comfortable, and then I can finally lie down and be a salted fish. This must be celebrated. Just reward me with a good night's sleep tonight. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. He was in a pretty good mood now, and even whistled involuntarily while washing himself. Subsequently, because of the system, he naturally didn't need to practice, so he just lay on the bed. Soft, relaxing and comfortable. But what Uchiha Jin didn't know was that when he fell into a sweet sleep, the Hyuga clan had already been in trouble. Yes, although no one noticed Uchiha Jin's figure, so many people died in the clan at once, and the strong smell of blood could be smelled by normal people. The Hyuga tribesmen on patrol reported the incident immediately after discovering it. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was about to go to sleep, hurried to the scene of the crime, immediately mobilized the entire Hyuga clan, and began to search throughout Konoha. Even this incident alarmed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga clan land. Everywhere was brightly lit, and the Hyuga tribesmen were running back and forth in groups with frightened faces. They were dripping with cold sweat. Even when he was running, his face turned pale and his whole body was shaking violently. Something big happened. The Hyuga clan is very protective of the Byakugan itself, otherwise they would not have developed something like Caged Bird. But, what about tonight? A total of 9 pairs of Byakugan were lost, and 9 Hyuga clan members died. It is conceivable that the clan will definitely be bloody in the future. Those elders of the clan will never give up easily. So, these Hyuga branch houses, they have to be more careful. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may be executed by those angry clan elders. No way. That's it for the Hyuga clan. If the person who died was the Hyuga branch house, the Zong family would not even blink an eye. After all, the people in the branch house are just consumables to the Zong family. To die is to die. Although it sounds a bit ugly, it is the truth. But, home is different. Although most of those clans are useless, just because they have a good background, the death of even one of them is a big event that will cause the world to collapse. Although they were angry, they could only endure it silently. Let alone refute. He didn't even dare to show his anger. Because, Caged Bird, the Zong family can kill you with just a thought. The patriarch's house, front yard. A total of 9 corpses of the Hyuga clan were placed on the ground in one piece. Clan leader, this matter must be investigated strictly. A total of 9 pairs of Byakugan were lost, which is a huge loss that our Hyuga clan has never experienced. I suggest that no matter who it is, no matter what the cost, we must find and punish the low-level villains. The Hyuga clan, regardless of provocation. If the murderer cannot be found, the Hyuga clan will become a joke to the entire ninja world. Who will take us seriously at that time? I guess no one will dare to come to the Hyuga tribe to run wild. When that time comes, the Hyuga clan will be the prey. This is absolutely unacceptable. I suggest that all the Hyuga branch houses on duty tonight be executed directly. I agree. If you can't even patrol well, these losers should die. Many elders spoke one after another. Their faces were pale, their bodies were dripping with cold sweat, and their bodies were slightly raw. It can be seen that they were really frightened. If the murderer goes to their house tonight, now they are just a corpse in front of them. How can we not be afraid of this kind of fear? To know. These Hyuga clan members are just born well, but they are actually very powerful. Being able to live safely until now is all thanks to the hard work of those Hyuga branch houses. But, what now? What happened tonight made them understand that the protection of those Hyuga branch houses actually had huge loopholes. These Hyuga clan members still have the possibility of death. This time, they panicked. But, what then? They had no means to protect themselves, so naturally they could only put pressure on Hyuga Hiyashi. You guys are really fooling around. Hyuga Hiyashi heard this and yelled, "How many clansmen does Hyuga have in total?" The people participating in the patrol are all elites, especially in the core area of the clan, and they are the only heritage of the Hyuga clan. If they are all executed, who will the Hyuga clan rely on to protect them? Relying on you losers. Hyuga Hiyashi was really angry. Since the establishment of the Hyuga clan, there has never been a loss of this level. Isn't he angry? No, he is angrier than anyone else. But, the problem is, can getting angry solve the problem? I had a severe headache and kept thinking about how to solve this problem. What now? Not only was he unable to help himself, but he was buzzing around him like an annoying fly. If it were in the past, Hyuga Hiyashi would have endured it. Even though he was unhappy with Caged Bird in his heart, for the continuation of the Hyuga clan, he could only tolerate these useless elders as much as possible. But, what now? The anger that had been suppressed in his heart before was like a spark tonight, which completely ignited the anger in his chest. Hiyashi, how can you say that? Without us elders, could the Hyuga clan be so prosperous? I know you have been hating us because of your brother, Hazashi, but we elders are also here for the family. This is the clan rule, there is no calendar. The elders of the Hyuga clan started questioning him one after another. Yes, they had already figured out Hyuga Hiyashi's temper. Although he has good strength and is considered the #1 master in his family, and he looks very majestic, in reality, that's all. He is not a tough person. If he was really tough, his brother Hyuga Hazashi wouldn't have Caged Bird carved on his forehead. Facing Hyuga Hiyashi's outburst, they didn't take it seriously. Instead, they began to refute directly, trying to get Hyuga Hiyashi to apologize to them. Obviously, they're done with Hyuga Hiyashi. But, it's a pity. They were wrong, terribly wrong. Hyuga Hiyashi is not weak, what Hazashi did was just for the family. Facing the questions from the elders in front of him, Hyuga Hiyashi interrupted them without waiting for them to finish speaking. Give me all the W, shut up. I will give you two choices now, either start the clan association and remove me as the clan leader, or you can just stay with me. I'm warning you, don't force me. I'm not a Hyuga branch house. If you want to be shameless, don't blame me for being cruel. I, Hyuga Hiyashi, also dare to kill people. Hyuga Hiyashi, his tone was cold. There was cold murderous intent in his eyes. Yes. At this moment, he was really angry. He doesn't understand. How could these guys say that they would kill all the patrolling people? These Hyuga branch houses are the elite Hyuga. If we really kill them, will the Hyuga clan still fight with Uchiha? Probably not as good as Hitaki, right? After all, Hitaki is from a small clan, and Hitaki Sakumo is also dead. The key is his son Hitaki Kakashi, who is also a disciple of Namikaze Minato, and a proper member of the Hokage family. He was a little stunned. I feel that this rule between the clan house and the branch house has become rotten. Otherwise, how could these elected elders be so useless? It doesn't matter if he is not strong, he can still do things like cut off his own arm. Simply rubbish. For a moment, the courtyard was silent. These elders of the Hyuga clan all saw Hyuga Hiyashi's murderous intention. They are afraid. Hyuga Hiyashi is a clan member, Caged Bird cannot cure him. And he is strong enough. If he really wants to kill them, no one can stop him. HMPH, trash. Seeing the silence of these elders, Hyuga Hiyashi said coldly, since you have made your choice, just shut up and don't disturb me thinking about the problem here. Many elders. They were very unhappy with Gong. But in the face of Hyuga Hiyashi who hockey leaked, they seemed to do nothing but shut up. Why? With a helpless sigh, they could only shut up in frustration. Probably, 5 minutes later. Headshot Hyuga Hazashi of Caged Bird walks in. Chief, the people are here. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would react so quickly. Okay, I understand. Hyuga Hiyashi smiled slightly. Hazashi, there is no need to be too quarrelsome with me. Obviously, he loves his younger brother from the bottom of his heart. But, it's a pity. Because of Caged Bird, the brothers can never go back to their past. Hyuga Hazashi just bowed and saluted. Lord Patriarch, etiquette cannot be discarded. Hyuga Hiyashi, I have a headache. Facing this younger brother, he really didn't know what to say. And just when he was about to continue speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group walked in. Seeing this, Hyuga Hiyashi could only hold his words in his heart. Then he greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama. Well, I heard about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a calm face, tell me more specifically, what are the losses of the Hyuga clan? He looked unhappy. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because of Uchiha's incident. There are so many Kaien clan members, and they even have an extra pair of Mangekyo. What an evil Uchiha. After the change in Uchiha's previously formulated action plan against Uchiha, he naturally had no choice but to revise the plan again. Has been delayed for several days, and the plan has not been revised yet. The Hyuga clan is in trouble again. Paralyzed. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hates these wealthy families the most. After being in power for so many years, he barely managed to kill the Senju clan. Now, the plan against Uchiha is only halfway through and things are going wrong. Before Uchiha was killed, he really had no interest in messing with the Hyuga clan. But, there is no way. Such a big thing happened to the Hyuga clan, and the Byakugan is a strategic resource. Even if he felt unhappy, he could only rush over. The situation is very bad. A total of 9 Hyuga clan members died, 7 members of the Hyuga branch house, and a total of 9 pairs of Byakugan were lost. In the entire history of the Hyuga clan, there has never been a loss of this magnitude. I'm very sorry for alarming Mr. Hokage. But this matter is too serious, and the Hyuga clan must find out. If we can't figure out the other party's methods, then the Hyuga clan will lose the first time, and then what's even more scary is the second, third, or even countless times. So, please forgive me, Hokage-sama. Hiss. Following Hyuga Hiyashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were shocked. BFAJ. Good guy. I lost 9 pairs of supercilious eyes because of my heavy love. If these Byakugan were obtained by other ninja villages, it would not be a good thing for Konoha. No wonder. Before coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Anbu report that the entire Hyuga clan was like crazy, jumping up and down throughout Konoha. Now, he understands. Having lost a total of 9 pairs of white eyes, I would probably go crazy. Hiruzen, this matter must be investigated strictly. Mitokado Homura said. This person must be caught and tortured to find out how he infiltrated. Yes, Hiruzen, otherwise the other ninja clans will be in danger. Kaharu, a relative, also spoke quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. After a long time, he took a deep breath and spoke directly. I see. I really didn't expect that someone could sneak into Konoha and even steal 9 pairs of white eyes. The 2 elders are right, this matter must be investigated strictly. I will ask Anbu to cooperate with Hyuga and provide some necessary help. By the way, Hiyashi. Hyuga, do you have any clues? Hyuga Hiyashi breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to let Anbu help, which is definitely a good thing for the Hyuga clan. It's just a clue. After thinking for a long time, he still shook his head. Absolutely not. In the entire ninja world, there are too many forces targeting Byakugan. Anyone can do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, silent. This is actually the most troublesome part. If there are clues, we can investigate them in a targeted manner. But if there are no clues like this, there is a high probability that nothing will be found in the end. But, forget it. Do your best and obey destiny. After shaking his head helplessly, Sarutobi Hiruzen left directly. Yes, Hyuga's loss of white eyes is indeed serious if you say it's serious, but it's just that if it's not serious. Compared with the Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi battlefields, the Hyuga clan's affairs are simply much smaller. We can even say, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, nothing is as important as dealing with Uchiha. He has too many things to do every day, and he has no time to waste on such small things. Being willing to let Anbu cooperate is already pretty good. Time passes slowly. The truth is just as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, a full week has passed, and the matter of Hyuga losing his Byakugan has been widely spread in Konoha. But, no way. No matter how much the Hyuga clan and Anbu investigated, they couldn't find even a single clue. In addition, now that we are in the midst of a war, most of the energy of all departments in Konoha is focused on the war. So, Hyuga lost his eyes and refused to eat in the end. Konoha, calm once again. And, the other side. In the land of grass, God has no bridge. In a huge cave underground. A gray-haired old man, even though his appearance has faded with age, he still shows his full haki. His body was covered with various tubes, and the other side was connected to a huge demon statue behind him. Yes, the old man is Uchiha Madara, and behind him is the Six Paths Golem. Just at this time, a mud-like thing gushes out of the ground and gradually forms a humanoid creature. This is White Zetsu. Madara-sama, what a good thing. I found another Uchiha in Konoha. This person is much more powerful than Obito. Now he has turned on Mangekyo. As expected of Madara-sama, do you want to get in touch with Madara-sama? I have made a meritorious service again. Madara-sama, can I watch you poop? Uchiha Madara, open your eyes. A flash of cold light flashed out, and a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh, Mangekyo, Uchiha Madara said with disdain. I really didn't expect that Mangekyo could be born in that kind of rotten village and rotten ethnic group. Let me see his information. White Zetsu, dare not neglect. He quickly handed over Uchiha Jin's information. After Uchiha Madara read it at a glance, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After a long time, you spoke quietly. A Nara like Uchiha, ha. You still comment on Uchiha Jin, not like Uchiha. Shit, who said Uchiha can't use his brain? But, he looks so much like Izuna. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as my plan can be completed, I will eventually see Izuna. There is no need to come into contact with this Uchiha Jin. There is no way any of us can deceive such a smart guy. Just settle on Obito and stick to the original plan. Konoha, Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in his office, and in front of him is an Anbu kneeling on one knee. He was expressionless, his brows were furrowed and his tone was serious. Hyuga, how's it going? There is no gain in reporting this to Lord Hokage. Anbu spoke calmly and briefly explained the process before speaking hesitantly. Anbu, the Uchiha Police Department, and Anbu who were guarding Konoha did not find any abnormalities. The sealing team also reported that there was no damage to the sealing formation, and no chakra fluctuation was found. According to Anbu and I's guess, this must have been the work of an insider. Otherwise, with Konoha's defense, even other ninja villages would not be able to remain silent. In particular, the defense of the Hyuga clan is even tighter. There are more than 50 Byakugan detections 24 hours a day. Without the help of insiders, ordinary ninjas would never be able to evade everyone and kill 9 Hyuga clans accurately. Even if cage-level experts take action, they may be able to kill these Hyuga clansmen, but it is impossible to hide their bodies and make no movement. After Anbu finished speaking, he bowed directly. He is only responsible for talking about Anbu's investigation and how to deal with it next. That is what Hokage should consider. And the other side. After listening to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. After a while, after he waved his hand for Anbu to step back, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Danzo, is that you? In all of Konoha, I can't think of anyone else who can do these things except you. But why? Our main target now is Uchiha, why do you want to provoke Hyuga? Aren't you afraid that other ninjas will notice and stand up together to resist? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. Obviously. Through Anbu's investigation, he was completely led astray. But, no wonder. After all, just talking about the bad things caused in Konoha, there is no need to guess that it must be Danzo. Boom. At this moment, the office door was kicked open. Danzo, with a gloomy look on his face, walked straight in. His face was sinister and murderous, and he was the first to speak after entering. Hiruzen, I know what you're thinking. I have also read Anbu's investigation report. On the surface, it does appear to be my style. I can understand that you doubt me. But what I want to say is, I really didn't do this. I was wronged, I didn't attack Hyuga. Don't let me catch him, otherwise I will make him understand what true cruelty is. Shimura Danzo roared angrily. Yes, he is not stupid. After receiving Anbu's investigation report, his face darkened and he smashed his desk. Good guy, people are sitting at home, and pots come from the sky. It would be fine if he really did it, but the problem is that he really didn't do it. Rolling eyes is a good thing. But the problem is, he can't use it. If you need them on the battlefield, just ask the Hyuga clan for help. Why do you have to go to the Hyuga clan to kill people? Is he free? All he really cares about and wants is Uchiha's Sharingan. Because this can improve your own strength. In Shimura Danzo's view, the Byakugan is highly replaceable and there is no need to control it personally. Moreover, the Byakugan is only useful on the battlefield. In actual combat, the strength is very low, and there is no possibility of improvement in the future. Unlike Sharingan, Sharingan has a clear promotion department. 1 Magatama to 3 Magatama, Mangekyo after that, Eternal Mangekyo. Compared with this, rolling eyes is nothing. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In this life of Shimura Danzo, as long as he framed others, how could he accept being framed by others? He will not take the blame. It was with this in mind that he hurried over, just to explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, it's a pity. Although he talked a lot, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen at all. Okay, Danzo, I didn't say I wanted to deal with you. The Hyuga clan didn't have the guts to cause trouble. They don't have Uchiha's toughness. It's okay to do it. As long as we can't find it, the Hyuga family will have to suffer the consequences. But I still want to remind you that our first target is Uchiha. Before you deal with Uchiha, I don't want you to attack other ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face serious. Yes, a few Hyuga clans are just trash. Except for the clan elders of Hyuga, no one cares about their life or death at all. So, to Danzo, he's just a reminder. But, on the other side, it was okay if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. After he persuaded him, Danzo's face turned even darker. Bad, it's really not me. But, no way. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be explained, and his image in Konoha was too bad. In short, whenever something bad happens, the first thing most people think of is him. Hey, thinking about it, I still want to run for Hokage in the future. No, it must change. My own image cannot be ruined like this. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. I didn't bother to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen on this matter. I just said in a cold tone. In short, this matter is really not mine. I don't need to lie to you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little silent. Is it really not Danzo? But, forget it. It's not a big deal anyway, and it's impossible for him to really investigate Danzo just because of this trivial matter. The Hyuga clan is not qualified. In addition, it is during the war, and there are too many things to deal with. So, he is not prepared to get involved in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. If you say it's not, then it's not. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette before speaking calmly. What is that Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan doing in Konoha recently? Yes, compared to the Hyuga clan, he cares more about the Uchiha clan. Especially Uchiha Jin, the one who started Mangekyo. When Danzo heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Drink tea, walk the crows, and bask in the sun. I usually don't go out the second gate, but occasionally I go to Ichiraku ramen shop to help. It seems very leisurely, but I always feel something is wrong. So, Hiruzen, I hope you can trust me and leave this matter to me. Uchiha-jin, I'll take care of it. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. He doesn't believe it. That was a Mangekyo, and no one knew what his Mangekyo ability was. And the other party can use Susanoo. Even if you can barely handle it, how can you explain it to Uchiha? A Mangekyo finally appeared, but was killed by the village like this. In that case, Uchiha shouldn't be angry. And now that the village is at war, the manpower on the front line itself is tight. If there is a fire in Konoha's backyard. Hiss. Cannot imagine. Without any hesitation at all, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head directly. Danzo, give up. Uchiha-jin is very important. I can't possibly give it to you. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the auntie. The other side, Uchiha tribe land. Uchiha-jin, with a satisfied look on his face. Lying on the lounge chair in the small courtyard, holding a purple clay pot in his left hand, and a bunch of grapes on the small table on his right, he looked extremely leisurely. He was basking in the sun and thinking silently. This is a small life that people only live. If you work so hard every day, what's the point of living it? It's been so long, and Hyuga is still like a headless fly, so it seems like this matter is over. In this way, Hyuga Aya can barely be considered one of our own. I think she will definitely not betray herself in the future unless she is forced to do so. Ah, very good. The third war has little to do with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let me participate in the war. It seems that before the chaos of 9 tails, we can rest peacefully and fish. He looked relaxed. 270. Especially when he thought that in the next few years, he would be completely away from the hustle and bustle and just stay at home and grow up, he felt very comfortable. This kind of small life is what he wants. And the other side. Hyuga Aya's matter was also resolved without exposing herself from beginning to end. Perfect. There is no need to say anything about that side of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen just wants to suppress himself. This guy wants him to stay at home for retirement. In fact, this is exactly the case. It's been so long since he came back and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even summon him once. Think of this. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Retirement care. If it had been anyone else, he might have been able to support the poor. But he is different. He didn't care about reputation and the like, and going to the battlefield would actually delay his cultivation. Only by being as leisurely as you are in front of you can your strength become stronger step by step. And after becoming a patriarch, he even lost his identity as a ninja. As long as nothing happens to the Uchiha family, he can live a happy life. Is there a better situation than this? Only, speaking of the Uchiha clan, he had a headache. In order to keep the leisure in front of him as much as possible, he must keep Uchiha as much as possible. But it's difficult. The situation within the Uchiha clan is simply difficult to describe. Even though he is known as an elder now, it is actually just an honorary title. To put it bluntly, it's just a mascot. If he really wants to intervene, both radicals and moderates will definitely unite to kill him first. Powerful, fascinating. Even if he is Mangekyo and can give you some benefits, don't even think about rights. Only, thinking of what Nara Kazama said to him before, since he doesn't want to be single for the rest of his life, he must create a stable queen even for the sake of the stability of his wife and son. Otherwise, even if he is strong enough, he can't guard his family 24 hours a day, right? A good subordinate like Uchiha never gives up even when faced with difficulties. But no rush. Radicals, moderates, and even the patriarch Fugaku are now keeping a close eye on themselves. As long as you show your desire for power, these guys will definitely be wary of you, and they may even break up with you directly. Even if it gets serious, the village's top brass might get involved. So, just wait. After the third war is completely over, it's up to Shisui to take the lead. After figuring everything out, he became relaxed again. Afternoon, evening. Just as he was about to go to Uncle Ichiraku's place for dinner, there was a sudden knock on his door. Uchiha-jin frowned slightly. He had no acquaintances in the village. Even if he became Mangekyo now, because of the existence of the elders of the two major factions, generally no one would dare to visit him. Who could it be? With a suspicious look on his face, when he opened the door of the small courtyard and saw Fugaku taking Itachi, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Lord Patriarch, what a rare visitor. Come in and sit down. A slight smile appeared on his face, and he invited the two people in with a smile. After the three of them sat down in the living room, Uchiha-jin poured tea for the three of them. When he saw Itachi, whose face was serious and looked like an adult, he couldn't help but pinch his face. Yes, not bad. This feels very good, have to say. When he was little, Itachi was indeed a little boy. Especially this little grown-up attitude makes people unable to help teasing her when they meet her. Uchiha Itachi. He has a little headache. Even though he had thought of this for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh when Uchiha-jin took action again. He, who prides himself on having an adult's mind, really can't stand Jin's attitude towards children. So, there is no way. In response to this, Uchiha Itachi could only use his eyes to ask for help from his father. Fugaku was also helpless about this. He could naturally see that Jin did not have any ill intentions towards Itachi, on the contrary, he had a little fondness for him. What did this make him say? You can only ignore this. Especially when he thought about his purpose, his expression became serious. Jinjin, this time I came to visit, it's actually because of the dog. I would like to ask you to be his teacher. I wonder if you will agree. Fugaku, solemnly, yes, he is not stupid. Since we definitely need to find a teacher for our children, the Hokage department doesn't even have to think about it. And among the Uchiha clan, is there anyone more suitable than Uchiha Jin? This is the only existence in Uchiha that has opened Mangekyo. Uchiha Jin was stunned, although he probably guessed what Fugaku was thinking when the two of them visited. But, isn't this too direct? But, think carefully. Today's Uchiha Itachi is still young and his ideological system is not yet mature. If only I could change this and let him help Shisui in the future. Well, pretty good. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke. Okay, there is no problem in becoming a disciple, and I quite like Itachi. But there is one thing I need to explain in advance. My education method is different from the Uchiha tradition. I especially can't accept Itachi going to the battlefield to see fighting at such a young age. So, Chief Fugaku, if Itachi is really allowed to become my teacher, then the way I will educate Itachi in the future. My side must take priority, and your side cannot interfere. If you agree, it can be settled. Uchiha Jin faintly opened his mouth. Originally he wanted to be tactful, but considering Uchiha's mind, he finally decided to cut the knot quickly. Just say it. If you put it more tactfully, he might not really understand. Fugaku was a little surprised by this. Obviously. He didn't expect Jin to say that. Wasn't his education wrong? As an Uchiha, wouldn't it be nice to see war in advance? But, same thing. Although he didn't quite understand this, since he had already made up his mind, he was not willing to waste his thoughts. In Fugaku's view, every Mangekyo is a true genius within the clan. Success, no luck. Thinking of this, he nodded immediately. This is necessary. Since you are Itachi's teacher, I will naturally listen to you when it comes to education. In this case, Itachi will ask Lord Jin. Fugaku left. As the leader of the clan, he has a lot to do. Only, he didn't take Itachi away, but left him here. Teacher, Uchiha Itachi bowed and spoke. Uchiha-jin nodded, but his head hurt badly. Faced with the problem child in front of him, he really didn't know how to educate him for a while. This guy Fugaku just walked away, leaving the problem directly to himself. I am a salty fish. But, no way. In order to lie down better in the future, I can only force myself to be a little tired now. Thinking of this, he spoke quietly. It's getting late, we should eat. Follow me and walk. After standing up and yawning, Uchiha took the lead and walked out of the small courtyard. Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised. Obviously. He never thought that Uchiha Jin would become his teacher. Why was he still looking so lazy? Teachers, shouldn't they be strict? Only, now that I have become a disciple, even though I don't understand it in my heart, I still understand how to respect the teacher. Following Uchiha Jin at a trot, the two of them left the Uchiha tribe and immediately arrived at the commercial center of Konoha. As this, Uchiha, get out of the way quickly and don't hit them. Right. As the two of them walked along, the faces of the people of Konoha village changed drastically. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Uchiha Itachi looks ugly. His eyes were full of sadness. He couldn't figure out why everyone was like this. Is it just because they were Uchiha? But the problem is, they didn't do anything wrong. Since he was born, he has rarely left the clan area, but he just can't stand the looks of the people of Konoha village. So, when he was young, he would rather stay in the clan. If it weren't for Uchiha Jin, he probably wouldn't have chosen to leave before going to school. The world outside the clan is hell to Itachi. Teacher, why do we have to leave the clan? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but ask. He felt uncomfortable all over. The eyes of the civilians around him were like knives. Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes when he heard this. Of course it's for food. Then, Itachi started to argue. After all, in his opinion, why should he leave the clan if he is just eating? The family also has a restaurant. But it's a pity. Before Itachi could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Uchiha Jin. Okay, shut up. If you still have some time to eat, just follow me. The sky is big and the earth is big, but eating is the biggest thing. Finished. Ignoring Uchiha Itachi, he just walked forward. Uchiha Itachi. WWW. Of course he was unwilling to do so. But Jin has already spoken to this point, and this is not the land of the Uchiha tribe. So, no idea. He could only bury his doubts in his heart and went to Ichiraku ramen restaurant with Jin. Hey, Mr. Jin, I brought a kid with me, what do you two want to eat today? He hit the uncle with his hand and smiled broadly. Uchiha Jin showed a faint smile and immediately waved his hand. I'm still the same as when I hit uncle with my hands. Itachi, do you want to eat shibi? Uchiha Itachi was at a loss. He has no experience in dealing with foreigners so far, so he could only stammer when he heard this. I stuttered for a long time, unable to speak. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile. Uncle, I'm sorry. Itachi has never left the clan, so he is a little shy. Please give him some soy bone ramen. Children should eat more meat as they grow older. Hitting Ichiraku with his hands, he didn't say much. He just smiled and said hello to Itachi, then turned around to make ramen. After a while, Calamus ran in a hurry. After patting Uchiha Jin on the shoulder, a chorus couldn't help roaring, Jin, you are going too far. You just eat and drink for free. Why do you bring a little one here now? My family is almost going to be poor because of you. Uchiha Jin, with a calm face. He was basically raised by a hand-beating family and a chorus had been bickering since childhood. I have long been used to this. While eating ramen, he shrugged. Calamus, I have to educate you. The person sitting in front of you now is Uchiha Jin, who has just been promoted to Special Jonin and has made great achievements on the battlefield. So first of all, you should be my Taishinran. When I do a task now, the starting price is 600,000 taels, do you understand? I have money, so for a big customer like me, you should be more flattering. Understand, it's just that calendar. But Calamus crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. Oh, Master Jonin. Iris spread out her right hand. So, where is the money? Uchiha Jin, looking embarrassed. According to his performance on the battlefield, the mission bonus is certainly quite large. A conservative estimate is also 2 million taels. But the problem is, now that we are in the midst of a war, the village has no intention of handing out mission bonuses. And the other side. Although he is also an Uchiha elder and even the Minister of Police, he has only just taken office now. It's still very early for wages to be paid. So at this time, his face immediately fell. This does not. My mission bonus will not be distributed until the end of the war. Calamus laughed. He immediately patted Uchiha Jin on the shoulder and laughed mercilessly. So, Master Jonin, Iris asked, you are still a poor man now. Shut up. Uchiha Jin was furious immediately. Good guy. He is now a very rich man, and the annual dividends from Uchiha's industry alone are worth hundreds of millions. Under such circumstances, was underestimated by Calamus. My uncle can bear it, but not my aunt. He immediately started a fight with Calamus, but unfortunately he lost again. To be more precise, he never won. On the contrary, it's the other side. Hand fight. Ichiraku heard these words, but couldn't help but smile and said, Jin, you have become a Jonin. This is really good news and it must be celebrated. I announce that we will be closed for the day tomorrow. Please remember to come home at noon, Mr. Jin, and uncle will cook you a table of delicious dishes. Yes, he knew about Uchiha Jin's situation. Not only had his parents died since he was a child, but the key was that his relationship with his family members was not very good either. Jin was raised by him and was basically half of his child. Now that Jin has become Jonin, he certainly doesn't want this child to have anyone to celebrate and be happy with. Forget it if I didn't know the first 2 days. Now that he knows about it today, of course he has to put some thought into it. Uchiha Jin, he was indeed moved. No matter Kazama, Aya, or Fugaku and the others today. Contact with them is always mixed with some interests. Only, destroy it. In this cold Konoha, besides Shisui, this father and daughter are the only ones who really treat themselves well without asking for anything in return. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Okay, it's settled. Then I'm going to have a good time tomorrow and show off your skills, uncle. I'll bring wine. Uchiha Itachi, his mind went blank. Watching Uchiha Jin and the Ikora's father and daughter laughing and playing, he even felt that it was unreal. How is this possible? He is young, but as the son of the clan leader, he certainly understands Uchiha's situation in the village. Uchiha's reputation in the village is terrible. The entire Uchiha tribe, except for those in the police force, rarely leaves the tribe, let alone interacts with other people in the village. But, Jin, why can he get along so well with the people in the village? This scene, it challenges his cognition too much. It is certainly difficult for the young weasel to understand this. Uncle handmade 4 portions of luxurious soy bone ramen. At this moment, Namikaze Minato walked in with 3 apprentices and sat directly next to Jin and Itachi. There was a smile on his face, he looked very sunny, and everyone who saw him was very fond of him. With their arrival, the entire table has become very crowded. Hey, it's Minato, the hand-beating uncle said with a smile. Okay, I'll be here right away. Seeing this, Calamus quickly stood up to greet the guests. But, when she saw Uchiha Jin, she couldn't help but frown. Jin, don't you see the business coming? Hurry up and finish your meal and come over to help. Uchiha Jin looked helpless, but he still hurriedly finished eating and got up and ran to the kitchen to help. Uncle Tetsuya is in charge of ramen, Iris is in charge of serving the guests, and Uchiha Jin is in charge of garnishing the dishes. Even, he didn't forget to take out a big pile of garlic and threw it directly next to Itachi. Weasel, peel the garlic. Itachi, the corners of his mouth twitched. But he didn't say much and hurriedly finished his meal and started helping. Namikaze Minato and the 3 disciples were slightly shocked when they saw this scene. Yes, 2 Uchiha are helping out the hand-beating uncle's shop. There's something wrong with this kind of thing. Especially, Itachi, Shinkuna and Makoto are good friends, so of course Namikaze Minato knows Itachi. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but say, Itachi, that is my master. Itachi whispered. His name is Uchiha Jin, and he is the only person in my clan who has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Dad asked me to become my master today, and now my master has brought me here. Others, I don't know. Namikaze Minato, slightly stunned. As a core member of the Hokage family, he knew more than the average person about this powerful man emerging from Uchiha. As the leader of the clan, it is understandable that Fugaku asked his son to worship Jin as his master. The only thing I didn't expect was that Jin would be so familiar with Shoda's family. Is this really an Uchiha? Never thought about it. In addition to his apprentice Obito, there are people in the Uchiha clan who are willing to communicate with the village. Teacher Minato, Uchiha Jin and I are in the same class. Uchiha Obito said, but I am not familiar with him. I only know that he was very ordinary before and was a student of Class B. I didn't expect that he turned on Mangekyo. But I will never be worse than him, and I will definitely drive Mangekyo in the future. Obito, the Japanese face is proud. Even when he said these words, he seemed to be gritting his teeth. Yes, although he is the tailgater, he is also the tailgater of Class A. What about Uchiha Jin? This crane tail of Class B suddenly turned on Mangekyo and even became an Uchiha genius. How can you bear it? Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but speak after hearing this. I ate here before and met this Uchiha. I heard that he often ate here 7 or 8 years ago. Nohara Lin also joined the discussion. I do know something about Lord Jin. I have many friends in Class B. He was very famous in school. But it's not that he is a genius. On the contrary, like Obito, he is also at the bottom of the class. What really made him famous was that the Uchiha clan ostracized him. He is very lonely. If Obito is only looked down upon by the clan, he still has friends like us, but Jin is directly bullied in Uchiha. Many people have seen, several times, Uchiha people coming to trouble him. Everyone, silent. No one thought that Uchiha Jin's childhood would be so miserable. Even the young Itachi looked shocked. He obviously did not expect that this kind of thing would happen to the Uchiha tribe. He couldn't figure it out before. Why is it that Jin is an Uchiha, but he has never heard of it in his clan? Even if Uchiha Jin activates Mangekyo this time and becomes the true top genius in the clan, it seems that no clan members still participate in the discussion. For Uchiha, who regards glory as his life, this is simply unimaginable. Now, he is. Jin suffered so much humiliation in his childhood, so it's strange that he can have feelings for Uchiha. When the other tribesmen saw Uchiha Jin becoming stronger, they must have felt very complicated. For a while, he seems to have some understanding of his teacher. At this moment, Calamus came over. Girls, it was originally very 8 trigrams. Seeing everyone chatting about Jin, she immediately joined in as she was not too busy now. Quote, you guys still don't understand Jin. Quote, although I don't know the reason, after Jin's parents died when he was young, his parents' pension was misappropriated. Even the clan didn't care about his life or death. The 10th officer let him fend for himself. 7 or 8 years ago, it was hard for you to even imagine. Jin was only a little over 4 years old at that time. In order to survive, he came directly to discuss with my father. He planned to come to my house for dinner every day, so he hoped that my father could give him a cheaper price. After he explained what had happened to him and that his parents were dead and the clan members ignored him, my father softened his heart at that time. You also know that our store does not do business in the morning. Since then, Jin not only has lunch and dinner at my house every day, but my father even lets Jin eat breakfast at my house. As for food money and so on, Jin's parents left some for him. Considering Jin's self-esteem, my father will accept it if he pays, but even if he doesn't have it, my father won't ask for it. So Mr. Jin is actually half of my father's son. Also, Mr. Jin actually used to help me in my store. It was just because he had to go to school at that time, so he could only come and help during the preparations before opening the store, so of course you also can't see. Calamus, small mouth. She has an optimistic and cheerful personality, and there is nothing to avoid about Jin's past. Taking into account Jin's past when he was young, he also knew that Jin had basically no friends. I completely regard Uchiha Jin as my younger brother, and of course I can't help but want to help this younger brother. Plus he also knew Namikaze Minato, who was quite a person. So, ponder for a moment. She suddenly said, so, do you understand? Jin's life was quite miserable before, but he has become a little better now that he has become a ninja. It is precisely because of what happened to him when he was a child that he is quite introverted and has basically no friends for so many years. Brother Minato, I know you are a good person. So if possible, I hope you can help enlighten me. It would be nice to just make friends with him. Everyone looked shocked. Obviously, no one thought that Uchiha Jin's past would be so miserable. Especially, Itachi and Obito. As members of the Uchiha clan, they know better how Uchiha members should be treated. What's going on inside this clan? Obito couldn't help complaining. Yes, even he couldn't stand what happened to Uchiha Jin. Itachi, silent, although he also felt angry. This was a matter within the clan after all, and he himself was the son of the clan leader, so it was not convenient for him to express his opinions at will. Namikaze Minato, frowning slightly. But he didn't express his opinion either, remaining silent like Itachi. Although I sympathize a little with Uchiha Jin's experience, there are many people in Konoha who are worse off than Jin. Born as a commoner, he has seen real misery. Again, this is a matter within the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Hokage clan, he really can't say much. Otherwise, it would be really bad to provoke conflict between Uchiha and the village. Thinking of this, he chuckled. Calamus, you have many wives. Jin does not need our sympathy. He is now a Mangekyo holder and has become a senior elder of Uchiha. The suffering he suffered when he was a child has now turned into nutrients, making Lord Jin completely stronger. Of course, I am happy to be friends with Mr. Jin. So don't worry, leave it to me. Namikaze Minato spoke solemnly. As he said, Uchiha Jin does not need sympathy from others because he is a strong man himself. But, same thing, he really doesn't mind making friends with Uchiha Jin, and the reason is quite simple. Unlike other Uchiha, Uchiha Jin does not have the common problem of Uchiha, which is not so proud and arrogant. Even though he has become a hotshot now, he can still interact with common people like Calamus and Hand, and he is even willing to help others with their work. This behavior made him very fond of him. For someone like him who hopes to become a Hokage, he also hopes that the village and Uchiha can live in peace. And, the other side. As Namikaze Minato opened her mouth, Nohara Lin immediately expressed her stance, as if she was also willing to make friends with Uchiha Jin. She is good at acting. After hearing Uchiha Jin's past, she immediately began to soften her heart. Sister Calamus, I am also willing to make friends with Mr. Jin. Nohara Lin quickly raised her hand. Since Rindu said so, Obito was silent for a moment, then immediately patted his chest. Then I, Mr. Obito, will reluctantly make friends with Uchiha Jin. Hitaki Kakashi, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't know how to complain about his two companions. Kakashi, what about you? Iris asked. Hitaki Kakashi. He looked confused. Do you have any other matters of your own? His mind went blank and he didn't know what to say for a while. He himself is a person who is not good at expressing emotions, especially because of the impact of his father's suicide, which made him more extreme than before. Although now under the guidance of Namikaze Minato and the emotional influence of Nohara Lin and Obito, the darkness in his heart is much less than before. He still had little interest in making friends with Uchiha Jin. Although I had misunderstood him before, and he seemed worse than me. Only, let him just call out and be friends like Obito and Nohara Rin did. Sorry, can't do it. He felt that was too childish. Kakashi, you should make more friends. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, listen to the teacher, you are right. Kakashi was silent, but still nodded, okay, I understand. Of course Calamus was happy when he saw this. The group of people started laughing and joking, and about 10 minutes later, Uchiha Jin came over with their food. The ramen is ready, please use it as much as you can. Uchiha Jin, his face was dull. To be honest, he is quite interested in Namikaze Minato, the father of the protagonist. But, he just wants to be in peace, and doesn't really want to come into contact with these plot characters. So after putting down the ramen, he was about to turn around BFBI and leave. Jin, wait a minute. Chengpu held him back and said directly, these are the new friends I have found for you. This is Namikaze Minato Jonin, this is Nohara Rin, Kakashi, Obito. It's not surprising that my sister said you are such an old man, but you don't even have a single friend. Your life is really a failure. But, it doesn't matter. As long as my sister is here, she will help you take care of everything. Hurry up and say hello to your friends. Uchiha Embers, like being struck by lightning. Good guy, what the hell, when this girl Chongpu sees that she is alone, are she ready to help her find friends? But, he is riding a horse. Who needs to rely on introductions to their friends? And, it's not necessary. What kind of friend does he want as a person who will either defect or fight with the Hokage? To him, the bond of friendship is honestly Lulu. The most important thing is, even if you take 10,000 steps back. Even if you really want to introduce me to friends, who can't you find? Do you have to find Team Minato? Plot characters represent trouble. And people like Minato's team are important characters in the main plot. None of them means big trouble. He couldn't even hide, let alone be friends. Thinking of this, his head felt heavy. What to do about this? While he was thinking, Namikaze Minato spoke first. Hello Mr. Jin. I am Namikaze Minato. I have heard about you on the battlefield. One person destroyed all 7 of Mist Shinobi's ninja swordsmen, thereby completely ending the Mist Shinobi battlefield. Glad to be friends with you. As Namikaze Minato spoke, Nohara and Obito followed suit. Even Kakashi. For everyone's sake, I took the initiative to say hello. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. Although he was extremely reluctant, people took the initiative to say hello. What else could he say to this? Moreover, he also understands. Calamus is also doing it for his own good, and he must accept this kind of kindness. This is an exaggeration. Actually, it's also thanks to Shisui and the entire team. Without everyone's help, I wouldn't have been able to truly succeed. Nice to meet you all. He had a slight smile on his face. Since he could no longer refuse the matter, he could only smile and chat with everyone. He is elegant and easygoing. Although I rarely make friends, the memories of my past life are still there. When chatting with people, it is natural and easy for them to do it. In a short period of time, everyone naturally became familiar with each other. Namikaze Minato is also very satisfied with Jin. He doesn't have any of Uchiha's common problems. On the contrary, he is very humble and easygoing to deal with. Honestly, so unlike Uchiha, of course he is willing to make friends like this. After getting along for a short time, he completely let down his guard. Namikaze Minato showed a smile on his face, and started chatting with Jin completely. Konoha, Commercial Street. After saying goodbye to Namikaze Minato and others, Uchiha Jin took Itachi and headed home. At night, there is a cool breeze. Uchiha frowned slightly and was thinking silently. Namikaze Minato's team and character, they are all pretty good. Although it is not as majestic and upright as the original work, overall it is pretty good. Compared to the top management of Konoha who are rotten to the core, Team Minato appears to be much simpler. Especially, Namikaze Minato. Although he can reach this stage from a commoner, he cannot be as innocent as shown in the original drama. But, same thing, the sunny and cheerful Namikaze Minato is indeed like a little sun. No wonder, the Uchiha clan in the original drama will unconditionally support him in his 4th Hokage. Even Uchiha Jin, even if it was just his first contact, it was difficult to have a bad feeling towards him. Do you want to support Namikaze Minato? So after he takes over, as long as he helps him survive the Nine Tails chaos, then I can just sit back and become a salted fish. No, Namikaze Minato is good in all aspects, but the problem is that his background is too poor. Even if we help him survive the Nine Tails chaos, he can't really control Konoha. Uchiha Jin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He just wanted to lie down, but he really didn't want to make himself too tired. Nara Kazama's plan is too troublesome. If he could be lazy, he really didn't want to be so tired. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie flat and fish, quietly wait for you to become stronger, and directly suppress the entire ninja world? But, what a pity. Namikaze Minato is just a pawn. Even if he can really become a Hokage, he is destined to be unable to escape the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is just a puppet. As a civilian, he has little background. Even if he himself is a genius, even if there is a group of people willing to follow him. But, not enough. To be more precise, far from it. There is no ninja support behind you. Want to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen? That's a joke. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen secure the position of Hokage in the first place? First of all, he is from the Sarutobi clan, and all ninjas in the entire clan support him unconditionally. The 3 ninja clans, Mito and Shimura, also sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to gain power. Autumn Wind takes the way, Uchiha Kagami. Although their support for Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as good as that of the 3 ninja clans, because they are all disciples of the second Hokage, they are naturally half supportive of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even by the way, the Autumn Wind is no longer looking for Ino Shikacho. Even in this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't sit still. Instead, he relied on command to win World War II and kill the Senju clan, and finally secured his position. What about Namikaze Minato? First of all, he is a civilian and has no support from the ninja clan. Master Jiraiya is a prodigal son. Although he has many supporters in Konoha, he has no real subordinates except his reputation. All in all, I can't give you any support. Although he is friends with Nara Shikaku and others, they are only personal relationships. On the surface, of course, he is willing to respect the Hokage, but once Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen conflict, Ino Shikacho will still side with Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. It's not about right or wrong, it's for the family. Namikaze Minato's foundation is too weak, Sarutobi Hiruzen's power. Even if they have a good personal relationship with Namikaze Minato, when it comes to issues like family survival, they have to take a stand no matter how reluctant they are. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Throughout the original show, Namikaze Minato until his death, the only force that truly belongs to him is the Hokage guards. Just 4 people, even Anbu, who is directly under the Hokage, Namikaze Minato can't win. Forget it, why do you want to do this? With Kazama and Shisui here, the original plan was very good. It's better to go home and sleep. Uchiha Jin shook his head helplessly, not too lazy to think about it. Only, in his heart, he felt a little pity. The Minato team has good characters, but they are targeted by Madara. In order for Obito to activate Mangekyo, Nohara Rin would most likely be dead. Kakashi will most likely follow the old path, and Namikaze Minato will probably die. But, forget it, it has nothing to do with myself. He has been grounded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now he can't even get out of the gate of Konoha. It's useless to think too much, just lie flat and die. Teacher, do you hate Uchiha? Itachi suddenly said. Uchiha Jin was stunned for a moment. Why do you ask? Itachi, there is nothing to hide. Immediately, he repeated what Calamus had said again. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. I see. Calamus has sold himself. He shook his head helplessly and said casually. If there is no love in itself, how can we talk about hatred? To me, the Uchiha clan is just a group of strangers. Actually, honestly, I didn't even want to deal with Uchiha, but by chance, I ended up getting entangled with Uchiha. Of course the main reason is that your father gave you too much. You can understand that I was bought by your father with money. Yes, Uchiha Jin really couldn't stand Fugaku's behavior of throwing coins. Money can make the world go round, the ancients will not deceive me. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi looked embarrassed. Obviously, he never thought that the truth of the matter would be like this. Throw money at the slightest disagreement. As the son of the patriarch, he really has no idea about money. Uchiha Jin shook his head. Why are you thinking so much? Anyway, I will teach you well. Just remember to come to my house tomorrow. Seeing that the two of them had reached the clan territory, he was not afraid that Itachi, the clan leader's son, would be lost, so he immediately took off his hands and prepared to go home and sleep. Send him home. It's really unnecessary. Children in the Hokage world are 2 different concepts from children in previous lives. Not to mention going home alone, even a 4-year-old would dare to kill someone. Teacher, besides ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi said, can I teach you other questions? Uchiha Jin, his face calm. He could even basically guess Itachi's questions. This problem of children is vividly displayed in the original work. In order to be able to better deal with Shanyu in the future, he didn't mind changing Itachi's mind. Otherwise, if you let him go further and further down the wrong path, you know how much trouble he will cause in the future. After pondering for a while, he nodded slightly. Come to my house. Looking at your solemn look, I think you won't be able to solve it even after a while. Of course, we can talk about it tomorrow. Uchiha Itachi heard this, but immediately shook his head and said, it's better to go directly to the teacher's house. He is very anxious. Since Mist Shinobi returned from the battlefield, many problems have been tormenting him. Before he got a definite answer, he wouldn't be able to sleep well even if he went back. Soon, the two of them came to Jin's home again, and they just sat in front of the coffee table. Uchiha Jin reached out and poured a cup of tea for the two of them before speaking in a faint tone. Okay, let's talk. As your teacher, it is my duty to answer your questions. As long as I understand, I can express my talents. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 71. Uchiha Itachi, a little silent. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Uchiha Jin. Without any hesitation, Zai spoke out everything he had learned on the battlefield, word for word. Finally, concluded, "Teacher, why? I've never been able to figure out why everyone wants a war. Isn't it possible to live in peace? The same is true for Konoha and other ninja villages, and the same is true for Konoha and Uchiha. Why can't everyone sit down and resolve disputes in a more peaceful way? Can't we stop the return of hatred?" Itachi's face was full of pain. Uchiha Jin looked at his little face. Even though he knew how cruel this guy was in the original drama, he still felt a little distressed in his heart. He is just a 4-year-old child. He couldn't help but touch Itachi's head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Don't want this, 200 pain, Itachi. I didn't want to talk to a kid like you about such a serious issue. But, I can see it. You are not an ordinary child who starts thinking about such profound issues at such a young age. If I can't create a correct outlook on life for you, then I can be sure that you will definitely go down a wrong path in the future." Uchiha Jin couldn't help but sigh. Yes, whose 4-year-old child thinks about this kind of philosophical question? Not to mention the young people in their 20s who were still playing games to flirt with girls in the previous life. Even in troubled times like Hokage, 4 or 5-year-old children just aim to become Hokage until they die. Looking at the entire Hokage, Uchiha Itachi is the only one who thinks so deeply. He knew that this matter could not be fooled. So, after thinking for a moment, he spoke quietly. "Itachi, let me ask you a question. Why do you think wolves eat sheep? Did the sheep provoke the wolf? I am an honest and responsible person. Why do you think the wolf eats me? Do you think this wolf is evil? Also, why do sheep eat grass? The grass is growing well and you haven't disturbed the sheep, right? Why should sheep eat other people?" Itachi was stunned. His mind went blank, and he looked at Uchiha Jin in astonishment. He had never considered this issue. Now that he heard what Jin said, his mind was suddenly cut off. Yes, what did the sheep do wrong? But wait, it doesn't seem right. His reaction speed was very fast, and he immediately shook his head and spoke. "Teacher, that's not right." Itachi couldn't help but say, "It is natural for wolves to eat sheep, so this doesn't mean anything. This is completely different from the question I asked." Uchiha Jin, his face calm. He never thought that he could simply convince Itachi, so after hearing his retort, he immediately spoke again. "Don't worry about this for now. Answer my question first. Why, sheep eaten by wolves, grass eaten by sheep, do you think they are not aggrieved?" Uchiha Itachi, frowning. Although he always felt that something was wrong, since his teacher said so, he naturally had no choice but to start thinking. After a long time, there was no answer. So he could only say, "This is their nature, wolves will starve to death if they don't eat sheep, and they will starve to death if they don't eat grass." "Well, you are very smart," Uchiha Jin said with a smile. "This is actually the answer. You ask me why there are wars and why can't everyone live in peace. You told yourself the answer. All starve to death. Weasel, sunshine. Is this the answer?" After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, you don't know it. Itachi couldn't pretend to understand something like this. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Wrong shook his head. "I still don't understand." Uchiha Jin nodded. He did not expect that Itachi, at such a young age, could understand this directly. "What I'm talking about now are just appetizers." After organizing his words, he spoke to Itachi again. "It's okay, it doesn't matter. Now that we've talked about animals, let's talk about people. First of all, you must understand that humans are a group of thinking animals. People can also be hungry. You were born in Uchiha, and you are the son of the clan leader. I guess you have never gone hungry. But, yes, I can tell you very accurately that when a person is really hungry to the extreme, he is no longer a human being. They are beasts, they are awful, they are worse than pigs and dogs. You can use words 100 times more vicious than this to judge those who are extremely hungry. When I was extremely hungry as a child, what morality, humanity, dignity? Nothing at all. My brain, my body, every cell in my body is telling me to find food. I tried my best to find food. At that time, I even felt that I could trample on all the laws in the world. Just for one bite. Is this understandable? Uchiha Jin, his tone was solemn. To be honest, he was exaggerating. In fact, he had never been hungry in his life. His parents didn't leave much property to him, but he still had no problem surviving to adulthood. But, same thing, he didn't lie either. In his previous life, he received a more comprehensive education, and when he graduated from Pheasant University, he was really hungry because he couldn't find a job for half a year. And, the other side, Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, is silent. He really has never experienced the feeling of hunger, but fortunately he is smart enough. So, after a moment, he then raised his head and looked at Uchiha Jin. Teacher, I can't empathize, but I can understand. When people are extremely hungry, it is indeed easy to do evil things in order to survive, but does this have anything to do with my problem? Yes, he still couldn't understand this. I felt that my teacher said a lot, which was completely irrelevant to the issues I was thinking about. Uchiha Jin smiled and spoke. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Only by letting you understand these most basic things, can you truly understand what I'm going to say next. Next, let's talk more deeply. Sunagaku from the Kingdom of Wind, do you know anything about their situation? Uchiha Itachi's brain began to work crazily. After thinking for a long time, he spoke in a calm tone. I only know that the climate of the Kingdom of Wind is harsh, and 80% of the country is desert. Sunagaku is a weak existence among the 5 major countries. Well, to summarize, Uchiha Jin said, Sunagaku, the country of wind, is very poor. Due to the harsh climate, the land is not suitable for growing food. Even Sunagaku's military expenditure is very small, which leads to Sunagaku's lack of strength. Then you think about other places. The Kingdom of Water is surrounded by sea, the Kingdom of Thunder is full of mountains, and the Kingdom of Rock is all rocky terrain. Trademark. So, have you found it? The other 4 major countries have more or less domestic problems. Only the fire country has smooth weather, distinct seasons, and rich products. If you were born in another ninja village, would you be tempted by the fire country? Everyone's life is very tight, but you, the fire nation, are so rich that others can envy you. Everyone is hungry, and your mouth is full of oil. Quote, coexist peacefully. Why? Uchiha Itachi looked stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he could only remain silent. Yes, why? Is it necessary to give up the fire country for the sake of so-called peace? Ask yourself, even I am not happy about it. But, is it worth it? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but ask. Just for a little land and resources, is it worth fighting for it like this? So many wars, so many people have sacrificed their lives. He still couldn't figure it out. Although through Jin's words, he understood that in these wars, hatred only occupies a small part, and most of them are for resources and land. Only, in his opinion, this is not a big deal. We can still sit down and talk and find other ways to solve the problem. Uchiha Jin, but his face was calm. It's worth it, quite worth it. The competition for resources and land, and even hatred, are only a small part of the reasons for the outbreak of war. Just like the village wants to deal with Uchiha, don't other villages have internal problems? You have to remember one thing. War is the continuation of politics and the last resort. For example, in this third war, the disappearance of third Cage was the initial trigger. But did Konoha really do it? As long as you are a normal person, you will know that it is absolutely impossible. What benefit will it bring to Konoha by capturing or killing the third Cage? No, not to mention the death of Konoha's White Fang Hatake Sakumo and the departure of Konoha Sanin from the village. Today's Konoha is in an absolute period of weakness. As the leader of Sunagaku, an idiot can't even see this problem. Of course, impossible. Idiots can't become high-ranking people. Then why are we still going to war with Konoha? The reason is very simple. Transfer conflicts. You must know that with the disappearance of the third Cage, the election of the fourth Cage is imminent, but there are many conflicts within Sunagaku. If the fourth Cage is elected at this time, then maybe there will be an internal fight first. In addition, the daimyo of the Wind Country reduced military expenditures, resulting in insufficient funds for Sunagaku. Even to train ninjas within the village, Kufengyin had to use magnet style to pan for gold in the desert. In this bad situation, Sand Shinobi's solution is simple: that is to go to war with Konoha directly. Anyway, people will die from internal fighting, so it's better to use the waste and kill a few more Konoha shinobi. It doesn't matter whether the war succeeds or fails, as long as the goal is achieved, it is enough. Sand shinobi's main goal is to prevent infighting and determine the next cage. If the war succeeds, Konoha will pay a large sum of money, which will happen to solve Sand shinobi's financial difficulties. It doesn't matter if you fail. Once the Konoha shinobi break into the Kingdom of Wind, the person who will be most afraid of them is not Sunagaku, but the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind. If the daimyo of the Wind Country is afraid, he will definitely have to provide financial allocation to Sunagaku. In addition to the above reasons, Sunagaku also wants to see what Konoha's current strength is. Why? You have to know that since the death of Hitaki Tsukumo, everyone knows that Konoha is in decline. But to what extent Konoha has declined, other ninja villages actually don't know. The disappearance of the third cage at this time happens to be a suitable reason. With so many benefits, Sunagaku will not lose no matter whether he wins or loses. Even if Sand Shinobi takes action, how can Cloud Shinobi, who has a grudge against Konoha, still be able to sit still? If Cloud Shinobi takes action, will Rock Shinobi be able to hold back, or will Mist Shinobi fish in troubled waters? The four major ninja villages join forces. Even if they can't defeat Konoha, even if they fail, it won't be a bad thing, right? So, the war broke out. This is just an example I gave you. There are many reasons for real wars to break out. But you are still young now, and your brain has limited capacity. You won't be able to understand it at all. These things are enough for you to understand for a while. As for the family and the village, the same is true. You have to remember one thing, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. When thinking about anything, never look beyond the surface. When you encounter a problem, ask more why. Don't listen to what others say, watch what others do. If you believe whatever others say, then you will only become a pawn in the hands of others. Alright, that's all for today, go back and have a good rest. I won't teach you anything more in this regard until you understand tonight. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to practice. At any time, strength is the most basic thing, otherwise you are not qualified to talk about anything else. Uchiha Jin, with a faint tone. After saying these words, I can accept other things. Itachi is still young after all, so these things will be enough for him to digest for a while. There is no need to talk about anything else. Just being able to understand these things will prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from fooling him. So, after finishing these things, Jin immediately became lazy and even started to chase people away. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. His mind was so confused that he even felt like his outlook on life was shattered. Yes, he himself had to admit that his previous self was too simple. There are so many ways in just one war. His previous understanding was too one-sided. Resources, land, hatred, internal conflict. These things were so complicated that even if Itachi was indeed a genius, his brain would be in a mess for a while. He felt that he needed to think carefully. Thinking of this, Itachi couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Jin solemnly. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Quote, then I won't disturb you today. Teacher, you can go to bed early. Uchiha Jin nodded. After casually telling him to be safe and go home early, he yawned and went back to the house to sleep after watching Itachi's young figure leave. After talking to Itachi so much, he was really sleepy. And, Calendar, Weasel, who was walking on the street in the clan territory, couldn't help but look dull at this moment, and his brain started to work crazily. The violent operation of his brain caused his consumption to increase dramatically. There were fine beads of sweat on his forehead, but Itachi was suddenly unaware of all this. Probably, 20 minutes later. Relying on his body's muscle memory, he walked home slowly, without even noticing his parents sitting at the table, and just walked towards his room on his own. Weasel, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Uchiha Makoto called Itachi several times, but after seeing that Itachi still didn't notice, he suddenly became excited. How could she not feel pain for her own child? He held Itachi in his arms, with a look of distress on his face. Actually, don't talk about her. Even Fugaku, who was sitting on the other side, had a worried look on his face. But, as a clan leader, he is used to being serious, and even if he is worried, he remains calm. "Ah, I'm fine. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I didn't see you. It's just that the teacher taught me a lot today, and I'm just thinking about what the teacher taught me." Uchiha Itachi spoke quickly. Especially when he looked at his worried mother, the corner of his mouth showed a touch of warmth. When Uchiha Makoto heard this, he couldn't help but smile and hold his forehead. "Itachi, you really scared Mom to death, just be okay." "Well, I'm fine," Uchiha Itachi said. "I'm sorry, Mom, I won't do it anymore." The mother and son laughed and chatted about home affairs, and Itachi was gentle from beginning to end. As a mother, Makoto doesn't value anything else, so naturally she won't ask more questions. As long as her son is fine, she will be very satisfied. Fugaku, however, is different. After the mother and son finished talking, he stood up with a serious face. "Itachi, come with me to the study." "Okay, father." Itachi's tone became serious in response to his father's request. Subsequently, the two of them came to the study one after another. Makoto knew that the father and son wanted to talk about business, so he naturally made them a pot of tea and chose to leave directly. The study is very quiet. Fugaku didn't waste any time and asked directly. Tien Fen, I'm curious. Although Jin is a strong person in the clan, he has activated Mangekyo Sharingan. But how much can he teach you in just half a day? It can even make you so focused that you ignore everything around you. To be honest, I'm really curious. Itachi, could you please tell me? Uchiha Fugaku, with a curious look on his face. Yes, it was indeed a bit difficult for him to understand, since Itachi, as his own son, received the most elite education in the clan. Letting Uchiha Jin be his son's teacher, he actually didn't think about what Jin could teach his son in a real sense. The reason is also very simple. Uchiha Jin is indeed powerful, but that is only due to Mangekyo. To be honest, the opening of Mangekyo Sharingan was all due to luck, and he didn't think Uchiha Jin had any solution. Besides Mangekyo, what else does Uchiha Jin have? Both of his parents died when he was young, and he was also a weak figure in the ninja school. What can he teach his son? To put it bluntly, let Itachi worship Uchiha Jin as his disciple just to build relationships and establish a bond between individuals. With the teacher Uchiha Jin here, Itachi's future journey will be easier. Other than that, nothing more. He didn't even think that Jin could help him. After all, something like Mangekyo Sharingan requires pupil power. The pupil power cannot be replenished, and the more it is consumed, the less it will be. This means that Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo must never be used unless necessary. Just like the nuclear bomb in the previous life, it was a strategic thing. So, after seeing his son's focused face, even ignoring himself and Makoto, he naturally became interested. Itachi received the most elite education in the clan. What exactly did Uchiha Jin teach him to be able to focus on this kind of affection? And, the other side. Uchiha Itachi didn't know what his father was thinking in his heart. He pondered for a moment. It felt like what Jin said was probably the most basic truth, and there was nothing to hide. I think normal adults should understand. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitate. He directly recounted today's conversation with Jin in detail, and then spoke with a helpless expression. That's the thing. It's only less than half a day, and of course the teacher doesn't have time to teach me how to train. It's just that I saw that the teacher could communicate well with other people in the village, and others did not reject the teacher because of Uchiha, so I couldn't help but tentatively ask the teacher questions that I couldn't figure out on the battlefield. In fact, I don't think the teacher can really answer it for me. Quote. But, I never thought about it. I was still too naive. What the teacher taught me was something I had never considered before. The world of adults is simply too complicated, and there are too many issues to consider. I used to think that my father was a bit weak, but now I realize that I am too open-minded. The various factions within the clan, and even everyone has different ideas. It's quite difficult for my father to make everyone obey on important matters. So, I want to say sorry to you. Quote, in the past, my son was naive. In the future, I will work hard to improve myself in order to better help my father. Itachi, Rizao sighed. When talking about his harvest today, he couldn't help but sigh. I lament that my past self was too naive. Uchiha Fugaku. There were question marks all over his forehead, and his mind was completely blank. He has never heard of those theories of Uchiha Jin. Is this what war is all about? I do not know. Fugaku had never considered these issues that Jin and Itachi were considering in his life. Uchiha's brain circuit is very simple. If you say to hit me, I will fight you, and there is no need to consider other things. War is war, only. After listening to Itachi's explanation, he thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. Especially, the matter of Sunagaku. Listening to Jin's analysis, it seems that regardless of success or failure, everyone makes money. Hold the grass. Is this still a war? Population, land, resources, conflict transfer. There were many questions that I couldn't figure out before, but now after analyzing it like this, I instantly feel that I really understand and agree. Like Uchiha and the village. Before, he thought that Uchiha was too arrogant, even unruly, and that was why he was incompatible with the village. But using Jin's words, he seemed to understand something. If he really asked him to be specific, it felt like it was foggy again, and he couldn't see clearly. However, he knows. Jin definitely knows. Although Itachi's compliments to him made him blush a little, he still couldn't help but speak. Quote. Itachi, your teacher is right. Remember to study hard with your teacher in the future. Of course, if you have time, you might as well ask about the relationship between our Uchiha and the village. Look at what your teacher said. Remember to tell your father when you come back. Did Zhao remember it? Yes. Since you can't think of it yourself, then go find someone who can think of it. After all, we are all Uchiha, our own people. Now he was really a little lucky. Fortunately, he had the foresight to allow Itachi to have such a good teacher. In terms of ninjutsu, it doesn't matter whether you teach it or not. But wisdom is what Uchiha lacks most. So, while letting Itachi learn from Jin, he asked Uchiha about his relationship with the village. In this case, in the future, when dealing with matters involving the village and Uchiha, Jin will be able to handle them with ease. By the way, there are more. Doesn't Jin still hold the position of Minister of Police? This is directly linked to the village. In the past, I thought it would be enough for Jin to just hang on to his name, but now it seems that he should completely hand over the position to him and see how he handles the relationship between Uchiha and the village. Well, pretty good. I'll go talk to Jin tomorrow. As the head of the police department, it's not good to be away from work during the day. Uchiha Itachi looked stunned. He couldn't figure it out. Why should Uchiha ask his teacher about the relationship between Uchiha and the village? Do you have to come back and tell your father? It doesn't matter that I'm young and don't understand. My father is already the leader of the clan. Isn't it possible that he doesn't even understand this kind of thing? Although Itachi is young, he has a very good mind. Almost instantly, he figured it out. His face darkened. The corners of his mouth were twitching fiercely, and the look he looked at Fugaku was even more complicated. Although I understood in my heart, I couldn't say this. After all, the person in front of him is his father. But he didn't understand. Can his father, who doesn't even understand such things, really handle the relationship between the clan and the village? Why? After sighing helplessly, he nodded and spoke. Okay, I see. I will ask the matter clearly as soon as possible, don't worry, father. Fugaku nodded. Although his brain was not working well, he could still clearly see the complicated look in Itachi's eyes. His cheeks were slightly red. But, no way. As a traditional Uchiha, he just can't play with his brain. Otherwise, how could the clan and the village be like this? Okay, just remember, Fugaku said in a low voice, go back and rest early. Itachi nodded. He was not interested in chatting with his father. After today's incident, he felt that his father was not as good as himself. For the problems I was thinking about, my father couldn't give me any advice. So, forget it. It's better to go back and think about it slowly. After Itachi turned around and left the study, he rubbed his brows helplessly. Being despised by his own son, it's strange that he feels better. But, there is no way. Thinking about such complex issues is really not his strong point. Fugaku, what's wrong? Makoto walked in. You've been chatting with your son for a while, but why do you still look so shocked? What on earth did you father and son talk about? After watching Itachi go back to rest, Makoto saw his husband's appearance as soon as he came to the study. Although it was a bit funny, she still made him tea gently, and then started to squeeze his shoulders. She is indeed curious. What on earth were your husband and son talking about just now? After all, Fugaku is also the leader of the clan, so why does he look so melancholy? BFCE, I am despised by your son. Fugaku looked helpless. My father's majesty is gone, how should I face Itachi in the future? He has a headache. You must know that he is a serious person, especially in front of his son Itachi, he always puts on this posture. Now that he is despised by his son, can he still be dignified in the future? Certainly. Regarding his wife's problem, Fugaku did not refuse, but simply described it. So, that's it. Makoto frowned slightly, then smiled. Actually, you should be happy. We Uchiha have bad brains to begin with, but now that a character like Jin-kun who can use his brain and is similar to the Nara family has appeared, isn't it worth being happy about? Itachi can have such a teacher. No one will be able to fool him in the future. It's just a little bit of father's majesty. Isn't it insignificant? And I've told you a long time ago that if you, the leader of the clan, want to show off outside, why should you show off at home with your children? You are father and son. But that Jin-kun really doesn't look like Uchiha. Fugaku heard this and nodded. Yes, he had also discovered it long ago. If Uchiha hadn't had a Sharingan and it was a unique Mangekyo, he would have really thought that Jin was from the Nara clan and that Jin's parents had carried the wrong baby when they gave birth in the hospital. Ever since Mist Shinobi returned from the battlefield, Uchiha Jin has never left the front door or stepped forward to the second gate. With his lazy attitude and his wisdom that sees through the fog and goes straight to the core, he is a typical Nara. But, not bad. The appearance of Mangekyo Sharingan leaves no one to question Uchiha Jin's identity. Of course he can be completely at ease. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku couldn't help but speak. Makoto, please help me think about something. The previous position of police minister given to Jin was actually a nominal existence. But since Jin has this ability, I want him to actually take office. With his wisdom, which is not weaker than that of Nara, he will definitely be able to handle the problems of the village, the villagers and Uchiha. It's just that I'm afraid that other tribesmen won't want to do it. What do you think? Yes. Although he had already made the decision to directly let Jin take office, considering the voices within the clan, he was undecided for a while. Thinking of this, he frowned. Fugaku, you're overthinking, Makoto said directly. I don't think it's as complicated as you think. You must never forget that Lord Jin is the only Mangekyo in the clan. Are they really willing to offend a pair of Mangekyo Uchiha over such a trivial matter? Aren't you afraid that Jin will wear small shoes for them? If you don't rush to win over me, why would you offend someone over such a trivial matter? How unimaginable is this? Fugaku, you are actually very good, but you are a little indecisive. This is really not good. You are the leader of the Uchiha clan, why don't you come up with some haki? Fugaku looked bitter when he heard this. He was indecisive, but he didn't know it in his heart. But, I really can't change it. He doesn't want to offend anyone and always wants to find a solution that everyone agrees with. However, it backfired. Okay, I understand, Fugaku said helplessly. I will try my best to change it from now on, I promise. Makoto, your idea is very good. It happens that tomorrow night is the clan meeting. When the time comes, I will propose it. For Uchiha, even if they don't agree, I will support Jin to take the throne. He made up his mind. Makoto couldn't help but smile when he saw this. That's right, you are the leader of the Uchiha clan. Even the elders can't stop you from what you really want to do. This in itself is the authority of the patriarch. You were a little hard to speak before. Fugaku nodded. Only, everyone knows the truth, but it is hard to change a country or change its nature. The couple chatted briefly for a while, then tidied up the study, and then slowly returned to the bedroom to sleep. They fell asleep quickly. Itachi, on the other hand, had a rare insomnia. His mind kept thinking about what Uchiha Jin said today. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Naturally, my nerves began to become more and more excited, and in the end, I naturally became less able to sleep. Teacher, you are so awesome. Such a complicated matter can be analyzed so thoroughly. No wonder the teacher is listless all day long. I think he has seen through everything a long time ago, so he feels that life is meaningless. I must surpass the teacher. Whether it's force or wisdom. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Itachi stood at the door of Jin's house with a pair of panda eyes. Yes, he did have trouble sleeping last night, and it's really not his fault. Anyone who has been troubled by a question for a long time will be excited when he suddenly gets the answer. It was just a night without sleep, which was nothing for Itachi. Bang, bang, bang. After taking a deep breath, Itachi knocked on the door. But, it's a pity. After a long time, there was no reply. Uchiha Itachi looked confused. His little head was full of questions, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that the teacher has gone out? With a suspicious look on his face, he couldn't help but knock on the door again. Well, still no reply. In the end, after trying several times but still getting no response, Itachi could only run to find the patrol of the Uchiha clan. Yes, as one of the top wealthy families in Konoha, Uchiha's patrol team may not be as exaggerated as Hyuga's, but it definitely cannot be underestimated. Brother Iron Fire, Uchiha Itachi said, are you on patrol today? Uchiha Tiehuo, with a look of astonishment on his face. But he still smiled and lowered his head, smiled and said to Itachi, it's Itachi, what's the matter? Brother Tiehuo, did you see Uchiha Jin going out today? Uchiha Jin. After hearing this name, Tai Mie's expression was complicated. There is admiration and admiration, but also contempt and displeasure, just like opening a dyeing workshop. That's right. He belongs to the radical group of Uchiha, and he was the one who was most unhappy with Uchiha at first. Unlike the three Uchiha brothers, Uchiha has his own pride and will not bully or humiliate him even if he is unhappy. But, same thing, he really learned that the guy he disliked the most was Mangekyo, who was the first to awaken the Uchiha clan. He was really sour. I even feel that God is unfair, why did he let this waste wake up? But those of them who worked hard could only stop at 3 Magatama. That's why, after hearing this name, he certainly felt a little uncomfortable. Itachi, do you have anything to do with Lord Jin? Tiehuo couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Itachi, with a calm expression, Jin is my teacher, but today I can't knock on the door. He is not stupid. Although Tiehuo said nothing, his complicated expression was enough to explain everything. But, he doesn't care. It's just trivial matters, and he doesn't want to waste time on it. As long as he knows that his teacher is great, he doesn't care about other thoughts. Teacher, Taihuo looked confused and couldn't help but say, Jin is qualified, forget it. I guess the clan leader has his own considerations. Itachi, if you want to find Lord Jin, you'd better wait until noon. At this time, Lord Jin is probably still sleeping. Yes, although Uchiha is arrogant, he doesn't show it. Although he wanted to persuade Itachi, he still kept his mouth shut. He couldn't do such a thing by gossiping behind someone's back. Since the clan leader has already decided, it is not something he can hold back. He understands Uchiha Jin quite well. After all, as he is often responsible for patrolling, he must be at least aware of the situation in the area he is responsible for. Uchiha Jin, of course. Ever since this guy graduated from the ninja school, he has never woken up before 1:30 noon unless he was on a mission to the village. Uchiha Itachi. He has a black hair. So that's it. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he didn't know what to say for a while. But, finally, he still thanked Taihuo and then stood at the door of Jin's house. Instead of continuing to knock on the door, he began to practice silently. Seeing this, Taihuo let out a long sigh. He even thought that Itachi, a genius, might be destroyed in Jin's hands with a high probability. It's just a calendar. As he said, he is just an ordinary jonin in the clan and has no qualifications to interfere in such matters. Why? After sighing helplessly, he turned around and left. Time passes slowly. At 11:30 p.m., after Uchiha finished washing, he yawned and opened the door to go to his parents' house. After all, we agreed yesterday and we were celebrating for him. But when he opened the door and saw Itachi, who was practicing at the door, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yes, he had long forgotten about this apprentice. With an embarrassed cough, Uchiha Lu could only speak. That, Itachi, I'm so sorry, I kind of overslept. What time did you come here? Itachi, his face calm. He had a basic understanding of this unreliable teacher. It's okay, teacher, Itachi said softly. I came here at 6:30, and I can still practice here. Hiss. Hearing these words, Jin took a breath of air. As expected of you, Itachi. He was truly convinced of his apprentice. No wonder he will become a strong man in the future and cause such a big storm in the ninja world. He is a genius himself, and he is so self-disciplined. If you are not strong, there is no justice. Taking a look at the dark circles on Itachi's face, he didn't need to think that this guy must not have slept well. He wanted to persuade him. However, considering Uchiha Itachi's temper, he finally chose to give up. After shaking his head helplessly, he couldn't help but speak. Too much diligence is not a good thing. Since I didn't have a good rest last night, I don't need to train today. The human body has limits. Quote, the foundation is the most important when it comes to cultivation. If you train like this, your body will collapse. Don't tell me what other people are like. Since you choose to let me be your teacher, you must listen to me in terms of cultivation. Now, come to dinner with me. Then I immediately go back to sleep, wake up around 5 p.m. and move around for a while, and then go back to sleep at 11 p.m. at the latest. Come to me for training early tomorrow morning. Uchiha Jin, his face serious. Because the ninja world has Shikara, it doesn't pay attention to its foundation at all. But as a man of 2 generations, he clearly understands the importance of foundation. Although he didn't like the Itachi in the original work. But after actually getting in touch with him, this child is so sensible that it makes people feel heartbroken. He is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and is regarded as the top wealthy prince in the entire ninja world. If he were in his previous life, he would also be the top rich 2nd generation. In this case, not only did he not feel lazy, but he was also hardworking and sensible to such an extent that you couldn't even find any shortcomings in him. So, now that he has accepted someone as his disciple, he naturally won't do it half-heartedly. Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but looking at the serious Jin, he finally chose to shut up. Even if you don't understand it, you still choose to accept it. He can see that Jin is doing it for his own good. For his teacher, through the exchange last night, he really admired him. Since the teacher said so, then you should listen to it yourself. Okay, I listen to the teacher and go back to bed later. Konoha, Commercial Street. A simple 2-story building is the residence of Shandai's father and daughter. Because he is just a civilian, even if he opens a restaurant, his life is still a little tight. Uchiha Jin brought a lot of gifts and went directly to the door with Itachi. Slap uncle with your hands, Calamus. It's really troublesome for you today. We even have to delay opening the store today. Jin smiled and spoke. Itachi followed him, and after seeing the hand beating the father and daughter, he also bowed and said hello. Have to say, although Uchiha is very arrogant, he is a wealthy family in Konoha after all, and Itachi's education is really not that good. Hitting Ichiraku with his hands and smiling on his face. Regarding Uchiha Jin's words, he just smiled and shook his head, and said directly with a smile, it's nothing troublesome, but why do you bring so many things? Hurry and wash your hands. I've almost prepared everything here. We can start eating right away. Also, 657, Itachi-kun, right. You are very welcome, go and wash your hands. We're ready for dinner. Uchiha Jin shrugged. But, because he has spent enough time here, he naturally doesn't get bored. He went to the small courtyard to wash his hands on his own, and Itachi naturally followed him. After the two of them came back from washing their hands, Shodao had already put the food on the table. When he saw the two of them coming back, he raised his wine glass. Jin, congratulations on becoming a ninja. Thank you, uncle. Just as the two of them clinked glasses, Chongpu also raised his glass, and me. Well, yes, Uchiha Jin said with a smile, thanks to Iris, I went south today. Looking at a chorus, who is still wearing an apron. Of course he understands that in order to celebrate himself today, a chorus must be very busy. Calamus, with a proud look on his face. But after a moment, he still had no choice but to speak. Really, why is there a war? I originally invited Brother Minato and his 3 disciples today. But, it's a pity. I went over to inquire about it, and it seemed that they were on a mission again. Itachi, his eyebrows jumped. Hearing the word war, it caught his attention. However, Calamus is just a civilian, so he naturally has no intention of interrupting. Uchiha Jin, his eyes twinkled. Team Minato had just come back and had just been repairing for a day, but they were sent out in a hurry again. From this point of view, the frontline war is very anxious. But, forget it, it had nothing to do with me anyway, so I shook my head and thought about it quickly. By the way, Mr. Jin, Calamus suddenly said, aren't you also a ninja? Why are you still so leisurely in the village when everyone else has gone to the front line? Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. But he still smiled and said, because he is strong enough, he has become an elder Uchiha now. According to the regulations of the village and the ninja clan, the elders of the ninja clan automatically withdraw from the ninja sequence and are no longer subject to recruitment by the village. There is no need to hide this. After Iris and Hand inquired, they looked at Uchiha Jin in astonishment. You, elder. Chongpu was stunned. He knocked down his hand without speaking, but said with emotion, the elder of Uchiha. Uchiha Jin shrugged. In fact, not only am I an elder, I also hold the title of Minister of Police. Hearing this, Shoda and Chongpu could not help but be even more shocked. Yes, to them, the police chief is considered a high-ranking member of the village. This is a good thing. My police department has been dissatisfied for a long time. After you take over, Mr. Jin, you have to put things in order. Those Uchiha, they're such a stinker. Calamus spoke angrily. Obviously, as a Konoha villager, I basically have no favorable impression of Uchiha. Instead, he slapped Ichiraku with his hand, and his tone became serious. Calamus, don't be ridiculous. Jin and Itachi are also Uchiha, how can you be indiscriminate? Calamus, slightly embarrassed. When she reacted later, she naturally understood that what she just said was not right. Well, I'm sorry. Chongpu apologized quickly. Jin-jun, Weasel-jun, I didn't mean you. You two are very good, and so is Obito. But most Uchiha, it's still not good. I don't know how strong you are now, Mr. Jin, but since you can become a police officer, you can't continue to be leisurely. It must be rectified. Uchiha Jin, a black line. He really didn't know what to say to this request. After all, to put it bluntly, he was just in name only and had no intention of actually going to work. Isn't it nice to lie flat on your back? Moreover, Uchiha has a bad reputation, and it will be difficult to change this. At least, it is almost impossible to resolve this matter before 3rd Hokage steps down and kills Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nabekage Danzo. You can't say this directly. After all, beating father and daughter are just civilians. He didn't want to drag the two into Uzumaki with such a complicated issue. It would be rude not to answer. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha-jin spoke softly. Calamus, let me ask you a question. You think Uchiha is bad, but can you think about what they did wrong? Be specific, just say whatever you want. As long as there is a real problem, I will go back and deal with it right away. He said in a serious tone. As long as a chorus can really say it, then he is really qualified to deal with it. It's just a pity. As Uchiha Jin opened his mouth, he immediately fell into silence. Even though she tried her best to think about it, she couldn't find anything in the end. Almost instantly, she sensed something was wrong. Yes, since Uchiha is so annoying, I am innately inexplicably afraid when I see the police department on weekdays. But after thinking about it carefully, I couldn't find a specific example. What's going on? Calamus fell into confusion. Hand fight Ichiraku, one is so. He was also thinking constantly, trying to find an example. But, it's useless. Even though he tried his best, he still couldn't find it. I just think Uchiha is annoying, but I can't find any actual examples of what Uchiha did wrong. The father and daughter were beaten with their hands, but there was only silence. Actually, don't talk about them. Even the young Itachi was thinking about this issue. Only, although he couldn't figure it out, he was keenly aware that there was a big problem here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. Master, what on earth is going on? Itachi looked confused. He really couldn't figure it out, so naturally he could only look at Uchiha Jin beside him. Uchiha Jin, his face calm. After a long time, Yu spoke. Uchiha, you can call them proud, arrogant, stupid, one-minded, or even arrogant. To be honest, I don't like Uchiha either. They are just a bunch of self-righteous idiots. But, same thing, Uchiha have their own pride. They may look down on civilians, but they will never bully them. Bullying a bunch of weaklings is a shame to Uchiha. Don't mention the far ones, let's talk about the close ones. This time in the Mist Shinobi battlefield a few days ago, Uchiha lost a total of 7 jonin, more than 50 chunin, and nearly 300 jonin. If it were any other ninja clan, Konoha would have held a commemorative event by now, right? But, what about Uchiha? The whole of Konoha seems to be blind. No one probably knows about this. Even among civilians, Uchiha's reputation is even worse. Do you think it's interesting? Uchiha Jin, full of disdain. Although I'm too lazy to say anything, I don't even have a good impression of Uchiha. But, he is riding a horse. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did was indeed despicable and disgusting. Itachi, his face gloomy. Maybe he didn't chat with Jin last night, so he had never been exposed to the will of fire, so he was probably just confused. It's just that it's different now. Through his thinking all night last night, he knew that when something happened and he couldn't figure it out, he should start from the perspective of interests. Uchiha has a bad reputation, who benefits the most? The answer is obvious at a glance. That is the high-ups of the village, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. I see. No wonder I always felt something was wrong before. The truth is so simple. After a simple sigh, Itachi completely shut up. Although he is small, he is not stupid. Even if you know the answer to something, you can't say it directly. Otherwise, the impact will be too great. On the contrary, it's the other side. Although the hand-beating father and daughter vaguely sensed something was wrong, they couldn't tell what was specifically wrong. Jin, don't talk about companionship. Hurry up and speak clearly. This makes people very uncomfortable. Understood. Calamus couldn't help but speak. She hates to think about such a troublesome problem. It seemed that even the brat Itachi understood it, but it was not that she had not figured it out. The whole person is very uncomfortable. But, it's a pity. Uchiha Jin just glanced at her, sighed and shook his head. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Don't ask about it, don't even think about it, just pretend I never said it. I can only say that this matter involves a high-level struggle between Uchiha and the village high-level people. As civilians, it is not a good thing for you to know too much. So, forget it. Hearing this, Shoda and Chongpu were instantly covered in cold sweat. Obviously, even though they are civilians, they still know the most basic things. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen always smiles and looks kind to everyone. But even if he beat his father and daughter with his hands, he would not underestimate them at all. Konoha is a military camp. Being able to command a group of ninjas who fight all day long, I really think of Sarutobi Hiruzen as a kind old man. Such a person would not survive even one episode in a TV series. A chorus, don't ask. Ichiraku slapped his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's eat quickly. Work. This. Calamus was a little unhappy, but still shrugged. Okay, I understand. Only, Uchiha Jin was still a little worried, and then quietly opened Mangekyo. Without any nonsense, he directly performed the illusion. The memories of the two people just now were quietly revised. Teacher, Itachi couldn't help but say. Uchiha Jin shook his head. They are just civilians, and they are friends with me. As long as they show any clues in their daily lives, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let them go. We cannot afford to take this risk. Itachi, silent. But in the end he nodded. Next, the room became happy again, as if nothing had happened. Afternoon, 2 o'clock, Uchiha Jin helped beat the father and daughter, and after cleaning up, he and Itachi said goodbye directly. After the two returned to the clan area again, he sent Itachi directly back to sleep, while he himself yawned and went home, lying down in the small courtyard again and starting to bask in the sun. The whole person looked relaxed. On the other hand, Itachi was stopped on his way home. This person is none other than Tai Mie. Itachi, are you going home? Tiehuo asked in confusion. Why are you not continuing to practice so early today? Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned. But I still chose to tell the truth. The teacher saw that I didn't sleep last night and thought that forced cultivation would lead to unstable foundation, so he asked me to go back and catch up on my sleep. The foundation is not stable, Iron Fire, Sun face confused. Then I feel paralyzed by 10,000 words, but I don't know whether to say them or not. He wanted to complain, but considering that Itachi became a disciple of Uchiha Jin, this was the arrangement of the clan leader Fugaku, so no matter how unhappy he felt, he could only remain silent. Forget it. Since the patriarch has arranged it this way, he must have his own intentions when he comes. Slow down on your way home. Uchiha is Iron Fire, and his face is terrifyingly gloomy. Itachi, on the other hand, looked calm. He knew Taihuo's worries very well, but he firmly believed that the teacher would not lie to him. Even though the two people have only been in contact for a short time, Jin's personality, wisdom, and strength. He knows better than anyone. Only, Itachi had no explanation for Taihuo's incomprehension. After simply saying hello to him, he continued to go home. Uchiha Iron Fire. Looking at Itachi's back, he became filled with emotion. He felt that Itachi, the genius of the family, would most likely be destroyed. No way. If you practice with someone like Uchiha Jin, what can you talk about in the future? But, no way. Others can't stop this with their words. Only, he decided to tell the clan leader about this matter after the patrol was over. A genius like Itachi cannot be destroyed in Jin's hands. Time passes slowly. Soon it was night, and Taihuo had just left the patriarch's house. He looked unhappy. Obviously, his suggestion was rejected by Fugaku, who even warned him not to cause trouble. Itachi's arrangement cannot be restricted. Even this is nothing more. Fugaku even arranged a task. Let him inform Uchiha Jin and invite him to attend the Uchiha clan meeting tonight. Why? Thinking of this, he looked at the sky speechlessly. He is really good for Itachi, why doesn't the patriarch just listen? But, no way. Now that Fugaku has made his decision, this matter is beyond his control. No matter how unhappy he was, he still came to Jin's door. Bang, bang, bang. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he still knocked on Uchiha Jin's courtyard door. Probably, 5 minutes later. Uchiha Jin looked confused before yawning and opening the door. Who are you? What do you want from me? Looking at the Uchiha in front of him, Rongna had a look of astonishment on his face. Don't you know this person? What is he looking for? Except for the Fugaku father and son and Shisui, he didn't know anyone else in the entire Uchiha. Iron Fire, mouth twitching. After all, he is also a Jonin in the clan, and Uchiha Jin doesn't even recognize him. Was he being ignored? When he thought of this, his face instantly darkened. But considering Fugaku's explanation, he could only say it with a sullen face. The clan leader asked me to inform you that you will attend the clan meeting at 9 o'clock tonight. After finishing speaking, without even waiting for Uchiha Jin to speak, Taihuo turned around and left. Yes, he must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, looking at Uchiha Jin's face that needs a beating, even if he has activated Mangekyo, he is afraid that he really can't help it. Uchiha Jin, clan meeting, what are you looking for? I am just a nominal person. Uchiha Jin looked uncomfortable. He is a nominal Uchiha, but he doesn't even know anyone in the clan, so what kind of clan meeting are you asking him to attend? But, forget it, although he was very reluctant in his heart, who told him to eat people and be short-tongued. In the evening, due to the point, the Nanhei River is sparkling, the bright moonlight is shining down, and it is like fish scales. In the reflection of the vast surrounding forest, it exudes an extreme sense of beauty. This place is close to the edge of the Death Forest and is also the most important place of the Uchiha clan. Nanga Shrine. Maybe this is just a small shrine, but the protection around it is like a dragnet. Even if Uchiha Jin didn't open the Sharingan, under the shroud of observation haki, the fluctuations of chakra and even breathing could not escape his notice at all. 5 jonin, more than 30 chunin. There are nearly 100 genin. Maybe there are fewer guards than Hyuga, but it's not that Uchiha is not good, it's that Uchiha is too arrogant. They simply don't believe that someone dares to come to Uchiha and act wild. Well, what a beautiful view. If this wasn't a dark Hokage world, this place would definitely need to be protected as a scenic spot. When I really reach the end of my life, I will definitely circle this place and spend my old age here. Uchiha Jin, sighing with emotion. Just walk and enjoy the beautiful scenery here. Although it has been a long time since he traveled to this world, it was his first time to visit Nanga Shrine. Before, his status is too low and he is not qualified to be here. And, at this moment, an Uchiha suddenly appears. Well, they can be considered acquaintances. It was Uchiha Tekka who we had just met. Elder Jin, everyone else is here. Tiehuo looked unhappy, but considering Jin's status, he could only bow and salute. I hope you can hurry up and don't keep other elders and clans waiting for a long time. Uchiha Jin was slightly startled. But he still nodded, and then led by Taihuo, he went straight to the lobby of Nanhei Shrine. The one enshrined at the head was a ferocious statue, with a futon placed in the center below, and Uchiha Fugaku was sitting there kneeling. There are many futons placed on the left and right sides. Most of the seats were now filled with people. When they saw Uchiha Jin showing up, everyone naturally looked at him with their eyes. Curiosity, surprise, doubt, questioning, disdain, admiration. There are many kinds of them. Well, Jin is here. Quote, "The seat to my left is yours, come and sit down quickly. Now, it's just you." Uchiha Fugaku, with a smile on his face. Obviously, unlike others, he was slightly close to Jin. Even though Jin didn't join his faction, after all, as Itachi's teacher, many things came naturally. Only, unlike Fugaku, it feels unsatisfactory even though it is long. Isn't this appropriate? Even if Uchiha Jin is an elder, he has the lowest prestige. He has made no contribution to the clan. I disagree. Everyone spoke one after another. The whole hall suddenly became noisy. Uchiha sitting on the right side just looked at Uchiha Jin with disdain, and then said coldly. Uchiha Jin, right, we at Uchiha value strength, and no one is qualified to sit on the left-hand position for 20 years. Not even me. Do you think you are qualified to sit on it? His eyes were dull. The look in Uchiha Jin's eyes was filled with anger and disdain. Yes, as the leader of the radical faction, he cut off Jin's pension, deprived him of the right to enter a nursing home, and even forced Uchiha Jin's parents to death. All of this was ordered by him. From this point of view, the two are enemies by nature. Even if he cannot prevent Uchiha Jin from becoming an elder, he must suppress Uchiha Jin. Otherwise, when Uchiha Jin truly takes power, he, the leader of the radical faction, will be the unlucky one. And, the other side. Following Uchiha's sudden opening, Uchiha Jin's eyes also looked at him. Of course he knew Uchiha Setsuna. The guy who made him miserable since childhood and even killed his parents. In the past, if I wasn't strong enough, I could only endure it. Later, after the system was bound, we entered the hidden battlefield again. All kinds of bad things were added up, and he came back through time again, and he couldn't have any relationship with his original parents. For a while, I really forgot about this thing. Never thought about it. I haven't settled the score with him yet, but I jumped out again. Although the time is not right now, considering Kazama's plan and his future marriage and children, if he wants to have his own power, he will have to rely on Shisui to gather his wits. For now, I can't kill him. At least, you can't kill someone openly, you have to find an excuse. Just like when Uchiha killed his original parents. But, same thing, if you teach him a little lesson, there will be no problem. Just do it if you think of it. Without any hesitation, he directly turned on Mangekyo, and instantly a gloomy and cold eye power swept across the entire room. The inner yin and yang diagram and the outer prismatic Mangekyo pattern just flowed in his pupils. Almost instantly, in the noisy room, everyone shut up instantly. Feeling this huge eye power, they saw Mangekyo for the first time. They immediately ignored the cold murderous intent and started shouting wildly. Mangekyo, really Mangekyo, we Uchiha are saved, I support Mr. Jin sitting on the left side. I support it too. Many Uchiha who had just shut up and watched the show now started speaking out to support Uchiha Jin. Yes, the Uchiha clan respects the strong. They had only heard Fugaku say it before, and although they didn't dare to refute it, they were still beating the drum in their hearts. But it's different now. After truly seeing Mangekyo, countless neutral Uchiha, and even moderate Uchiha, all began to side with Uchiha Jin. Mangekyo Sharingan has this qualification. Only the radicals remained silent at this time. Even though his eyes were full of fear, he was even trembling under this momentum. But no way, because the death of Uchiha Jin's parents was caused by their radical faction, and the two sides were already fighting to the death. Therefore, we can only resist forcefully. Marine 6 Styles, Iron Body. Before anyone else could react, Uchiha Jin took action. His speed reached the limit, and his hardened black right fist slammed Uchiha into the air in an instant. He smashed through the wall like a rag sack and fell hard to the cold floor in the yard. This is still him, controlling the strength as much as possible. Otherwise, with this punch, Uchiha would be dead in an instant. After finishing all this, Uchiha Jin looked at everyone who was completely in deathly silence, and then he spoke calmly. Uchiha Setsuna, leader of the radical faction. Haha, that's all. I thought he was so powerful, but I never thought he couldn't even take one of my punches. I haven't used Mangekyo yet. Hiss. Throughout the hall, everyone gasped. No one expected that Uchiha Jin, who smiles, looks lazy on weekdays, and is easy to talk to, would dare to do something in a place like Nanga Shrine. Simply incredible. Everyone's scalp was numb and they didn't know what to say for a while. Especially Uchiha Iron Fire. As someone who is qualified to participate in clan meetings and is also responsible for patrolling within the clan, he actually knows Uchiha's character best. Extremely lazy, just a lying fish. Not like an Uchiha at all, but more like a Nara. But wrong. Looking at Uchiha Jin, who is now extremely haughty, he couldn't help but start to wonder, is this still the Uchiha Jin he knows? Actually, don't talk about him. Even Fugaku, who was most familiar with Uchiha Jin, looked at Uchiha Jin in shock. Arrogant and domineering, dismissive. The Uchiha Jin in front of him was completely different from the usual one. At this time, he is more like Uchiha Madara. Regardless of all the rules and dogmas, even in this sacred Nanga shrine, they still dare to take action against the indifferent Chao clan members. For a while, even he, the patriarch, didn't know what to say. Actually, not to mention those who had no grudge against Uchiha Jin, even those who belonged to the radical faction did not dare to stand up and say a word in the face of such an arrogant and domineering Uchiha Jin. They are afraid. I was really afraid that Uchiha Jin would punch them directly in anger. Too strong. They themselves understand that they will never live. And the other side. Uchiha stumbled up in an instant and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he had suffered internal injuries. At this time, when he looked at Uchiha Jin, the murderous intent in his eyes had reached its limit. He was really angry. After all these years, no one dared to do this to him. Uchiha Jin, how dare you? He stumbled into the hall again, looked at him with an angry face, and then spoke directly in a serious tone. Uchiha Jin, you are too presumptuous. This is my Uchiha tribe, how dare you do something here? Do you still have Uchiha in your eyes? Yes, he is morally kidnapping. Because he knew very well that he, who had been silent for many years, was not Uchiha Jin's opponent at all. But he is not afraid. This is the land of the Uchiha tribe. Does Uchiha Jin dare to take action at the risk of angering the entire tribe? Only, he was wrong. Facing his threat, a cold smile appeared on Uchiha Jin's lips. I'm not afraid. I don't have Uchiha in my eyes, how about that? Elder Setsuna, are you satisfied? Anyway, I can feed myself and the whole family is not hungry. You must know that my only bond is my parents. They died at the hands of someone. Elder Setsuna, do you know that person? Isn't it a traitor to hold on until death? I don't think the current Uchiha is qualified to stop me. How about it, Elder Setsuna? Would you like to try to irritate me? I'm quite interested. Uchiha Jin, with a faint tone. Yes, at this time, he was lawless. Because now he does have this qualification. As Uchiha's only Mangekyo now, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't want to be exposed. As long as he doesn't really betray the sky, then the entire Uchiha will forgive him. The reason is very simple. He is Uchiha's signature now. Uchiha Setsuna also understood this, so looking at Uchiha Jin with murderous intent on his face, fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. He saw it. The Uchiha Jin in front of him is really crazy. As long as he stimulates him, this person really dares to do something to him. What to do? His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his mind was completely blank. And, the other side. Fugaku couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. He knew it was time for him to speak. BFDA. Otherwise, if it continues, the clan meeting will really not be able to continue. Thinking of this, he spoke calmly. Ahem, that's enough. Since Elder Setsuna is not feeling well, there is no need to participate in this clan meeting. Hell him down and have a good rest. And, Jun. Don't waste time, sit down in your seat quickly. Uchiha Fugaku, no one dealt with it. It was like he was temporarily blind, as if he didn't see Uchiha Jin's attack at all. Yes, he has long disliked Uchiha Setsuna. It's just because as the leader of the clan, he can't do anything like Jin did. Now that he saw Jin violently beating Setsuna, he was already laughing in his heart. Deal with. What a joke. Actually, don't say Fugaku. Almost all the Uchiha present were temporarily blind. Even the people from the radical faction had no intention of finding trouble for Setsuna. Uchiha, it's that simple. As long as you are strong enough, you can gain respect. Uchiha Jin was not surprised by this. He had expected this scene a long time ago. The reason why he hadn't done this before was simply because he was lazy. Anyway, his strength has been exposed, and the issues he cared about before are no longer of concern to him now. Just because of the system and his temper. Before others provoke him, he is just willing to stay at home and become stronger quietly. He looked calm, in everyone's sight, sitting directly below Fugaku in the first place. As for Uchiha Setsuna, he was helped out of Nanga Shrine by two radical jonin. He himself did not refuse, because he knew that even if he stayed, it would only make him more embarrassed. Okay, let's get started. The village suppresses Uchiha more and more, and now Uchiha is even abandoned on the battlefield. Let's talk about it. What should we do? Fugaku spoke seriously. This is also the biggest headache for him now, and he can't make up his mind now. So now I want to hear what the clan's opinions are on this. I think it's time to counterattack. Now that we have Mangekyo in our clan, it's time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. I think you should consider it. Forget it, kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, the position of Hokage belongs to Uchiha. Following Fugaku's opening, everyone spoke one after another. The vast majority of people agree with the radicals. Yes, in their opinion, Uchiha is so powerful, and now he even has Mangekyo. Is there anything else to consider? Just do it and it's done. Fugaku felt even more headache after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he could only tell everyone to shut up, and then looked at Uchiha Jin. Jinjin, please tell me too. As the only Mangekyo in the clan, he is also the temporarily strongest person in the clan. Tell me your opinion. What do you think the clan should do? Fugaku spoke calmly. Along with his opening, everyone's eyes also turned to Uchiha Jin. Their eyes were full of excitement, and they all wanted to hear what this clan genius, Jin, the only one who had opened Mangekyo, had to say about this matter. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. Just discuss it among yourselves and play a strategy game. What are you looking for? He is just a passerby and doesn't want to participate in your house game. But, no way. Considering that he has dividends from the Uchiha industry and holds the position of family elder and police chief, he can get rid of his identity as a ninja only because of the blessing of the Uchiha clan. So, hey, with a helpless sigh, he sighed quietly. It seems that everyone is very confident. Put aside my thoughts for now, let's make a detailed allocation first. As a ninjutsu professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen is considered the strongest cage-level person in Konoha. Although my strength is not very good, if I activate Mangekyo Sharingan and ignore Susanoo's pupil power explosion, I can still entangle him even if I can't kill him. For the others, please allocate them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who can handle the three of them? who will deal with Shimura Danzo's roots and Hokage Anbu. And Namikaze Minato, who recently became known as the Yellow Flash, on the battlefield and became the Grandmaster Flying Thunder God, who among you can handle it? Ino Shikacho is the Hokage family, plus the Sarutobi, Shuken, Tendo, and Mito tribes, who can deal with it. There are also big clans such as Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka, as well as smaller clans like Hitaki, Moonlight, Yamashiro, and Shiranui. Would any of you convince them that even if they don't help us, at least they won't side with Sarutobi Hiruzen? If they can't be persuaded, then who will deal with them? Let me tell you in advance. Although I have Mangekyo, after all, I have just awakened not long ago. At most, I can barely compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The others rely on everyone present. Uchiha Jin, his tone was calm. It was as if he was talking about a very simple thing, but after everyone present listened, they all fell silent. Yes, they were all stupid. Even though they have been clamoring to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen for so long, in fact they have not really thought about how to do it if they really want to do it. How to plan, how to allocate, how to deal with special situations. Nothing. They all rely on one word to do everything, and that is recklessness. So, when Uchiha Jin said something specific, they were all dumbfounded. This is right. Who will deal with this group of people? There are quite a few top players in the village, but Uchiha's side is relatively low-key. Even though there are a lot of Jonin, among the top experts, apart from Jin and Fugaku, there are really no others. As for those elders, how many years have they not been on the battlefield? It's long gone. We can even say, from the moment Uchiha Madara left, there were no hardliners in the entire Uchiha clan. The rest are all weaklings. Later, when Uchiha Kagami rose up, he also relied on Senju Tobirama to gather a group of real strong men in the clan. But, nothing. With the death of Uchiha Kagami, this group of people were also tricked to death by Uchiha. Jin's parents are among them. Well, I'm taking a step back. Uchiha Jin said with a faint tone, even if I ignore the consumption of my eyesight, I will explode with all my strength and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. We Uchiha are also very strong. We can kill all the people in Konoha, such as Sanin and Namikaze Minato. Hyuga and other neutral camps all surrendered like us. We won. Then what? We're in the middle of a war now, so it's Uchiha's turn to carry it. Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi. Can Uchiha handle it? Silence. Following Uchiha Jin's opening, the entire shrine fell into deathly silence. Everyone, all shut up. Uchiha Jin's words, word by word, made their rusty brains start to think. Can they hold it? Without thinking at all, the answer is no. If Uchiha really had this ability, he would directly rule the ninja world. How could he still be in the village, entangled with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Actually, don't talk about other people. Even Fugaku was covered in cold sweat and didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Jin's face was full of ridicule. After taking a deep breath, he returned to his normal state. Okay, don't think about it. Uchiha, let's be realistic. You should investigate carefully first. Let's not mention these distant ones. You can't deal with the Sarutobi clan alone. Do you still think that Konoha was just established? Today's Sarutobi clan has nearly 4,000 ninjas. Even if Uchiha can fight 3, the Sarutobi clan can kill Uchiha. The reason why Uchiha is so arrogant and still able to survive to this day is actually very simple. The Hokage family doesn't want to pay too much of a price. If we really go to war with Uchiha, Konoha will pay huge casualties. Even without Uchiha's words, Konoha cannot live in the 4 major ninja villages because it is too weak. Otherwise, Uchiha Jin, full of disdain. But, at this time, no one in the shrine paid attention to this point. On the contrary, everyone gasped. 0. Uchiha may be arrogant, but he is definitely not stupid. The Sarutobi clan is not far from Uchiha, so anyone who is willing to detect the situation of the Sarutobi clan can detect it. Only, in the past, Uchiha was too lazy to pay attention to these things. Now that Jin was reminded like this, he naturally reacted instantly. This is indeed true. I didn't notice it before, but now that Jin reminded me, I thought about it carefully. There are too many ninjas in the Sarutobi clan. How can the Sarutobi clan get so much money to support so many ninjas? It must be Sarutobi Hiruzen, he stole the village's money. He must be reported and this matter spread. Many Uchiha spoke one after another. They became extremely angry and cursed. Even Fugaku is a little interested. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Uchiha Jin again. Jin-kun, what do you think? Fugaku couldn't help but say. If this matter is spread, it will at least make Sarutobi Hiruzen very anxious, right? Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. The way he looked at Fugaku was like he was looking at a fool. After a long silence, he couldn't help but speak. Chief, are you crazy? Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen alone can embezzle so much money from the village without anyone noticing? Shimura, Mito, even Ino Shikacho. If there is no benefit, why should these ninjas seek refuge with Sarutobi Hiruzen? As long as Uchiha dares to do this, that will be the life of these ninjas. Depriving someone of their money is like killing your parents. Please like and subscribe.